Hello and welcome. It is an honor and a thrill to have you here. I'm Jerry Foster, the big branding guy, also known as the branding evangelist. And I am hyena happy and peacock proud to be speaking today at the Comeback Champion Summit on how to brand your small business like your life depends on it. Said another way, I'm going to be sharing with you 6 proven big branding ways to create a world-class, magnificent brand that will show your market how special you are, make more of an impact in social media, and captivate customers, even if you already have a logo, website, videos, and other stuff people can see. Because make no mistake about it, this is not the time to put a mask on your brand. And this is certainly not the time to social distance your business. If anything, you've got to show up and show out in 2021. If anything, it is time for you to not only think about different ways to scale and level up so you can have more impact, you've got to think about how to have the strongest brand possible so that you can have big things happen for you. Now, before we get into the nitty gritty of my workshop, I thought it would be appropriate if I shared a little about myself and how I got here, because we're about to hang out. And I like to think that if someone wants you to spend time in a workshop with them, you should know a little bit about that speaker. Wouldn't you agree? So this is where it all started. This is me. As a kid, on Christmas morning, in Detroit, Michigan, back in the day. I was born and raised in Detroit during the times when Detroit was the 5th largest city in the United States. The auto industry was booming and something called Motown music was blasting. And that's me on Christmas morning, where I had just gotten an album, a record album from one of my favorite Motown groups called the Four Tops. And for those of you who may be a little young, I'm standing next to something called a record player, which is how we listened to music back in the day. And so I share this story because the Motown brand is what lit the fuse with me on pursuing and finding out more about what is this thing about having a brand. I mean, back then, there was nothing like the Motown sound. I grew up listening to artists like the Temptations that you see in the upper left-hand side of the screen. From the original Temptations is what you see here, where you've got from right to left, Eddie Kendricks, Otis Williams, Paul Williams, Melvin Franklin, and the incomparable David Ruffin. Oh, come on with me, somebody. And then to the right, Stevie Wonder, Marvin Gaye, Michael Jackson, Lionel Richie, Gladys Knight and the Pips, the legendary Smokey Robinson. Oh, that's who I grew up with during the day. Now, I love to share that because the Motown brand was that kind of moving and grooving, passionate, romantic music that just lit your fire and soothed your nights and made you just feel good all over. And like I said a few minutes ago, it's what lit the fuse for me to find out more about this whole thing called branding. And I literally ended up, after leaving high school, going into college, where I majored in marketing with deep study in branding at the University of Southern California, USC. And so when I was there at USC, I received 2 degrees, my bachelor's degree, my MBA degrees. Like I said, I majored in marketing, deep study in branding. I graduated with honors, cum laude, blah, blah, blah. And that's really significant because I earned my way into USC, right? My parents didn't have to cheat my way into USC. So for those of you who have been following the college cheating scandal that happened here in America over the last couple of years, it hasn't been too good for USC. Am I right? And so I was at the Marshall School of Business. Really, pretty renowned. And I always like to say this. I did it. I got through. Because it's one thing to get into college, it's a whole nother thing to graduate. Am I right? In fact, not only did I graduate cum laude, I graduated thank you laude because I got through. And so this is a picture here of my proud mom standing next to me on graduation day. Doesn't that make you just want to go, ah? And so when I graduated from USC, I went to work in corporate America for Procter & Gamble, P&G. Now, for those of you who may not be familiar with P&G, they literally wrote the book on branding. And so I worked at P&G in the field of brand management, which is strategic branding and stuff like that. And I helped grow some of their laundry brands like Aeroliquid laundry detergent and Cascade detergent for your dishwasher. And I worked in the citrus juice and drink industry, right? And so I'm in corporate America doing my thing. And as I was working in corporate America for 10 years, I also found the time to be an adjunct professor of branding, marketing, and advertising at 4 major Southern California universities that you see here. And so I would teach in the evenings and on the weekends for 10 straight years, semester after semester. Now, I ended up starting my brand development and training company full-time in 1985. Yes, it was the dawn of the personal computer. Dinosaurs were roaming the earth. It was that long ago, right? And I'm so proud to say that over the last 30 plus years, I've helped over 100,000 small businesses from 600 different industries with their branding. And I've carved out quite a reputation for myself. And this photo here was taken in February of 1986 in Orange County, California. This was my very first branding boot camp for small business owners. About 10 owners showed up. And the first thing you'll notice is that we all had the 80s look, right? The women had the big hair. I had a big old mustache, big glasses. And over my shoulder is a chalkboard. In the middle of the room is an overhead projector. You guys remember those? I think I'll go on to the next slide. And during that time, like I said, I've had a lot of great stuff that's happened, and tough times too. A lot of tough times. Don't get me wrong, but I'm very proud of certain accomplishments. One of these was from the city of Los Angeles. In 2008, they honored me and gave me this proclamation and said that Jerry Foster is the father of business in Los Angeles. Isn't that cool? And it was signed by the mayor and members of city council. And if you were to read the small print, one of the things that it says is that we just want to thank you and acknowledge you for your tireless and faithful work with small businesses, particularly those that are minority owned. Now, I'm sharing all of this not to impress you, but to press upon you something else that's very unique about me that you should know. And the best way to share that is to tell you a quick story. I was at a networking event, I don't know, maybe 25 years ago. It's been a while. And there were 300 people there. And the organizer said to the audience, please stand up if you're in the same field that you majored in college. And I stood up with 2 other people. 3 of us stood up from a crowd of 300. And my point is that in the branding universe that I orbit in, I'm recognized as a bona fide branding guy, the real deal. Because the truth is, there are a whole lot of folk out there who say they do branding, and then you find out they do pieces of it, or they do what's called pseudo branding, which may be just doing design work and photography and videos and stuff like that. And great brands are built strategically and not visually, and we'll talk more about that later. But here's a key thing I want you to take away from this. I read an article which said that the average American changes their job or their career 10 to 15 times in a lifetime. And I've never done anything else but branding my entire adult life. Can you imagine that? I mean, I do what I love what I do, and I do it the way I want to do it. I live and breathe branding. I love everything about branding. And because of that, people who will listen to me and work with me, or whatever that relationship is, understand, just like you, that you are about to receive something that is golden for you, as opposed to something that may just be some tips or something that may not be that useful. But the main thing I need to know right now is if you are ready to fly, because that's the key. Because there is nothing more important than your brand. Nothing in this brand conscious world that we live in. Think about it. You turn on the TV, it's all about a brand. You look in the newspaper, you go online, it's all about your brand. You've even got celebrities talking about what? Their brand. And so for you, as a small business owner, you must have the strongest brand possible in order to compete and be successful, particularly going into what? 2021, where we now are. Because your brand is your reputation. It's what you're asking people to pay for in terms of what they are truly going to receive from you. The brand is your legacy. And so what I thought we would do in our time together in this workshop is I'm going to provide you some nitty-gritty information on how you can have the strongest world-class brand possible in this new year. Now understand that there's 5 types of brand. You can brand a company, you can brand a product, a service, a nonprofit, or yourself in what's called a personal brand. So regardless of which of those 5 categories that you fall into, you know that this is all about you and not about me trying to get you to buy something, right? It's all about you. So what's the first thing that you've got to do? Write this down. You've got to be the honey and not the fly. It's time for you to be the honey and not the fly. Honey attracts, flies chase. And it's a fact in branding that consumers are most attracted to someone who presents himself or herself or their company as something that is genuine, authentic, and unique. And so one of the keys to having business come to you instead of you having to chase after it is to determine who you are as a brand. Write this down. Determining and nailing down what's called your brand identity. So that when people come across you, online, offline, whatever, they see you as the person to do business with. Does that not make sense? So that your ultimate goal for 2021 and even beyond is to do what? Create a conveyor belt of customers coming your way. Does that sound of interest to you? Now, there's a lot of great speakers at this summit. And I really want to make sure that you're in the right place right now, because you got a lot of choices. So this program, this workshop that I'm about to lay on you is if you want to establish yourself as number one in your specialty, the recognized authority in your field, especially if you want a world-class personal brand. So if that is you, you are in the right place. This program is also for those of you who want to generate more leads and increase sales conversions through your marketing with a stronger, highly differentiated online brand. We'll talk more about that as we go along. And this program is for those of you who want some proven water, flour, and even sugar ways to set your brand apart and make it preferred, the best option to go with versus other choices. And this workshop is also for those of you if you want potential customers to see you as a credible voice they will want to listen to, even if you already have a catchy logo, words, and fancy graphics or a website. And more importantly, this program, this workshop, whatever word you want to use, is for those of you who want to make sure that any marketing you are planning to do is as effective as possible. From websites to social media to creating marketing funnels and putting out offers and doing any kind of online marketing, this workshop is going to show you how to connect the two so that your marketing can be as effective as possible. And this program is particularly for those of you who offer any kind of services. I'm talking about expertise, any kind of skill, talent, or ability. And so you're going to discover what you can do right now to outperform our class and outshine your competition. Is that of interest to you? Because I'm going to show you how to do it quickly and easily and affordably and painlessly because of the strength of your brand. Can I get an amen from somebody? So I need you to put your trays up, get into an upright position, and put your cell phone on airplane mode if you have to, because I'm going to share with you 6 proven big branding strategies for your 2021 conveyor belt. Are you ready? Let's get it going. Now, before I jump into the nitty-gritty of my program, because I put together something just for you, I want to just go over a few house cleaning rules, if I may. First, you have to listen carefully and attentively because everything I say is not going to be in a slide. So therefore, take plenty of notes. And I will do my best not to talk too fast because they do call me the brand evangelist. I'm known for preaching and teaching the gospel of branding. I know how I can get when I start getting too excited, but listen for some gems. Listen for some kernels. Listen for those things that I have to say that can create those aha moments, those light bulb moments, those epiphanies and revelations that can come from this type of presentation. Secondly, you should know that spontaneous applause and you showing your way of providing me any kind of appreciation or adoration or compliments is totally permissible by sending me an email or texting me if you get my phone number, right? So if you want to say I love you, Jerry, that's okay too. Oh. And thirdly, after the presentation, you should know that if for some reason you do want to get a hold of me, you can certainly connect with me by phone or by text. I love reaching out and talking to people. So we'll talk more about that later because like I said, this is all about the brand you. So the question now becomes, why big brand? Why was I invited here? For this particular moment, for this particular topic? Well, the main reason is that there are 3 major problems, 3 major challenges that are facing you as a small business owner today, especially because of what took place in 2020. And I don't care what age you are, what color you are, what sex you are. I don't care if you're married or single, what your story is, what your journey has been. I don't care what side of town you may be from. It does not matter. These three problems you are going to face if you have not already faced them already, because it comes along with being a small business owner. And the first problem is this: number one, getting lost in the crowd. I read recently that there are 1.7 billion websites on the World Wide Web. 1.7 billion. And countless social networks. And so what we're finding is that in the midst of this oversaturated global internet-based marketplace, write this down, standing out is getting harder than it's ever been before. And I would assert that unless you are standing out, you're blending in. And if you know anything about how that feels, it makes you feel invisible. And then on top of feeling invisible, false perceptions occur. Have you ever had the experience when you simply tell someone what kind of business you have or what it is that you do, they want to put you into a slot, a box, a pocket? They want to pigeonhole you and come up with these wacky conclusions about what it is that you do? That's like someone saying, for example, I'm a real estate agent. Oh, okay, I put you into the real estate pile. I'm a financial planner. Okay, I put you into the financial planning pile. I'm a life coach. Oh my goodness, another one of those. I put you into the life coaching pile. And the fact of the matter is that unless you brand yourself, somebody else will. And the way that someone brands you is probably not going to be the way that you want them to brand you. A lot of times I think that in the eyes of the consumer, we're just a bunch of cattle. What do we know about cattle? What do we know about cows? They all look alike, right? But if that rancher, for example, has a cow and that cow goes through a broken fence onto somebody else's property, he or she can go over to that other rancher and say, that is my cow because that's my brand. Sometimes I also feel that we're like this image here that you see on the screen, that we are members of a giant choir. And we're standing in this giant choir called our competition. And here you are. And you've got a great voice, meaning that you've got something great to offer the world as an owner, right? Particularly if you have a certain kind of expertise, a particular kind of skill, talent, or ability. And here you are saying, hey, notice me, listen to me, I can sing too. And you feel as if nobody's paying attention to you. And so one of the keys today, write this down, is to do what? Stand out, get noticed, and be remembered for offering something unique so you can be rewarded for your individuality. Can I get an amen on that one? But you got to stand out. You got to stand out. And that means having more than simply the visual stuff. I'll talk more about that in a minute. But the key thing is this: people prefer something mouth-watering. Nowadays, you cannot be in business and put something out that is perceived as being ordinary as opposed to extraordinary. because people prefer mouth-watering brands over something that's plain ordinary, particularly if it's any kind of product or service. I mean, think about it for a second. You can either put something out into the marketplace, write this down, the key word is perception, and if the perception is, ain't nothing special about you. And so if that perception occurs, then they see you as what? Plain vanilla. As opposed to something that's mouth-watering. So think about it for a second. If you were going to an ice cream shop, if you were going into a yogurt shop, do you want just plain vanilla, or would you rather have what you see on the right side of the screen? You want something that's got toppings on it, right? I mean, you want, hey, put on the chocolate sauce, the chocolate fudge, the whipped cream, put on a cherry. I want some nuts, right? You want toppings. And so therefore you have to do what? You must serve something up that people find irresistible. Does that make sense? You know, it's so funny. Not long ago, I had a craving for a hamburger. So I went to Five Guys Burgers and Fries. And so after I placed my order, as I was standing around waiting for my order to come up, I saw this sign that they had right there in the Five Guys restaurant that said 2 patties, gooey cheese, a heap of fresh toppings, and crispy bacon. Who wouldn't want that? As opposed to a plain hamburger. Am I talking to anybody but myself? And so you have to make that choice. You have to make the decision that you're not ordinary. Which then leads to problem number 2. And that is, there's no discernible difference between most companies, watch this, when you start going from website to website, person to person, business versus the competition. This is an image of a lingerie model who was born without legs. And she said, I know what my brand is, and my brand is that I'm sexy. I don't need legs to feel sexy. My question to you is, do you know what differentiates you from others? My friend, the simple truth is that today, people have expectations. We live in a world now, internet-based, as I shared earlier, that revolves around people not only preferring mouth-watering brands and doing business with folk who don't appear as ordinary like everybody else. They are now expecting you to not only meet their expectations, but perhaps to exceed them. And you know what's interesting about that word, expectation? Think about that for a second. As human beings, we all have expectations pretty much in many, many areas. If we flip a light switch, assuming the bulb hasn't burned out, we expect what? We expect the light to come on. If we hop on a plane, we expect to have that plane take us to our destination. We may not get there on time, but we do expect to land, am I right, at our destination. If we put a letter in a mailbox, we expect that letter to do what? To be delivered to who it is being sent to. And so the fact of the matter is that in branding, one of the core ingredients of having a mouth-watering, irresistible brand is to nail down the expectations that people have when it comes to your kind of business. And then your job is to go beyond them. Because make no mistake about it, consumers today know they have many choices. The internet has changed everything. Back in the day, think about it. Before the internet, your competition was who? Probably somebody within a 3 or 5 mile radius of where you lived or worked, right? That was your competition. But now your competition is what? Global. And consumers are very discerning. They're very savvy. We know that as consumers, if we're sitting at our keyboard, we can just go ahead and at the touch of our fingertips, we can check out anybody around the world. And so the expectation that your target audience has, we'll talk more about this later, is that they want to get something from you that's going to give them the kind of brand experience that is promising and positive. They want and expect a promising, positive brand experience. And so your job is to make sure they receive that from you. You know, I love this quote from Maya Angelou, who once said, I've learned that people will forget what you said, people will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel. How are you making your customers feel? How are you making people feel when they come across your website? How are you making people feel when they have any kind of interaction with you? How are you making them feel? What word would you use to describe that feeling when they have any kind of exposure to you? So one of the keys is to discover your it factor. That it factor, which is that key point of difference that separates you from the masses. Your it factor that will make you stand out in any crowded market. Your it factor, the value and beacon of light that you bring to the marketplace, to the world, that's inescapable and allows your light to shine brightly forever. Write this down. I must nail down my it factor for 2021. And let me tell you something. Your it factor goes beyond simply telling people what it is that you do, or simply telling people what it is that you offer. Because anybody can match or beat a resume. So don't let your resume, don't let your credentials be the thing that you feel is going to determine your it factor. And the third problem is that word that you see on the screen called indifference. Have some of you ever come across someone and you have an opportunity to talk to them about your business, you have an opportunity to talk about your services or the things that you do, and they look at you and they say things like, well, I'm already working with someone like you. Or, well, I've already talked to some people who do what you do. Or I kind of have my mind made up about who it is that I feel can give me what I'm looking for. And they literally cross their arms like the woman you see in this slide, where they basically are saying, my mind is made up and you can't change it. You ever come across that person? I mean, they're literally saying to you, I've got a company, I've got a person, I've got a vendor, I've got a whoever or a whatever that can give me what it is that I need. I don't need anybody like you. I'm fine. Now, the challenge there, first of all, don't be discouraged, because they just don't know any better, right? Because if your brand, watch this, is strategically put together and anchored and rooted in those things that will make your brand not only irresistible, but will make your brand as the brand of choice, because it is going to be looked upon and perceived as being as interesting and special and valuable as possible, and you are able to let them know that there are certain advantages that your brand provides, then not only do you have the opportunity for that person, that customer, to be separated from whoever or whatever, they can have a divorce. Can I get a witness? Am I right? And see, it's been shown in branding that one of the main reasons that will cause someone to switch from one service provider to another, to switch from one product to another, said another way, to switch brands, is when it's brought to their attention that there's a better alternative. And so you've got to go, what? An inch wide and a mile deep to put something out into the marketplace that not only goes beyond their expectations, it's something that they've never heard or seen before. Are you with me? And then on top of that, this whole thing called indifference is that everybody's busy. In a densely crowded, everybody's busy, short attention span world, it's getting more difficult to be noticed, remembered, and desired, which is a goal for any brand. Everybody's busy. Seems like everybody's on the go. What's that statistic? That the average time that someone spends when they land on a website, is it 15 seconds, 30 seconds or something? And if you don't hit it correct, and get that person want to sit up and take a look at what it is that you have, you've lost that person. You've lost and squandered that opportunity to get them engaged in what it is that you had to offer. So what's the reality? It's a struggle just getting people to stop and listen. How many of you have come across that situation when you find yourself simply asking a basic fundamental question such as, can you return my phone call? Am I asking too much for you to reply to my text? Am I putting you out of your way if I request that you put your name and email address in a form so that I can give you something for free that will bless you? Am I asking for too much? And it's frustrating. And it can hurt. Been there, done that, bought the t-shirt, the mug, and the DVD. Plus the baseball cap. I know that feeling. But here's the good news. The good news is the big brand yourself. The big news is to put something out into the marketplace that will stand out, that will get noticed, that will be remembered and desired. And so here's the whole thing about this program. You can decide what having a big brand means to you. For some of you, this is about you having a nice six-figure business. Maybe for some of you, this is about having $1 million brand, a multi-million-dollar brand, or perhaps a brand one day that can become a household name, which is called a super brand. I am not exaggerating here. This is not pie in the sky, because so many of the greatest, most successful brands on the planet were started by one person. Maybe two, maybe three, in a garage, in a kitchen, in a dormitory, in a house. But they realized that the key was to put something out into the marketplace that would make people sit up and take notice. But maybe for some of you, it's not about how much money you want to make, but it's more about the impact that you want to have. Maybe this is more for you, that you will now big brand yourself, big brand your business, whatever, in 2021 by creating your conveyor belt of customers coming your way, by putting something out into the marketplace that gives you what? More personal fulfillment, that gives you more satisfaction, that allows you to feel that the dreams that you had for going into business for yourself can indeed come true. So you decide what you want from big branding yourself this year, okay? You customize what I'm sharing with you in this program to fit whatever your goals may be around the idea of big branding yourself. But I tell you this, regardless if it's money driven, if it's more about personal fulfillment, whatever, you either go big or go home. Because in today's turbulent marketplace, you either go brand or you are bland. Like I said earlier, unless you're standing out, you're invisible. But here's the cool thing. Creating a big brand does not require a big budget. It's a system, it's a formula. And it's a formula that I created that I call the Big Brand Formula, which you see here on the screen, where I have combined the best in entrepreneurial branding with the thinking, the tactics, the strategies that are used in Fortune 1000 companies, the big branders, the big ballers and shot callers, right? And it all comes together so that you can have the kind of brand that you're looking for. And it starts off at the top of the pyramid, which means nailing down your purpose, and then what differentiates you, and niching yourself, and making sure that everything is rooted in what's called your brand DNA, and that you've got a secret sauce and a beloved experience, and then you wow your market through your message and through your brand promise, and have a clever slogan and a tagline plus the right image. So at the end of the day, you can excite, delight, and ignite your market, even if your budget is small. Because big branding is not a function of how much money you have or how much money you don't have. No, it's about outthinking your competition. When they go right, you go left. When they go up the street, you go up the avenue. When you can't go through the front door, you make a hole in the roof. Come on with me, somebody. Can I get an amen? Because to big brand yourself is to do what you've been called to do. Because you're making a decision right now to be the honey and not the fly. So let's get into it. You guys ready? Oh, all that was just to set up everything. Let's get into the teachings now. Strategy number 1. Have a brand, not just visuals. A brand is not just having a logo, nifty designs, colors, fancy graphics, words, visual elements. In other words, all the aesthetics. It's not about your videos, nice photography, blogs, business cards, banners, etc., and any other kind of what's called visual reference. Because like I said earlier, a brand is more about how it is strategically put together as opposed to how it's done visually. Said another way, a brand is more than a logo, it's an experience. Because people today, watch this, not only buy into things for satisfying their own needs and wants, they buy the experience you offer. In other words, they want to feel good about their purchase. So think about it. Let me talk to those of you who offer services. If your expertise, your skills, talents, and abilities is the what you offer, then your brand is the why they purchase. Does that make sense? And for those of you who have a hard time grasping that a brand is more than a logo, a brand is more than a website. A brand is more than what people can see, the window dressing, the photography, all the aesthetics, right, and all that stuff. Let's take Coke and Pepsi. I doubt if the Coca-Cola people prefer Coke because it's in a red can and the Pepsi people because it's in a blue can. It's what's inside the can that counts. So my question to you is, what's inside your can? Meaning you have to give people what? Write this down. A compelling reason to choose you over the competition. So a brand, in essence, is a promise. That's what a brand is. It's a pledge. A brand is a promise or a pledge of an undeniable positive customer experience. Now, notice the words that I'm using here. Undeniable and positive. Positive must always be there. However, you may prefer a different word than undeniable. That's your choice. You may say, Jerry, I want my brand to deliver an amazing experience, a fabulous experience, a remarkable experience. You decide what that experience is going to be like for your customer. Just make sure it's not a DMV experience. Do you get where I'm coming from here? Okay? Because you want that experience to make someone feel good as they are experiencing your brand. And so in the world of branding, your job is to find out what people want that you can help them get only through your big brand. Now, notice, please, the words in gold. What do people want that you can help them get through your big brand? And also notice what I have underlined. Only through. Said another way, you are not only giving people what it is that they are looking for and want and perhaps even need, they cannot get it anywhere else. That's the game. You must have, write this down, what's called a standalone brand. A one-of-a-kind brand, whereby the business you're in and what you are offering allows you to put something out into the world that they cannot find anywhere else. Now, let's put that theory, I should call it a theory, but let's take what I just said and let's put it to test. I'd like you to write down on a sheet of paper, what was the last brand you bought? Now, keep in mind the big picture here. The big picture is that there are over 2 million brands vying for our attention almost at any given moment. Because of this brand conscious world that we live in, people prefer to do business with a brand. That's the fact. So for you, you either put out services or you put out a brand. You either offer a product or you offer a brand. It's two different things. But in our world today, people prefer certain brands. So my question to you is, please write down, what was the last brand you bought? Just write down the brand name. You might say Apple, Starbucks. It might be a certain brand of automobile. It could be something that you bought on Amazon. Just write down whatever that brand name. And then the second question is, what was the reason you chose that brand? So you might say, Jerry, I chose that brand because I like the way it tastes, or I like the way it feels, or I like the way it looks. Are you with me? So just write down a brand name and why you bought that brand name. Okay? And the reason usually does revolve around what people can see, taste, touch, smell, or hear. There's something special about that brand that made you feel that was the brand that you wanted over other alternatives. I'm sure you would agree. Now, I'm going to make a bet with you. I bet that all of you who are watching this program, if I had the opportunity to interact with you, and if you were to share with me not only your brand names that you purchased, and along with the reasons that you chose that brand, I would assert that what you all have in common in terms of why you purchased that brand name is one word. Write this word down, please. And that word is because. You chose that brand. You bought that brand because, and then whatever your reason was. Does that make sense? And that reason, like I said, is around what people could see, taste, touch, smell, or hear, or whatever else. So what's my point? My point is that you must get people to choose you. The world's most successful brands, watch this, regardless of whether or not they are a product, a service, a nonprofit, a company, whatever. One of the main reasons why those companies and those brands are so successful is because they were able to give people a reason to choose them over the competition and other choices. Because their focus was to achieve what you see in the upper left-hand corner, and that is the word brand preference. It's always brand A over brand B. You know, it's so funny. I don't cook. Okay, I don't cook. Now, I recently took some online cooking lessons. That's a result of the pandemic, right? We're all in our homes, we're all in our apartments, whatever, right? And so we're looking for ways to not become these quarantine zombies that have us doing the same things pretty much every day with different people. So we do whatever we can to break the monotony. So I started taking cooking lessons online. And the reason why I started taking cooking lessons is because I have become a takeout and delivery guru. I mean, I am about takeout and delivery. I don't have anybody cooking for me, so, what the heck? And when I want to have something delivered, look at the slide, I prefer Grubhub. That's typically who I use. There's nothing wrong with Uber Eats. There's nothing wrong with DoorDash. I just prefer Grubhub. Now, you may have some people out there, going back to what I said earlier, some people prefer Coke, some people prefer Pepsi. That's okay. Some people prefer Nike, some people prefer Adidas. That's okay. Before the pandemic, whenever I had to do rideshare, I used Lyft. I prefer Lyft. There's nothing wrong with Uber. I'm just a Lyft guy. So you, write this down, must give people a reason to choose you as opposed to other choices. Some people prefer to go in the Subway versus a regular sandwich shop. A person may say, I'm going to go to Starbucks as opposed to 7-Eleven. 7-Eleven's got great coffee. Doesn't have the Starbucks experience, right? But it's got great coffee. So when you start to think about it, in this brand conscious, brand driven society and world that we live in, it's all about the brand and nothing but the brand. And it occurs at a very subconscious level where we don't even think about it. If we go into a supermarket, for example, and we grab a shopping cart, and let's say we're looking for a laundry detergent and we want to get the brand that's going to get out ground in dirt, many people will do what? They'll choose Tide. Because the Tide brand is not about soap detergent. Laundry detergent. The Tide brand is selling what? Tougher than dirt. And so we associate tougher than dirt with the Tide name. My question to each of you is, what are you presently associating with your brand name? Are you simply putting out on your website or your communication platforms that you have services to offer, or you do this and you do that? That's not compelling. Remember, it's about what's inside your can. And the second strategy is to follow the proper sequence, which I call the golden triangle. So right now, please draw a triangle on a sheet of paper. And at the top of the triangle, please write the word brand. Lower left-hand corner, write the word market. And the lower right-hand corner, the word sell. And what that refers to is the fact that you don't put the cart before the horse. Because whenever you're looking to scale up or level up or have more impact, you must brand, then market, and then sell. It's always branding, followed by marketing, followed by selling. They're like a three-legged stool. All three legs have to be in place. If one leg is wobbly, if one leg is missing, you're in trouble. But it also suggests that one leg is not more important than the other. Branding is certainly not more important than marketing. And marketing is not more important than selling. And selling is not more important than branding. They're equally important. However, the three have to be integrated, properly working together to have the kind of impact that you want to have in the marketplace. Are you with me? And the job of branding is to differentiate you. The job of marketing is to get people to pay attention to that difference and desire that difference. And the job of selling is to go ahead and do what? Pay for it. So a branding is about you differentiating yourself, saying to the world and saying to the marketplace or saying to the community, whoever or whatever your target audience is, you are saying, I've got something that matters to you. I've got something that is going to give you exactly what you're looking for. And then the job of marketing is to get that person to pay attention to you, to notice that difference, to see that you've got something interesting and appealing to them. And then the job of selling is to get people to pay for that difference. Let me break it down this way. I gotta go on back to Detroit on this one. Let me break it down this way. Branding will get you known. Marketing will get you found, and selling will get you paid. Amen? Because at the end of the day, it's about getting known getting found and getting paid. All of us are in business to be seen, be heard, and to make money. It's all about the brand, followed by the marketing, followed by the selling, which means you nail down your brand first, and then you market and sell the heck out of your brand. It's that simple. So you don't put the cart before the horse. You don't think about how can you close more sales. You don't think yet about, well, should I be doing social media or setting up marketing funnels and on and on and on until you nail down what your brand is. So your goal must be to give your brand the strongest body, voice, and spirit possible. And then you bring it over to your marketing so that what? So that that brand can be brought to life creatively by coming up with the best way to express the uniqueness of your brand visually. And then as you are developing your marketing, you are also creating how you are going to monetize your brand. Should you create courses? Should you offer programs? Should you do this? Should you do that? And then the job of selling is to go out there, shake the bushes, get the leads or conversions, and make the money. And so if you are engaged in strategic branding and not visual branding, as you are in the process of giving your brand the strongest body, voice, and spirit, you are giving your brand its soul, S-O-U-L. And if that soul is communicated properly through your marketing and you hit the right branding chords, then the rhythm of your brand will dance in harmony to the beat of your market, which will then in turn spark lucrative competitive separation and ignite sustainable business growth. Can you say and write down right now, ka-ching, ka-ching, ka-ching? And that, my friend, is how you scale up and make more money than you ever imagined. Can I get a high five from somebody today? And so if you think about it, if all you do is tell people what it is that you do, if all you do is on a website or whatever that communication platform may be, if all you do is show your courses and your programs, this, that, and the other, and that's how you are presently defining who you are, then brand preference is not going to happen. You have to give people a valid reason to choose you over the competition, as I said. See, in the big picture of branding, there's 3 basic levels, okay? Level 1 is called strategic branding. That's making sure that your brand architecture is in place. That's what I'm teaching you here today, okay? That's making sure that all the key strategic branding components have been brought together so that you can have the strongest, most solid, multi-layered brand foundation that you can build out from. And then once that work is done and you have a solid foundation, then you go to level 2, which is the visual branding. So now you are expressing the uniqueness of your brand, like I just said a few minutes ago, visually through websites, social media, videos, and on and on and on. Design work gets done. You may want to create some publicity for your brand, put together a PR campaign. You may want to do a podcast, a radio program, a TV show, who knows? But all of that gets created in level 2. And then you go to level 3, which has emerged in recent years, and that's called social media branding. But you start at level 1, and then you go to level 2, and then you go to level 3. You don't jump start and go straight to level 3 because you're not ready yet. Okay? And I cannot tell you how many people I have seen who put the tile down before the cabinets are up. So part of what I'm doing here with you in this workshop, in this level 1 strategic foundation brand architecture workshop that I am teaching you here today, is I am making you eat your vegetables. Okay? That's what I do. I had this sister came up to me once. I was speaking at a conference and she goes, "Oh, I get what you do. You do the upfront thinking. You let other people do the decorating." I go, "You got it." I said, "Great brands are created in the trenches. That's what I do." And she goes, I appreciate that. I said, "Yeah." I said, "Sometimes I got to go in there and tear it down and help build it back up." She says, "I really admire your expertise because that's something that people are looking for." All right. Let's go on to strategy number 3. Claim your space. I think that before COVID and the pandemic, I think that, in my opinion, if you had some kind of value to provide or to promote, that's really all you needed to convey. In fact, I would assert that you could count on getting seen, being heard, generating leads and conversions that resulted in making money by focusing on, let's say, social media and doing some online marketing and doing both of that the right way. I really do believe that. If you could just nail down what your value was and then put it out there the right way. In fact, if your primary aim was to get yourself noticed online for all the right reasons, make yourself credible, and attract new clients through social media, you could expect certain opportunities to present themselves. Now, don't get me wrong. I believe in the power of social media. I believe in the power of smart online marketing. Because to get ahead in any company, particularly in today's times, you have to harness the power of social media in online marketing. But in order for you to have the strongest brand possible in 2021, that will get a conveyor belt of customers coming your way, it's not only important to do all the things that I shared with you already, you must position yourself as being what? Preeminent in your industry. You must position yourself as being looked upon as not only world-class, I'll use other words, panache, top shelf, second to none. People have to see you as being a cut above others that they could choose over you. Said another way, you need to get people to see you as a leader in your space. You have to get people to see you as an authority, an expert, the best of the best, because leaders show up when the tough roads begin. And leaders are those of you who decide first to transform yourself into an exceptional brand that shouts distinction, commitment, and passion. Which means that you are now making the strategic branding decision to differentiate yourself. Why? Because in the past, before social media and 1.7 billion websites, you could be obscure yet secure. But now the game has changed. And so the choice is up to you. You either make a choice and have an intention to thrive, prosper, flourish, and accelerate results in 2021 with a highly differentiated, world-class panache best-in-class brand or risk just getting by. So the decision that you also have to make right now is to move from not enough to more than enough. You have to make a decision that you are going to move from perhaps living in a space of scarcity to a place of overflow. It may be time for some of you all to go out into the world and make your name worth something, so that you can hand down a legacy to your children and your children's children. Because in the absence of making a name for yourself so that you can stand out, get noticed, and be remembered for offering something unique, so that you can then be rewarded for your individuality, in the absence of that, you will then restrict yourself to being an off-the-shelf, one-size-fits-all, carbon copy, cookie cutter, whatever. And in the midst of that, when people come across you, it's like this slide. They're going to be confused because they don't know why they should do business with you. And so you have to grasp that a well-received brand that will result in strong growth requires certain things. You either surrender to the process, the system, or seize control over it. Because like I said earlier, unless you brand yourself, somebody else will. And so the whole thing here is to know that for you, let's say you have a day job. Okay? Let's say there's some of you and you have your business on the side. And your dream is to go into business for yourself. So you want your part-time hustle to become your full-time hustle, as they say. Or maybe there's some of you right now, and you have an idea. You have a concept, or maybe you have an invention, and you want to get that turned into a brand in this brand-conscious world that we live in. Or maybe there's some of you where you feel that your brand is not doing what it is that you need it to do. You feel that your brand is stale or stuck or stalled, or that it's in some kind of slump. Or maybe there's some of you who feels that your brand could be stronger. That's called rebranding, which means that you are what? Re-engineering, reimagining, retooling, revamping. You decided right now that you're going to breathe new life into your brand so that it can have the greatest impact possible in 2021. So in any of those situations, read this slide. It requires more than simply listing services, showing stuff that you sell, or having a few bullet points of what you do. It does require careful planning. It does require in-depth thinking. And most of all, it requires, as I said earlier, positioning your brand as a certain something special that will reach, engage, and close more customers. And so the big question that you must be asking yourself is, how do you go about differentiating yourself? How do you get others to see you as being distinct? That you're not like everybody else? Because in order for your God to get a blessing to you, he's got to be able to bless others through you. But the only way he can bless others through you is if nobody else looks like you or sounds like you. Can I get an amen from somebody? Because you may live in the world, but you're not of the world. And how dare you present yourself like anybody else? You are here for a reason. And so whatever your situation is, whatever your struggles or challenges may be right now, know that tomorrow can be better than yesterday. What's coming can be better than what's been. Know in your heart of hearts that what's coming will be far greater and far better than what's behind you. because you were born to be on the top and not the bottom. You were born to be the head and not the tail. So don't be afraid to be different. I think for so many of us, we are swimming in the shallow end of the pool. And it may be time for some of you right now, as you're listening to my voice, it's time for you to go to the deep end of the pool. It's time for you to climb out on the skinny branches and go out on the thin ice, knowing though that your God will equip you of who you need to be, connected to the resources and the people to support you in getting you to the promised land. There are billions of people on the planet. There's lots of competitors. Not one of them has your fingerprints. There's only one you. And that makes you perpetually valuable, rare, and special. Write this down and say it out loud. I am designer made. There's nothing about me that would even suggest that what I have to offer is like finding clothes on a clothing rack. I am designer made. You're not like anybody else. And so your primary aim, my brother, my sister, is to deviate and not conform. You must go against the flow, go against the norm, not try to fit in, be distinct, or risk being extinct by being willing to paint outside the lines, go outside the 9 dots, by clarifying and communicating what makes you different and special, and using those special qualities that you possess to separate yourself from your peers to gain the unlimited opportunities you deserve while producing the results that you're going to be paid to produce, or to produce, because you are designer made. So you must innovate and not imitate. It requires that you be consumed by the pursuit of mastery of a skill, and to be so good at what you do and meticulous about it that you become invaluable. You see, I've learned in my 30 plus years of doing this work and having helped over 100,000 small businesses, like I said earlier, from over 600 different industries, what I have discovered is that opportunities are always there for those who possess 3 things: a craft, which is a marketable skill or expertise; distinction, which means that you will be memorable; and production, which means that you deliver. And that's always been the case. It always fascinates me when I look at the folks who are creating and putting out these brands that make them millionaires and multimillionaires within 1 or 2 years. And I say to myself, that is not reserved for certain people. That is not limited to a certain type of person. That can indeed be you as well. Now, don't get me wrong. Entrepreneurship, security vanishes if all you really focus on is making the money. Because one of the keys around what you see on the screen is to be purpose-driven and not money-driven, which means that you must connect your business to a higher calling than simply wanting to make money. It means that if you make it a point to wake up every morning doing what you are supposed to do and meant to do and want to do, you will find that not only will your passions and your level of enthusiasm carry you through the good times and the bad times. It will carry you through the flames and through the storms, knowing that at the other side, there is always hope and glory. You will discover that you will be able to put something out into the marketplace that not only allows you to do what you were born to do, but you can put something out into the marketplace that will be hard for the world to ignore, that can make your name unforgettable. Because at the end of the day, you've got to be able to say to people, what sets me apart from others is, or unlike others in my area of specialty, what I do different is, or what separates me from others who are in my field is, right? Are you with me? You must differentiate yourself, because on differentiation is where great brands thrive or die, is in how you differentiate yourself. You see, the branded leader is always on the move. The branded leader always has something important to say and knows how to say it. Because your goal must be to do what? Say the right things the right way to the right people. Am I right? And the branded leader always has something worth paying for and knows how to communicate that, because at the core of having a strong brand is having what? A strong brand message. So what I'm saying here is that people don't just buy brands. People don't buy products or services. People buy brands that will do certain things for them. In fact, I would assert that people prefer to do business with brands, and I say people, meaning the consumers in general or the buying public. They will regularly and loyally do business with and purchase certain brands that regularly do what? Give them allowances, I should say greater allowances, more opportunities, more access, because when you buy a brand, you know what you're going to get. Coke versus Pepsi, there's no mystery if you go into a McDonald's. You know exactly how everything's going to taste. And so from that perspective, the brand is what? A mark of trust. It's shorthand. It's a sifter. The brand is what separates the granules. It separates all the cattle on the ranch, because all the cattle looks the same. And so think about it. We buy Tide detergent because it's the best against dirt. If I were to ask you, if you want something to be delivered the next day, who are you going to use? FedEx or the post office? You're probably going to prefer FedEx. Why? Because it absolutely, positively will get there the next day on time. Because that's what you associate with FedEx. What do you associate with the post office? I hope it gets there. It might get there. I better cross my fingers and put a rabbit's foot in my back pocket. Shoot, I need to start sending up, burnt offerings to the Lord. And then we'll whip out our Visa card, our Visa credit card, because Visa is everywhere we want it to be. What's my point? My point is that if you go back to the three key characteristics that I mentioned earlier, craft, distinction, and production, when you are committed to your craft, your intention is to be incredibly good at something. And then you distinguish yourself, knowing that the only way your God can get a blessing to you is by blessing others through you, which means that it's time for some of you to not only go to the deep end of the pool, you need to go to the deep end of the pool and not worry about drowning. And so when you shift into producing by positioning your brand as being panache and top shelf, then you are going to do what you see on this screen, because this is all people want to know from you. Number one, can you solve a problem? I've got this painful, annoying, aggravating problem. Can you make it go away? Number two, can you give me a better outcome? This is what I've tried. This is what I'm presently doing. This is what I'm thinking of doing. This is what's been suggested to me that I do. If I do business with you, if I buy your brand, can you take me from where I am to where I want to be? What I want to hear from you are what are the advantages that you offer over everybody else? Please don't just tell me what your services are. Number three, can you perform a freaking miracle? What do I mean? I'm in a bad spot right now. Dire straits. I'm in a situation that is really hurting me and my family or my company and my team. Can you turn my situation around? Can you reverse this predicament I am in? Can you turn my midnight into day? Said another way, can you make the impossible possible for me? Can you bring forth a future for me that's not limited by my past? And if you can pull it off because of your strength, because of your almighty self, if you can pull something off on my behalf to tell me what the possibilities are that you can bring forth that I could never imagine. Or number four, can you provide me some kind of emotional payoff? I'm tired of feeling frustrated. I'm tired of feeling stressed out. I'm tired of feeling worried. What's the emotional payoff that I can receive if I do business with you? Let me digress here for a second. When I was working at P&G, I used to co-manage Cascade Detergent. That was my brand. And we created this TV commercial where we would have someone reach into a dishwasher and pull out a glass and hold it up to a light source and go, "Oh my God, spots. I can't put these glasses out. I got my mother coming over here in 15 minutes. I got company coming in 30 minutes. Oh my God, the sky is falling. The sky is falling. I've got spots on my glasses." Now, here is the deal. We determined that what drove the sales of Cascade Detergent was not so much about our brand promise, which was virtually spotless dishes, but you want to know what really drove the sales? Was telling people they did not have to feel embarrassed by how their dishes looked from coming out of the dishwasher. The research showed that what most consumers cared about was how their dishes looked from the standpoint of not feeling embarrassed. And so we created this whole branding campaign called No Embarrassing Moments. And it shot our sales through the roof. And so right now, I want you to think about what you see on this slide. Okay? Can you solve a problem for someone? Can you give them better outcomes? Can you perform a miracle? Is there some kind of emotional payoff that you provide? You tie a ribbon around it, name it, frame it, blab it, and grab it, be in it, and walk in it, and it spells what? Your undeniable benefit to your customer, which shows up as your sizzle. Because nowadays you must sell the sizzle and not the steak. You got to sell the bubbles and not the champagne. It's the whiff of the coffee, not the coffee, that drives the consumer to make a purchase. What are you willing to sell? So how do you figure this out? Ask yourself, when it comes to your ideal client, what's their biggest complaint? When it comes, think about this. When it comes to a company like yours, what are they sick and tired of putting up with? Excuse me, let me rephrase that. When it comes to a company like yours, to what you offer, to your ideal customer, to your ideal client. What are they sick and tired of putting up with? What's not working that they want to have work better? What would they like to change for their better? So that you can say that with your brand, they can get that from you and only from you. When I, going back to my P&G days, I used to work on ERA, E-R-A, liquid laundry detergent. And I used to work with this guy named Dean Butler, and Dean was the brand manager of Ivory Liquid. Now, I know this sounds crazy, and he worked in the cubicle behind me. And so we used to do a lot of work together. Ivory Liquid and ERA, right? So years later, and this was after I had left, the story goes that Dean took his wife to an optometrist because she had broken her glasses. And they asked the optometrist, when can the glasses be fixed? And the guy said, well, come back in about 10 days. And Dean goes, 10 days? What is she supposed to do in the meantime? Walk around blind or something? The guy goes, well, I'm sorry, but that's just the way it is. So Dean and his wife stormed out of the guy's office. He took the next year or so, analyzed that industry, quit his stellar strategic branding position in the brand management field at P&G, mortgaged his house, and started a small business called Lens Crafters with the promise of eyeglasses in an hour. Are you hearing me? Are you getting this? Find your opportunity. Where's the gap? Ask yourself, I wonder if I did something that the world had never heard or seen before. I wonder if people will gravitate towards what I have to offer. I wonder if. That's what Howard Schultz did. He went to Italy, looked at how Italians enjoyed drinking espresso in espresso bars, comes back to America, to his little coffee cafe that he had just purchased, and he goes, I wonder if I serve up espresso-based drinks and not call it coffee, but come up with words like espresso, and not only espresso, but cappuccino and frappuccino. And I can't have small, medium, and large. I got to have venti and grande. I wonder if people will buy my brand if I call it Starbucks. What is your I wonder if question going to be? Said another way, what's going to differentiate you from the rest of the crowd? My point here, and we're coming down the home stretch here, by the way, it's all about creating and delivering, write this down, unrivaled value. Because when you are in touch with your unrivaled value, not what you do, I don't care about your credentials, I don't care about your education, none of that matters. It's all about unrivaled value that conveys to the people in your target market that you can do it better than anyone else without you having to say you are better than anyone else. When you are able to do that, you project, write this down, what's called an aura, A-U-R-A, an aura of uniqueness that differentiates you, that distinguishes you, that creates a real and perceived advantage in the minds of others around what it is that you provide. And since branding is about, big branding, I should say, is about stimulating precise, meaningful perceptions about who you are, what you stand for, and what you can be counted on to deliver, you, of course, then want to project your best qualities by saying to your target audience that they can feel a certain way around what it is that you have to offer. So that in turn, you are now the honey and not the fly, because you are now doing what? You are getting people, write this down, pre-sold on you. They're pre-sold. Think about it. When we go online, or when we go into a supermarket, or we go into any kind of store and we grab our shopping carts and we just start going down these aisles and we start picking out brands, we grab those brands because of what? We're pre-sold on the brand. And we like the brand, believe in the brand, and we are loyal to the brand because we feel the brand provides a level of provides a level of unrivaled value unlike anybody else. The magic word is pre-sold. And so the question right now becomes, write this down, what do you want your name to be associated with? What do you want people to come to mind when people hear your brand name? Let me say that again. What do you want to come to mind when people hear your brand name? It has to be something positive, useful, and memorable. And it has to pivot around those things that set you apart, create value, and fill what's called an unmet want, because it spells benefit to your customers and more money in your bank account. So you tell your target audience what to think about you. You tell your target audience it's time to start forming certain beneficial perceptions and opinions about you. It's designed to tell people that you have an uncanny ability to pull something off, that you have an ability to deliver something that your peers are ignoring, and that you provide attention to details that make everything you do seem like a work of art. And the reason why I know you can do that is because if you're like me, you're black too, and you know that we stand at the top of the heap because of our culture. And so it's about finding your buzz in 2021. It's time for you to tap into your poetry. It's time for you to tap into your juice. I want you to write it down right now. I've got the juice. I've got the juice. I've got the juice, because you are distinguishing your brand by your defining characteristics, revolving around what's called your brand DNA. Because you are kings and queens. You are kings and queens. It's in your ancestry. And your brand DNA is like your thumbprint. It's something absolutely individually yours. And so the magic of big branding for any type of small business occurs when you are willing to promise and offer something that nobody else does, and communicate in a way that no one else does, and to show up like nobody else does, because that's who we be. That's how we flow. This is about now assuming your throne and claiming your space. So I'll give you some examples. The concept that I'm giving you here around how to put something out into the world that perhaps they haven't heard or seen before, as opposed to saying, here are my services, okay? And I always tell people that, certain brands are known for selling certain things. So I got a performance-based business coach to say, I help high-tech employees find in sales, feel value, and create a career they love. That's what he said, that's what I sell. I got a crisis planner to say, I remove the overwhelming worry that comes from being blindsided when the unexpected happens. That's what I sell. I got an intuition expert, life coach, and psychic to say, I help women tap into their inner essence to dump the stress and reawaken to the magic of life. A sales trainer to say, I provide a simple, systematic, and systemic process to grow sales in a create more value way, as opposed to I do sales training. A life coach to say, I create your self-image to be the masterpiece you are so you can step into the light side of life. Doesn't that sound a lot better than saying I'm a life coach or a parenting coach to say, I eliminate the everyday stress and pressure of being a client. And there are a few more on this slide as well. Makes you wonder, doesn't it? It makes you start to understand that people want to hear from you something they haven't heard before. Tied in with your I wonder if, you making sure that it's anchored in serving up something that's mouthwatering. Got a health coach to say I reverse pre-diabetes. Now imagine the impact that she's had by saying that, as opposed to I do health coaching. I talked earlier about asking yourself, what's the biggest complaint in your industry? Remember the Dean Butler story from P&G with lens crafters? What's one of the biggest complaints when it comes to working with web designers? Come on with me, somebody. It's they take too doggone long quite often. So I got this one to say, I get your website developed in 30 days. And then I got a guy to not just say life coach, but to say I'm a life optimization coach. I help people maintain their calm, cool, and avoid hysteria. See, this is the whole thing about what I call creating your anthem. Strategy number 4. Airbnb does not sell home rentals. They're in the business of selling belonging anywhere. Nike does not sell gear, athletic gear and merchandise. They sell belief. Going all the way back to Air Jordans. Think about that. The Air Jordan brand, which made Nike, was built around the idea that if you put on a pair of Air Jordans, you could be like Michael Jordan. And to this day, people will put on Nike sneakers, and these are not athletes, by the way, because they think that by wearing Nike, they'll perform better. DollarShaveClub.com guy said, we deliver high quality razors to your front door for a few bucks a month. Create the idea in his house. Sold the business for $5 billion in 5 years. What's going to be your anthem? See, I've learned that there are 3 levels that we can play at. I'm going to throw this in for free. There's me too, me special, and me only. When you're looked upon as a me too brand, you basically sound like everybody else. In the moment someone feels that they can get the same thing from you somewhere else, they have now labeled you as being generic. They have commoditized you. You are looked upon as just a slice in the loaf, a penguin in the flock, another sheep in the herd. And when that happens, you are forced to compete not only on price, but availability. You're looked upon as an imitator. When you think that you are special, this is those of you who will say to me, well, Jerry, no, I'm different. I go, really? Prove it to me. The main question I have is, are you relevant? Is what you are saying resonating with people? I'll know that by looking at your numbers. Because there have been a lot of great brands in the history of branding in America that started off as incredible rock star brands that lost their differentiation and their unrivaled value because they did not make themselves one of a kind. They became impersonators. And then they slowly died and went away, for the most part. Does the name MySpace ring a bell? Whoever thought Blockbuster would go out of business? AOL, still around. BlackBerry, Radio Shack. Look at the retail chains across America that have closed down in recent years because of the growth of one online brand called Amazon. But the level you want to play at, write this down, is me only. Where you can say my brand is the only humma that does humma. blew everybody right down, ka-ching, 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 because now you've made the strategic decision to be looked upon as an innovator and not an imitator. One time I had this adorable couple who came into one of my workshops, and I asked them, what do you do? And they said, we do marriage counseling. Now, listen, remember at the beginning, I said, just by people telling you what they do, we put them into a box, a slot, a pocket, right? And that's what I did with them. I was like, oh my God, marriage counseling. Can you get more Me Too than that? So make a long story short, I got them to instead say we're the only counselors that has a make, love, last system for married couples, most of the United States, who not only want their marriages to flourish, but for he or she to know that you are the only one for me. In an era where so many people wonder, is true love even possible for me? My point is this. For people to pay you what you're worth, my king, my queen, they must see you as the only one who does what you do. And for your personal brand or business brand or product brand, whatever, to pay off, you must differentiate yourself from everybody else who does what you do by getting people to see you as offering what? Greater value, said another way, unrivaled value. Denzel Washington once said, my brand works, not because of my talent, but because I'm willing to take some risks for the glory of God. Mother Teresa once said, I'm dedicated to service. I'm here to save, redeem, and restore souls, not to have my picture taken. And Walt Disney once said, all I've ever wanted to do was create magical moments that transported people to another place. And I gave it to them. So around this whole thing of finding that value, you being able to zip from having a 6-figure business to a 7-figure business, or 5 figures to 6 figures, or however you've decided to define how you're going to big brand yourself this year, is because of an emotional connection that you make to your brand. I mean, think about it. Think about the problems you solve. Think about how you make things easier or more rewarding for people. Think about how you prevent or help someone through a crisis. That's the kind of information that you need to form in what I call a statement of mastery. Your statement of mastery. My point is, I think that we can all aspire, achieve, and display something of value. And I think that the 2 burning questions that we've been wrestling with here in this workshop, and I want to acknowledge you and thank you for staying with me this long, because what I am teaching you here today is life-changing for you. You apply what I'm teaching you here, it will change the trajectory of not only your business and your bank account, but your life as well. And those 2 burning questions are, how am I different? And how can I stand for something important? See, I don't know you yet. I don't know what being different is for you. Maybe it means to realize that you probably have a lot more to offer than you think. Maybe at this point, it means you having more fuel in your tank than you think. Likewise, I don't know what standing for something important is for you. But I do know one thing, and that is you got to be willing to make a promise. One time I was looking for a bathroom cleaner. Went down to the store, came across one called Scrubbing Bubbles, and right on the back of the package, it said, we work hard so you don't have to. I said, that's the brand for me. I just want to go ahead and clean the thing. In a little commercial with the little scrubbing bubbles, right? So I wasn't buying a bathroom cleaner. I wasn't buying scrubbing bubbles. What I was buying was the promise that it will work so hard that I don't have to. Are you with me? No one's buying your services. Unless you want to put out services. If you put out a brand, you communicate in a different way. See, you guys remember when Time Warner, and you would ask Time Warner, when can you come out to do whatever it is that you needed them done to have done? And they would say, well, between sun up and sundown. And you're like, you got to be kidding me. And they finally had a revelation. Ooh, ah. They finally promised 1 hour arrival windows. And they'll tell you how long it would take so you don't have to wait all day before your appointment starts. They finally got it. Write this down, because in branding, you think like the consumer thinks. In branding, there's an old adage: you never create a new conversation. You enter into the conversation that's already inside of someone's head. And so LifeLog promises to detect, alert, and fix identity theft. Protect with the best. I got a landscape contractor to say, I promise to create a personal paradise in your own backyard. Missing the word yard there. As opposed to, well, I'll go ahead and install some plants and flowers and a nice little irrigation system. Anybody can say that. In the moment he says that, he's what? He's commoditized himself. He's forced to compete on price. In their industry, it's called bids, B-I-D-S. What's your bid? What's your bid? How much? How much? So when I got this guy to say, I don't do pink flamingos, I promise to turn your backyard into your own personal paradise. It will be like heaven on earth in your own backyard. And my design started $50,000. Got a real estate broker to instead say, I will list and sell your house. Got him to target women, which had been his natural market for some reason. And instead of saying that, he said, I will make you the queen of your castle. That brother has so many listings, he couldn't believe it. He said women would call him and say, excuse me, I want to be the queen of my castle. Tell me about what you do. And I got a financial planner to divorce women to say, I promise to get you on the road to independent financial growth. So when you start to think about it, there are probably some painful, annoying, aggravating problems that people are facing that you can help go away. Maybe you can help people get out of pain, avoid pain. Maybe you can help people have something occur in the moment that means the most to them. I call it about having what's called your saleable distinction. That thing that you can cash in on in the marketplace. Are you with me? So the question, as we go into this last strategy now, is what are you exceptionally, memorably, and inexplicably good at? That's not only worth marketing and promoting and getting people to pay for, but it will put you in rarefied air and establish your status as the elite brand you are. God does not call the qualified. He qualifies the called. See, my friend, I have discovered that every phone call, every Zoom call, every encounter is a chance for all of us to demonstrate our mastery. And so you must go to that area where you feel most capable of creating a true saleable distinction for yourself that will let your light shine for all to see. Ask yourself, when do you shine the brightest? When do you radiate? When do you sparkle? So that you can big brand your brilliance. The point is that when you can build massive value into your brand, people will in turn value your brand. So establish your elite status. And back it up with what's called your secret sauce. Early on in this presentation, when I put you to the test and asked you to name some of your favorite brands, I said, and then I asked you what was the reason for choosing those brands, and I said what you all had in common is one word called because. You chose that brand because. And so that's what you do here in strategy number 6. You nail down your because of statement. That special thing that you do or offer that will make your brand worth more and make you rich. In branding, it's called giving people permission to believe you. It's called giving people a reason to believe you. You see, most brands are purchased based on emotion backed by logic, justified by being rational. And this is the logical part here. Because when you are able to make that emotional connection that I mentioned earlier, which pretty much has been this entire presentation, wouldn't you say? Now you've got to give people a reason to believe you. And that's called your secret sauce. That thing that you do that will give you what I call in a class by itself superiority by being able to say that you have something that is superior and better than other choices. Because you will be compared to other alternatives. Make no mistake about it. It is about brand A versus brand B. So what is it that's going to be your secret sauce? That special thing that you do. If you offer services, it would be the way you deliver value in a way no one else can. Perhaps it's a system, a process, a method that allows you to do what you do that becomes the crowning jewel of your brand that you monetize and becomes your signature thing, your signature process, system, method, whatever word you prefer, rooted in your brand DNA that nobody can nullify. Nobody can duplicate, imitate, or negate it, because unless you have a twin, there's only one you. So this is where, in your strategic brand building process, you take all those shining qualities, all those defining characteristics that make you perpetually rare. The designer-made person that I alluded to earlier, where you look at your wisdom, what you've learned, what you've studied, what you know works and doesn't work, your perspectives, all the things that make up who you are, regardless of what your journey has been up to this point. If you don't realize it by now, you are on this call, watching this workshop because you were divinely instructed to connect with me. And I can say that because I'm very clear of the anointing on my life. And I know how God uses me. He always puts me in front of who he wants me to support, who he wants me to empower, assist, help, whatever that word may be. But I want you to have a miraculous 2021. And your secret sauce is very, very important. If you had a product, by the way, your secret sauce would be something that you could patent, that's physical, that's a part of your product, that helps your product do what you say it can do. However, if you're offering services, skills, talents, abilities, any kind of expertise, it is your system, your process, your method, okay? But all of it has what in common is proprietary. It's your intellectual property, so to speak. But it is that thing that you do that allows people to do what? Buy into believing that you can do what you say you can do. Because Muhammad Ali once said, it ain't bragging if you can back it up. Some of you remember back in the day with the Colonels. Remember that? He had something called the original secret recipe. Anybody remember what it was? Back when it was the magical blend of 11 herbs and spices. Chevron gasoline. Chevron says we use Techron, which allows your car to be happier because it's going to get better mileage. Now, why is that? Because all gasoline is the same, but they differentiate through what their additives, and Chevron has one called Techron. I don't know if you have Chevron where you are, but I do out here on the West Coast. One time I was looking at a TV commercial for Bounty paper towel, and they said, Bounty, the quicker picker-upper, let the spills begin. And I'm not kidding. On the commercial, they took a paper towel, split it open, and said, Bounty can absorb twice the liquid than any other paper towel because we have something called trap and lock technology. And I sat there and go, oh, okay, yeah. So what's my point? You've got to create and uncover your distinct voice around your version of trap and lock technology or your magical blending of 11 herbs and spices. That special thing that you do that nobody else can do. Are you getting this? This is how folk put out these incredible brands that make them a fortune. You can tell I have passion for what I do after 35 years. Amen. So let me just say this in closing. Please remember this. I want to leave you with a question. If you were to develop a bumper sticker that describes your brand, the essence of your brand, what would it say? Could it say impeccable character? Or maybe superior customer service? Or how about builder of teams, or crusader for productivity, or a healer of hurt? Whatever your bumper sticker says, it will make or break the marketing, promotions, and social media activities that you undertake in 2021. And let me leave you also with this. Wherever you are right now in life, let it be okay. Don't compare yourself to others. Don't get into a conversation with yourself or people who are important in your life around that whole thing that can drive you bananas, which is, how come at this stage in my life? How come after all I've sacrificed? How come after all I've been through, I don't have this and that? How come he or she seems to be doing better than me? How come he or she seems to have more from life? Don't compare, differentiate. You run your race, okay? Don't look left, don't look right, and by all means, don't look in the rearview mirror, because when we look in the rearview mirror at all the disappointments and bad breaks and setbacks and all that kind of stuff, that also is simply going to make us feel even more frustrated at times than need be. Instead, keep your eyes on the prize by looking forward. Look at the horizon, and also know that in whatever industry you are in, whatever your field of expertise or specialty may be, know that you can be number one in your specialty if you believe, even if there are giants already there. Do not be discouraged by that. And don't try to be David taking on Goliath. Said another way, Don't try to out-soup Campbell's, to out-connect Apple TV or Facebook, to out-flavor Wrigley's, to out-coach Tony Robbins, or try to out-cool Kool-Aid. Know that they are there for a reason, and that you have been given a blessing and a gift, and it may be time for you now to big brand yourself, to stop perhaps playing small and be the man or woman of God that you have been chosen to be. So just to kind of recap everything that we just went through, the 6 strategies for you to create your conveyor belt, which should be your first step for having 2021 be your breakthrough year, is number 1, which was strategy number 1, have a brand, not just the visuals. Number 2, follow the proper sequence, brand, market, sell. Number 3, claim your space. Number 4, create your anthem. Number 5, create your irresistible promise, which is your statement of mastery. And by the way, an example of a statement of mastery, some of you remember Domino's Pizza when they used to say, if the pizza's not there in 30 minutes, it's free. Remember that? People weren't paying for the taste of the pizza. What they were paying for is the pizza going to get there in 30 minutes. You see where I'm going with this? So can you imagine if you had some just totally out of the box creative brand promise that would just knock people's socks off? Well, if you did, number 6 will become pretty easy, which is for you to establish your status as being elite. So I thank you for your time. Bless you. I appreciate you. And I'll see you on the other side. This is Jerry Foster, the Brand Evangelist, signing off. Take care.
You know, Jewel, there's nothing like being behind the scenes. I love being in the green room. This time we've had like a fuchsia room. Is that what we got going on over there? That fuchsia, which is so cool, by
yes. You know, pink is my favorite color.
It is so freaking amazing. Look, do me a favor if you would. Those folks, they've got your bio. It's very extensive. They're reading how wonderful you are. But can you take a moment and just let them know, because they have one question, by the way. Who is Jewel Tankard? And more importantly, what are you even up to these days?
Well, what's good, everybody? Shay, thank you so much for having me on here. I appreciate you and Trevor. Y'all always reaching out, and we're always collabing and doing some pretty fun and cool stuff together that's impactful. So thank you for having me. So I'm a girl that loves Jesus, and I love to have fun. I'm married to an amazing man by the name of Ben Tankard. Woo woo! Shout out to my baby, jazz award-winning musician who's had a lot of success, and he's been an absolute ball to be married to. Actually, we're celebrating our 20th year anniversary. Woo! So that's really cool. So I'm excited about that. Then we have 5 amazing children. We have a beautiful blended family. We actually had a show on Bravo called Thicker Than Water, The Tankards, where we basically talked about blending the family together, like what we did to bring all those babies together. And, you know, we were very authentic about our challenges with that and differences of opinion and all of that. So it was pretty cool. And then, you know, pushing all of our children to just love God, be nice people and entrepreneurs. Now I have the Jewel Tankard Show on Impact Network that comes on every Saturday at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And that's about faith, family, and increase. And then also Chatter is on Fox Soul with me and Dr. Dee Freeman, Real Talk Kim, Monique Island Mosley, and Holly Carter, who just did her thing with the Clark Sisters movie on Lifetime. And so we're having a good time. I'm having fun and, you know, teaching people how to become wealthy pretty much and live their dreams.
You know, I love that. You know, we have a topic we're going to be discussing today. You can have it all, which is like, okay, I got to address the elephant in the room. I know we'll get a show going. Let me frame it like this. We had a call recently, Jewel, and there's a young lady that called in, and she said, it could have been a guy, but it was a woman, and said, hey, look, right now, Shay, I've got a lot going on. I'm now working from home full time, and that's been a challenge. I'm now a full-time wife at home. I'm now a full-time mom. I'm a full-time school teacher. Shay, I'm a full-time administrator because I turn in their homework. And in case you didn't understand it, Shay, I'm a full-time chef because I've cooked more now than ever before. And I'm up there starting and running a business as well. Jewel, you say you can have it all. Take a moment and talk to, and I don't want to say it's just women. I don't want to say that. I don't want to be biased, but talk to folks out there like, Joe, I got a lot going on right now. And you're still telling me I can have it all and create this financial wealth. Why do you still believe that, Joel?
Yeah, Shay, that's such a good question. First of all, I think the way we have it all is not trying to do it all. You know what I mean? Like, this is why I want everybody to be wealthy, because I want people to be able to hire that housekeeper. Girl, get that private tutor. I know if I had small children right now, I promise you, one of my top 5 goals would be to get a private tutor in that house. But you can't get a private tutor if you don't have the money, right? And then also to get that cook where you don't have to cook all the meals, right? To get that housekeeper that'll help you clean that house. Like, I'm not trying to do labor jobs. I want to do things where I can create additional income. I can expand the dynasty, build the empire. And so 19 definitely thrusted. I don't even like to say the word, so I say 19. But 19 like thrusted the entire world into like a digital space. And so my goal is I want everybody to realize the way you're going to have it all is not because you're trying to do it all, that you need to, first of all, get all your coins together, get all the bags so that you can begin to hire your weakness.
You said hire your weakness, which is really important. Take a moment if you can. We're going to get into that because we're going to talk about creating wealth, creating money, creating their business. They may be curious. We're in the green room, right? So we get to ask any question we want. You're looking lovely, by the way, as always. Tell Ben you're looking fine as always, by the way. But they're probably curious when Jill gets up in the morning. Number one, what is Jewel Tankard grateful for? And number two, what are some power affirmations that maybe Jewel Tankard tells herself to get her going? And again, we're in the green room. Don't worry. We'll talk about wealth, ladies and gentlemen. She's going to back that thing up. You can have it all. I'm going to ask her 3 ways to create wealth. Don't worry. But right now, what are you grateful for when you think about gratitude? And number two, what are some affirmations you tell yourself just to keep going on a daily basis?
Oh, I'm so glad you asked, Shay. You're such a good interviewer. So first of all, this is my journal right here. And I actually just created this new journal called the Millionaire's Journal. 2021, the Millionaire's Journal. And basically on it, it's on the cover, a beautiful mansion, some cryptocurrencies on there, oil wells on there, and real estate is on there. And so basically what I do every day, we just literally got this in, but what I do every day, I haven't written in that yet. I'm finishing, I only have like a couple pages left. But every day I date it and I write out my goals. I write down that I'm beautiful, I'm smart, I'm vibrant, I'm youthful, I'm energetic, I'm excited, I'm alert, I'm discernful. The old and new money is coming to me every day and in every way. That God has blessed my marriage, my children, that is expanding my influence, expanding my territory, that I have a genius team in marketing and technology, and that I'm a detailed thinker, that I don't forget the details. I mean, when I tell you, I go through like every area of my life, spirit, soul, and body, right? And so because when you write down your goals, it actually like gets in your heart, right? You can say them out of your mouth, but there's something about grabbing this pen, honey, and writing that thing down, who you are and how you think. And literally, this is what I do every day. This is what I did this morning. So I started the morning off. We have 7 a.m. Central Standard and 8 a.m. Eastern Standard. We have a virtual prayer every single morning. Y'all follow me, Jewel Tankard, on Facebook and Instagram. But every Tuesday, there are other prayer leaders that do it. But every Tuesday, I'm praying in the morning. And then I write out my goals, and then I start my day with amazing people like you.
Wow, that's incredible. Look, for those folks that are out there watching now, like Sandra that's out there watching, Maria, good to see you. Beth, it is always a pleasure. Yeah, it's Jewel. Yes, she's live. Yes, we're here. This is the real deal, Holyfield, for those folks that are watching. We've got a show. When we come back, yes, you can have it all. Yes, you can create wealth. And yes, you can keep a marriage for 20 years. How in the world you do that? I don't know, but we'll be back in 5. Jewel, this is my favorite part. We got a show. 4, 3, 2, 1. We'll be right back, ladies. Promise I made to my mom. I only did this message for one person, and that's my mom. This is for you, Mom. Love you. My name is Shay Brown, the happy entrepreneur. Make it a great day, everyone. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, Shay Brown.
Mic check, mic check.
All I do is win, no matter what. Got money on my mind, I can never get enough. And every time I step up in the building, everybody hands go up.
Yes. Yeah.
And they stay there. And they stay there, and they stay there. Cause all I do is win.
Well, it's a great day. My name is Shay Brown, the happy entrepreneur, and welcome to the Happy Entrepreneur Show, the #1 business development and revenue focused late night show in the country where we're on a mission. And our mission is to empower. Our mission is to inspire. And our mission is to provide you, that's right, you, the entrepreneur, with all of the resources that are necessary to execute that big vision you have for the people you were called to serve. And I always say you have 3 visions, by the way. I believe first, you have a vision for yourself, like the clothes you want to wear, the organic food you can't wait to eat, the home that you want to live in for your family, and it takes resources, which means it takes money. We're going to talk to Joel Tankett about that. And then the second vision you have is you have a vision for your loved ones. I mean, the ones you care the most about, the kids you want to send to a school of your choice. I was with Mother Dear yesterday, took her to the doctor, 73 years old. She's doing just fine. And then we went and ordered a humidifier on Amazon. How many of you know she know how to order on Amazon really well, right on her phone, sitting right there. Whose credit card's on there, by the way? Nothing personal. Mother Dear, I know I love you. She's probably watching right now. One day you got to show me how to change that. It's been a while, okay? Many orders later. My point is, you want to write a check for someone you care about. It takes resources. Joel, we got to come back to you because that means it takes revenue. It takes some money. We're going to talk to you about that. And then the third vision I believe you have, don't worry, I'm going to have her break that thing down, is you have a vision for the people you were called to serve. So imagine, I'm going to use Noah in the Bible. Now, you don't have to be a believer, okay? But I happen to be a believer. You don't have to happen to be one. But imagine Noah in the Bible, and you're ready to get started. And God's giving you all the experience. He's giving you all the expertise, and you're ready. Like, you're ready to get going. Then right before you get going, there's a knock at the door. You're like, what's up? What's up? Yo, Noah, yo. Yeah, what's up? There are no hammers in the house. All right, cool. No hammers. I'm cool. Another knock. What's up? I might as well tell you, bro. We ain't got no nails either. No hammer, no nails. Rule number 1, I don't panic. Yo, back here, Noah, me. What's up? There's no wood and there's no people. Good luck on this mission. And maybe that's you right there. You don't have any revenue. There's no money. You got this big goal, but you're stuck. Welcome to the Happy Entrepreneur Show, because this morning, this evening, this afternoon, no matter what time it is, the one and only Jewel Tankett says you can have it all. What's up, Jewel? Welcome to the show.
Good. Thank you so much for having me again. Having fun on here. This is some good stuff.
Well, it's an honor and a privilege. Thank you. It's an honor and a privilege to treat and a treasure. You got Deborah Gardner. She's out there watching from Phoenix, Arizona. Betty Speaks is in the house. I see you. Sean C. Hudson said, what's up? Thanks a lot. We always appreciate you out there. Lucy says she's in here. So many folks. Daryl, I see you. Kelvin, my man. Look, I'm going to address the elephant in the room. Don't worry. We love to do this. Jewel, you can have it all. You're talking about wealth. Everyone knows they need money. What's holding people back from really creating the wealth they need in their life? Based on all your experience, can we just talk about that for a moment?
Yeah, I mean, it's probably a couple things, but I would probably say belief is definitely one. You got to believe that you deserve it, that it's there for you. There's no shortage of money on the earth, right? There's just a shortage of education or revelation. And I tell people no matter what they're called to, I don't care if you're called to maybe be a restaurant owner, a CEO, a janitor, a housewife, like I don't care what like line of business you're in, you need to educate yourself on money, right? Because money has patterns, it has rhythms. And if you can put yourself in a position to educate yourself on it, it'll start chasing you and you don't have to chase it. So no matter what you do in life, you need to educate yourself on money and you need to become an investor. See, most people go through their whole life living off the income, living off the income. I made this amount, I made this amount, and then you're living off of that. But ultimately, what you want to do is take that money and invest it so that eventually you can live off of the interest. So I'm all about helping people learn to live off of the interest. So that way, no matter what goes on in business, whether the restaurant's closed because of 19 or museums or whatever you own, you don't have to solely rely on the income for your lifestyle. You build your investment so that eventually the interest outruns your income. And literally everybody can get there, even if they just start with $20. The key is to pay yourself. Most people don't pay themselves. See, my wealth cycle is I pay tithe and offering, and then I pay myself. Then I pay bills. I'm second. I always pay myself. Most people don't pay themselves. Even if they're tithers, then after that, they pay all the bills, right? And they leave themselves last. Start paying yourself second out of everything you get.
You know, they're probably thinking, okay, Joel, that sounds great. You know, you talk about the rules of money, the new rules of money. You said there's a difference between how the rich think and how the poor think. And you're kind of framing the conversation right now. For those folks out there, no matter what level they are, there's some folks out there, Joel, they're doing really, really well. And they want to protect their assets, right? They already got financial security and moving towards financial independence and financial wealth, two different levels. But take a moment when you talk about those that are creating money and those that have, what's one of the philosophies of how folks think? You kind of started it just now because you said you got to do your thinking, but you talk about these rules of money. Take a moment and give us a difference between how those that don't have money think and those that do have money. Just give us one point, one idea.
Yeah, for sure. I think that, you think about movies that we grew up on, like Good Times. It wasn't that good about that. But subconsciously, if you keep seeing people struggle and they talk about good times, then you might start thinking that struggling is a part of it. Or you started hearing things like, as long as I got Jesus, I don't need nobody else. Like, that is not scriptural. Jesus wants you to have him and a whole lot more, right? Or if you songs, climbing up the rough side of the mountain, like all these songs and shows that had struggle infused in them. And so you watch that over the years and you start thinking people of color struggle. Everybody's going through. Everybody's living check to check. When you go into the grocery store, you can only get what you need, not what you want. So there's so much framework that we have to undo. We have to undo that framework and start saying, I can have not either or, but and also. I can have this and that. And sometimes people start to make you feel bad when you have overflow. And I remember I was moving my winter clothes for my summer. My team was here helping me. And one girl was kind of new and she was just like, oh my gosh, you got clothes everywhere. Almost as though I should have shame on me for having overflow. So you have to know that you deserve to live in overflow, that that God has ordained it for your life. You just have to believe that you receive it. So we have to definitely work on that framework. And when we identify areas of poverty that we're thinking, say, no, that's not correct. I can have that and that, not either or.
I love it how you said that, by the way. Jasmine Bridget is out there. Jasmine Paget said that's right. She's listening right now. She's tuned in. Joel, I know the whole world knows you, but there might be a small segment that don't, and they might be wondering, they're looking, they got your bio and saying, wait a minute, Shay. Okay, what does she know about having to start over? Or what does she know about the struggle? Like, what does she share to other folks that have to get it going? Look at her. This is great. Look at, she's got a show. She's got this. She's got home. She got this. Take a moment, if you would. It's almost an unfair question in the amount of time we have, but can you take a minute or two or maybe three and kind of frame a little bit of the backstory? So those folks out there listening, doing well, tune in. And those folks are like, Shay, what does she know? I'm just seeing this. Take a moment and kind of tell them a little bit about what you know and how you got to where you are now, please.
Yeah, for sure. So I grew up downtown Detroit, and my parents are actually the first African Americans to have a business downtown Detroit. They owned a chain of record stores called LaGreen's Records and Tapes. And so as a result of that, I did grow up having a pretty amazing lifestyle. I remember us having his and her Rolls Royce, his and her Mercedes. I had a Volvo at 16, housekeepers, cooks, drivers, private schools. It was all that I knew, growing up. And then at 19, we lost everything. And I was so devastated. My dad went into a serious depression. And living in Detroit, it gets really cold in the winter. And I remember this happened during the winter time. The heat got turned off, no hot water, groceries were scarce. And I was asking my mom a lot of questions like, Mom, did we have anything saved? Did we have anything invested? Did we not have anything paid off? Like literally all the cars repossessed within 6 months. And then we stayed in the house for about another year. And then eventually they foreclosed on the house and we had to move. And it was just a really hard time. And I remember being very disappointed and very angry with my mother because I felt like my dad was always a really good producer. And even today he is. But my mom naturally would have been a much better manager and investor, but she did not trust her instinct. And our answer for everything was, your father said this, your father wanted to do this, your father. And that's when I started to realize that my mom did not trust her own financial instinct. And so I started dating drug dealers, Shay, because that was my financial plan. I was like, okay, I'm gonna date this one, gonna help me pay for these utilities. This one gonna help me get some groceries. Honest to God, that was my mindset. Was when I went out on a date with a guy, I was like, okay, after dinner, I'm gonna be like, I need some money for this, that, and the third. And I had a group of girlfriends, and that's what we did. And it was fun, fast cars, yachts, all of that for a couple years. And then they started getting indicted and dying. And one that I was dating was a drug kingpin, and he got indicted for a double related murder. So he was in jail. Two other women he was dating went to jail with him. Thank God I never got caught up. He asked me to put my name in somebody's car because he sold cars. Is how he laundered money. And I was like, I'm not doing that. Thank God, right? Because I could have been caught up in that. But that was a real wake up call for me because I went from my daddy taking care of me to men taking care of me. And I remember one day Holy Spirit said, why can't you take care of yourself? And so that's where I ended up going to the University of Michigan, majoring on econ, studying money, and asked God to send me wealth mentors in real estate, gold, silver, and just overall business. And that's exactly what he did. And that's what really caused my passion in 19 to say, I'm never going to be in the situation that my mom is in. I'm never going to be in a situation where unless a man can pay my bills or, give me my dream life, I can't live it. I'm never going to be in this situation again.
Wow. For those folks that are listening, thanks for sharing. Do me a favor, hit the share button. One of the ways, what's up, Eric Heilig, man down in Orlando, Florida. Earl Washington, thanks for joining. So many of you tuning in right now. It's always a pleasure. Thank you so much. Do me a favor, all of you. Here's one of the ways that you can give Jewel a digital applause. And don't worry, I'm going to ask her about this whole concept of breaking fear to be able to invest, to be able to trust others with your money, to be able to do what others have done that you've been watching for many years. But maybe there's some I'm a little afraid of that. I think I'm going to just keep this under the mattress. Don't worry. I'm going to ask her that question. I'm going to ask her point blank why she does it. So do me a favor. Hit the share button first. Hit the watch party button. Pay this message forward right now. Do it now. Do it now. We believe in the giver's economy. The person that outgives the competition out-earns the competition. The person that outgives the competition out-earns the competition. And Jules, perfectly okay with you taking the link and sharing it forward to your network group, sharing it forward on your Facebook page, paying it forward right now. Do that now. Thank all of you who are doing it right now. You're rock stars. You're amazing. All of you are awesome. Thank you for blessing someone else. Jewel, take a moment and maybe you can frame it around fear. But, you talk about investing, you talk about wealth. Some folks might be thinking, well, how did she break through the idea that she's going to give her money and trust someone else to do what they're supposed to do to help it grow and help it multiply and help it grow? So can you take a moment just to kind of talk about that whole investing concept?
Yeah. So, I'm definitely all about self-education. And that's really what a lot of billionaires and multiple millionaires did in 2020. They were self-educating. They weren't binging on Netflix, right? They were educating, they were reading books, they were watching YouTube, they were collabing with other people in their wealth community and asking questions and getting curious because the world is changing. And so literally right now, I think we're at the first inning of the largest wealth transfer that the world has ever seen. And I'm definitely not for people giving their money to somebody else to manage it. I think that's kind of an antiquated ideal. I think that's what our parents and grandparents did, because you sat down with human resources with your 401k and you said, take out 10% of my check, because that's what you saw your friends doing. That's what they told you to do. Or maybe you sat down with an advisor from Edward Jones or Merrill Lynch or Smith Barney, which is cool, and you gave them your money and you said, where should I invest? And I still kind of have that traditional wealth advisor, but I work with them. I do a lot of the investing on my own. I buy my own cryptocurrency. I buy my own alternative cryptocurrencies. I buy my own stocks on E-Trade. I trade cryptocurrency on Hugo's Way, which is a broker, and I trade it on a platform called MetaTrader 4. So I pretty much put myself in a position, because I'm a part of a wealth community with wealth education, having wealth conversations, and now I'm educated and I actually make these purchases myself, usually on a daily basis or every other day, but definitely a couple times a week. That has allowed me to build a very strong multiple $1-million portfolio. And it was just because I was plugging into the education, Shay, and that's what everybody needs to do. And even if you have a very low risk tolerance, that's fine. I tell people start conservatively, but the key is to educate yourself and to start.
Educate yourself and start. Educate yourself and start. For those folks out there, Don Hacker says he's listening at work. He's in West Virginia. Thanks a lot, my man. We certainly appreciate it. Saccone Prince, who is in Alabama, says he's now shared it. Thank you so much. Jasmine says she shared it. Some of you writing you shared it. If you haven't hit the share button yet, hit the share button. Jules showed up for one reason only, and that is to serve. She didn't ask for a Cash App. Shh. She didn't ask for a Zelly payment. Shh. She just showed up. You can show up as well, and you can serve. Hit the share button. Hit the watch party button. Do that right now. Oh, you want to know what her big why is? That's a good question. I'm glad y'all are asking that. I mean, I'm thinking, you're thinking what I'm thinking right now. Like, she's all in and she's here serving Shay and she's here doing this. What's her big why? Why is she on this mission to educate and empower folks so they can have all the wealth they need and the resources to do what they want to do? What's her big why these days? Can't be another car. Can't be another house. I don't know. Jewel, what's your big why? Why are you out there on this whole wealth education kick right now? And you haven't for years. Like, this is who you are. Why?
Yeah. So, I've been broke before. I was married to somebody that was broke, and he said he wanted, this, that, and the third, but he just wanted to sit around, smoke weed, get high, and play video games. And so I just was like, I'm not going to be in this situation, and I think I kind of went from an extreme, because after dating the drug dealers, it was just like, I don't care. Just give me a man that loves me, which is, you should. Don't get me wrong, girl. But those core values are going to have to be in play. Otherwise, it's not going to work out so well. And so I just knew that I did not want to be broke. And I knew that I wanted to be able to be a blessing to my children, be a blessing to my community. Like, I love how you talk about with your mom, you taking care of your mom. It costs money to take care of your mama. It costs money to buy organic food. It costs money to not live in a neighborhood where you could possibly get shot. Like, all of that stuff costs money. And so I told God a long time ago, I said, Lord, when you make me wealthy, I'm gonna make sure that I never forget. I never forget where I came from, and I never forget to go and empower another little brown girl or brown guy and let him know that it's possible. There are going to be some things that you have to do. So my goal this year, 2021, is to raise up 1,000 millionaires. And I'm literally right now working with a team of about close to 10,000 people all over the world in 120 countries. And I'm teaching these people how to trade foreign currency, how to trade cryptocurrency, how to accumulate cryptocurrency. What the heck is cryptocurrency? How do you accumulate it as a digital asset? How we're going into a paperless society. In a minute, you're going to start seeing platforms that actually loan crypto, because people will be using that digital asset to buy things like homes and cars. They're already doing it now. And so educating people on the future of money, that's really what my goal is. And my why is because I'm tired of seeing our community behind the 8 ball economically. Now, even though we've had an emergence and it's like hot to be Black right now, it's hot to be a Black girl right now, and I love that. But when you start looking at the numbers in terms of how many multiple millionaires that we have as Black men and Black women in comparison to our counterparts, those numbers are still grossly small. Because this is what I realized. Just because you're famous on Instagram or Facebook or YouTube or The Real, it doesn't necessarily mean that that converts into actual liquidity or having an asset portfolio. And so I want to make sure that people actually get the real education, right? Because some people are going to be famous, some people nobody's going to know, but they're going to be like uber wealthy, right? So that's really my why. I want to see 1,000 people this year, and I love all races. Let me say that. I really, really do. But because I've seen us behind the 8 ball for so long, I'm really passionate about seeing people of color come into this digital space and kill it.
Come into the digital space and kill it. Speaking of coming to digital space, Mel Mack, welcome aboard. He's watching for the first time. Elzina is out there watching as well. Good to see you. Thanks so much, Joseph. Welcome, welcome, welcome. You're at the right place at the right time. You know, one of the questions that's on my mind, by the way, is this whole phrase you have is, you can have it all. And I know when I first met you several years ago, one of the things I admired about you most, I was in a serving capacity, which I try to be in. You didn't know who I was, but you treated me as if I was like the head honcho. And that meant so much to me walking out with you. And I was like, you know what, the first time I'd met you and didn't know all the details, but it said a lot. And so then when I heard, connected it to this idea that you had, other than treating everyone the same, which is amazing, you had this idea is that you can have it all. We want to know the backstory on that. To me, that's just as powerful as yes, we can. And you might not notice, but I held that close to me. And that's one of the mantras I tell myself, because I like that. I'm like, man. And then she even says with the Millionaires Club, go big, break through, go big. She don't say ask for something small. You have not because you ask not. She says go big. So my question to you, for those folks that are tuning in, it might be like me, might be wondering, what's the narrative on you can have it all? And why is that like her flagship? Why is that like something that she drives everywhere she goes?
Yeah, I think, you know, and again, I don't know just if this was growing up as a Black girl, you know, maybe other, you know, races can relate to this too, but I just felt like there was always like this scarcity. Like, oh, you know, like I said, either or you in the grocery store, put that back. You can't have that. Well, you know, we just getting what you need. You know, when you're shopping for clothes, you know, you can't have 10 pair of shoes. You can only have one. I recently took a family member shopping, and I said, well, let's go pick you some shoes out. So they picked out some shoes, and I was like, well, what else do you like? And then the second pair, and I was like, well, do you see anything else you like? And I think we ended up leaving there with like 7 pair of shoes, and they were just blown away. And I was like, you know, I just want you to know this should be your normal. Like, we serve a God of plurality, of multiplication. Like, there's no, like, you don't have to choose to just do one thing. We're all multiple. We're really all multiple dimensional. We're multiple dimensional. Like, I'm a mom, I'm a wife, I'm a CEO, I'm a pastor, I'm an investor, I'm a teacher, I'm an intercessor. Come on, somebody. So you don't have to just do one thing. You can do multiple things. You can be a film writer. You can be a playwright. You can literally do whatever it is that ultimately that I feel like God called you to do. Because if he called you to do it, he gave you supernatural enablement to do it. You have supernatural ability. You have an ability to flow in that particular grace because it's what you've been called to do. And so I just want people to know that they don't have to just have one home. The Bible talks about how we should own houses. There's like over 2,500 scriptures, just in case y'all didn't know, 2,500 scriptures on money in the Bible. Over 2,500. There's a scripture I was reading, 2 Chronicles chapter 24, I think verse 11. It talked about them going and getting large amounts of money. They emptied the chest, and they had to go back day after day to accumulate all that had been released to them. So there is no lack anywhere at all in the word of God. There are things that have been presented to us, welfare, Section 8, redlining, all those things put great limitations on us. So now we're at a time where we can push past every limit, and you literally can have whatever it is that you believe you can have. We have homes in several different states, like 4 different states. I'm a huge real estate investor in the city of Detroit. I'm going into the inner city, rehabbing those homes, and then putting solid tenants in them. So what am I saying? is that wealth should ultimately not just change your life, not just change your family's life, but change your community. I gave away 2 SUVs, the Jewel Tanker Foundation, this year to single moms, right? Because I want them to know that every limitation that has been put on them, whether it's from their family, their parents, a man, I don't care, a woman, I don't care, that they literally can break every barrier. There absolutely are no limits. And so every day you got to work on your mindset to remind yourself that there are only limits here. So if I work on this every day, if I work on personal development every day, eventually I'm going to become publicly what I admire because of what I practice privately. Sometimes people just want public success. I'm like, that's cool. If you want public success, get private success. That's how you do it.
I love it. Says so well. For those folks out there, hit the share button, hit the watch party button, pay this message forward to another little girl, a little boy, a big girl, big boy, someone that's out there right now that's an entrepreneur. Hit the share button right now. This is your moment. You can have it all. Do me a favor. Do me a favor. For those folks out there watching, Danny said he shared. Look right below the video. Look right below the video, and you can write those words. You can have it all. Hashtag Jewel Tanker. You can have it all. Hashtag Jewel Tanker. Now, this is not about just believing. She has a system. She has a process. She has a group that does this. You can have it all. And even if you don't believe it, tell yourself right now, Jewel Tanker holds the belief and Shay Brown holds the belief. We'll hold the belief for you. You can have it all. With that being said, Jewel, we're moving to a segment right now called Today is My January 1st. And for those folks that know what I'm about to do, today is my January 1st. You can look right below the video and write those words as well. Today is my January 1st. And for those folks that wanted, all the new folks, what in the LL Cool J is Shay talking about over there? Today is my January 1st represents one of those moments, those days on the calendar where you don't wait for January the 1st. You create a January 1st moment every time you make a decision. And it's probably about 1,000 decisions you make throughout the day. And any one of those decisions could change the trajectory of your life. You make a decision that you're going to work out. You can do that right now, can't you? Or you're going to sit back and binge watch and watch Netflix. That's a January 1st moment. You make a decision that you're going to eat, I don't know, hamburgers and French fries, a little salt, a little pepper, ketchup. My son's want hot sauce, a little hot sauce. Or you're going to go to the refrigerator. You're going to open it up. And inside there's some kale. I know that tastes good, doesn't it? There's some broccoli. Got to reach that. There's even some Brussels sprouts. That's a January 1st moment. So it's a do-over. It's a fresh start. You know, that past no longer equals the future. Jewel, when you hear those words, today is my January 1st, which is one of our core beliefs, what goes through your mind?
Yeah, I mean, I think we all have the ability to recommit every day. You have the ability to say, I'm getting ready to live my best life. You have the ability every day to say that today I'm going to be better, stronger, richer, wiser than I was yesterday. Like literally, we have that authority, but it's just a matter of releasing that authority, believing that we have that authority, using our mouth to determine our life. Your life is going to line up with what you believe and what you say. And so I try to make sure that if I believe something, that my mind, my mouth is in agreement, that I don't contradict what I'm believing. So if I'm believing for a really good life, if I'm believing for healing, whatever it is I'm believing for, all I have to do is work on my belief by writing it down every day, keeping it before my eyes, saying it out of my mouth, and eventually what are you going to do? You're going to manifest. You're not going to manifest just what you necessarily see, but you're going to manifest what you believe and what you say. And eventually your life just starts to line up with it. And, you know, I used to be tired all the time. I had to start believing for, I wanted a supernatural energy. And you know what? There's a strategy for everything that you want. So I started eating like you talked about, the kale, the probiotics, the vitamin C, the D, the zinc, the quercetin, right? I started getting infusions. I get infusions every month, Shay. My nurse comes over. She gives me the Myers cocktail. I do an oxygen infusion called hydrogen peroxide that kills all viruses right on contact. I do that every month. I get a 2-hour deep tissue every single month because I believe, first of all, that I deserve it. And I want to make sure that my self-care is on point. If you don't take care of yourself, you're not going to be able to take care of anybody else. And so sometimes we say, oh, I'm work. I want you to work. I work about 10 to 15 hours on average a day, right? But I got my alkaline water right here. I happen to be fasting this week until 12 o'clock. But then when I do eat, I'm going to make healthy choices. So you just have to know that if you desire to be your best self, It's what you put in your mind every day, what you hear every day, and what you see every day, and then what you speak every day and what you write every day. I promise you, if you start doing that, your life is going to line up. I manifested our living for 17 years. She just moved out recently. And so now I'm about to manifest my next faithful live-in or housekeeper. As long as she's here 4 days a week, I don't care. I'm about to manifest that because I talk about it. I'm seeing it. I need it. I need the help. I've manifested my amazing genius team. I manifested my husband. When he saw me 20 years ago, he said, "You're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. You're supposed to be my wife." I manifested him. This beautiful mansion, 13,000 square foot mansion I'm sitting in right now in my office. I manifested this because it's what I saw. I manifested my G-Wagon paid off. I manifested my Range Rover paid off. I manifested the Denali paid off. I manifested the Mercedes Sprinter paid off. I manifested our children walking in their calling. And I'm still kind of working on that one. We working that out. We getting there. We getting there. They doing good. But my point is, you have the ability to manifest whatever you focus on. And so what you have to protect is your focus, because your life will go in the direction of where your focus is. So every day I'm intentional about what I'm focusing on, what I'm thinking about, and what I'm saying. Because I know eventually, whatever that is, good or bad, I'm going to manifest it.
Said so well. Dr. Sakisha Heilig is out there watching. She's tuned in. Brianna James, I think, out there in California is watching right now. SBC Hair Doctor said he's in the house as well. They're all tuned in. Every single one of you out there right now, do me a favor. Hit the share button. Like just pause if you haven't done anything else, because I'm going to ask you about this whole thing about being consistent in a moment. But you hit the share button. You hit the watch party button. You pay this message forward. Don't hold it to yourself. We believe in serve plus add value. Serve plus add value. Not even serving if you ain't had no value, right? So she's serving and she's adding value. So you hit the share button and you add value to someone else's life right now. You can do that with just a push of a button. Just a push of a button, you can do that. Jewel, you probably heard this phrase before, because there's truth inside of truisms, right? And the phrase is consistency is the key. Consistency is the key. Consistency is the key. And having said that, what do we all struggle with? Can I put two hands up, somebody? With consistency. So the question is, what does Jewel share with folks in order for them to be consistent? Because life is being on track and then off track, then on track and then off track. What's your secret to being consistent?
I think the key is to get the end goal. Get the end goal in mind. So I'll give you an example. When our precious live-in moved out, I was happy for her, but I was sad for myself. Nah, I was happy for her. But I was like, okay, so the end goal is to have this house look like a magazine cover every day. That's the end goal. So I've literally, and I'm still in this process, I've literally been on a hunt a couple times a week to find a housekeeper. So I've been using things like care.com. Y'all got some suggestions, I'm open. Because they do background checks and credit checks, so you don't have nobody crazy. And I've gone through 2 of those housekeepers, but they weren't consistent. They weren't consistent. Text them, don't call back, just not consistent. Like, what are you doing? I thought you wanted a job. I got another lady that'll be here Thursday. But I have to go through this process until it manifests. And so every day, and you know what, I forgot to write this down today too. Shoot, I didn't write about the housekeeper. Make myself a note when I get done. Write down housekeeper. I'm seriously. I'm gonna
write that one down. I like that. That's a good one. I like that.
Yeah, I'm writing down, God, I thank you for a detailed cleaner, minor-owned business, quiet. I'm not trying to have a friend. Come in here and do your work, and organize and pays attention to things that I don't pay attention to in this house, and can work 4 days a week from ideally like 10 to 5. I'm also needing to manifest my personal assistant. She done got so blessed. She still assists me, but she can't really personally assist me here in my house like she used to. She's grown and she's running my brand. Chief Operating Officer Camille Westmoreland, shout out. She's amazing. But now I need a personal assistant. So I have to manifest, and I'm writing that down too, because I didn't write that down this morning. So I'm gonna write down everything I'm looking for in a personal assistant. I want her to be vibrant. I want her to have great ideas. I want her to be an organizer, particularly in the digital space. I want her to be a thinker. I want her to be a futurist. She looks ahead. She doesn't just do what she's told. And with my housekeeper, I want her to be super clean. I want her to manage everything from my silverware to my towels to my washcloths. I want her to have ideas about how to compartmentalize different things in the house. I want her to know it's junk, and if it is, throw it out, because I'm not a pack rat. Like, I'm writing these attributes down, and I'm gonna manifest, and I'm gonna write down how much I'm gonna pay her. I'm gonna manifest that. I'm staying consistently on that until it manifests, because that is a big part of me scaling up and going to the next level. Remember, you cannot be afraid to hire a weakness. And sometimes you can say you can't afford to hire somebody, but everybody gets to a point that if you don't hire them, you don't grow. You don't hire them, you don't grow. So you just got to stay on it. So think about the end goal and then work backwards and say, every day I have to work on my goals. The day you get to a point where you're like, I'm not working on, and I'm not saying don't take a day off or whatever, but I'm saying for the most part, you need to be so purpose driven that it's not anything you have to be convinced to do. The end goal is so big. So if the end goal is a penthouse in New York, this is what I'm doing because I want this penthouse in New York, or I want to buy the house next door to me to move my parents in, or I need to now manifest my parents' housekeeper, or whatever it is. You get the end goal and then you drill down every single day. So nobody has to tell me, Jill, you're working 15 hours a day. I'm excited about working 15 hours a day because I want maximum productivity. I'm not interested in broken focus, and I'm not interested in non-productivity. I cannot stand non-productivity. So that helps me to be consistent.
I'm loving it. I'm loving it, Jill. Boy, I love it. I'm taking notes because I love the fact you keep weaving in there. You can have it all. You got to manifest it, and then you got to go put it to action. For those folks out there, do me a favor. Hit the share button. I know I keep saying it. Hit the share button. Hit the watch party button. I'm going to ask Jewel in a moment, I don't know if she's even taking on any clients right now. She has the Millionaires Club. She has a lot going on. So I'm going to ask her, for those folks that are ready not only to manifest it, not only to write it down, but people out there like Robert Tippie, who's now watching as well. Tashika Pennington, who's watching right now. Carol, who's watching right now. I see you, Allison, up there in New York. So nice. They named it twice. Question they might have is, what type of clients does Jewel's organization work with now? Because they're like, Shay, I need a support system. Shay, I need to be a part of something because I'm ready not only to manifest it, but to write the check. And how can they connect with you? So it's a two-part question. And for those folks that are listening, listen with two ears if you can. First, listen with the ear of, does this work for me? Is this something like me? Like, I'm not the type of client she's looking for. You listen with that ear. They're listening for the other ear as well of, okay, if not me, who can I share this message with that they're ready to manifest? Because she's going to share, number one, type of client she works with or looking for. And number two, how you can contact her, or her office. I don't know if she has something to give away. We're going to find out right now. Jewel, talk to him, please.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and I got to get ready to wrap after this. I always have so much fun with you. But you guys can get on jeweltankard.com. Everything is Jewel Tankard, Instagram, Snapchat, Reel, Twitter, Facebook, Jewel Tankard. And Millionaires Club basically is a club that I started to help the average everyday woman to learn how to trade foreign currency and cryptocurrency. And basically they learn how to do it on their cell phone, right? And we teach about how to invest in real estate, how to invest in oil, how to start accumulating gold and silver. You can set up an auto save program with that. And so I'm really excited. That club is open to anybody. We also have a getaway that's coming up the end of May, the millionairesexperience.com. I think that is, we'd love to have you there. We're going to have 2 days of laying out a wealth blueprint for basically the next 5 years. And so, the days of people used to think when people became wealthy, it would take them years to become a millionaire or years to be a multimillionaire. That's not the case. It literally can happen in a short amount of time. And so I want to thank you again so much, Shay, for having me on here today.
Thank you.
I always love it with you and having fun. And y'all hit me up on Jewel Tankard, and I appreciate you guys.
Thanks a lot, Jewel. We're out there. You guys rock. We're out here. God bless. We'll see you soon. Bye-bye. promise I made to my mom. I only did this message for one person, and that's my mom. This is for you, Mom. Love you. My name is Shay Brown, the happy entrepreneur. Make it a great day, everyone. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, Shay Brown.
Mic check, mic check.
All I do is win, no matter what. Got money on my mind, I can never get enough. And every time I step up in the building, everybody hands go up.
Yes. Yeah.
And they stay there, and they stay there, and they stay there. Cause all I do is win.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. God bless. Yo, I get to hang out with the one and only Susie Carter herself. This is like so cool. Look, Susie, you know, whenever you and I get to hang out, I like to ask you one of my favorite questions because you know what? You work with small business owners, you work with entrepreneurs, you work with speakers and digital marketers and folks that want to make a difference in the world. And I'm just curious, based on your experience, what's one of the biggest challenges that's facing entrepreneurs today on why they have inconsistent clients, why they're unable to scale their business, and why they're so slow sometimes to grow or to accelerate as fast as they want to? What's holding them back today? What's happening? What's happening?
Okay, this is gonna seem way too easy. Like my clients call me the money. Like I used to think I was strategy, and they're like, "No, Susie, you're the money." I'm like, "What do you mean I'm the money?" Like I know I find you money. They're like, "No, you're the profit coach." Because everywhere you look, you see money. So the biggest thing that entrepreneurs are not doing, and even now, right, in the new year, right, everybody sets their goals, but they start looking at like a vacation goal, or they're not really looking at their revenue goal. They're not planning that out. They're not looking at the detail. We spend more time figuring out what we're going to wear on our holiday versus how many units we're going to sell in certain programs. So the first thing I have to have you do, like no kidding, is we need to look at our fiscal responsibility. Everything in business, Che, you know this as much as I do. Everything boils down to a mathematical equation. Now, I didn't like math. I wasn't good at it. And what I found was that the more I got comfortable with looking at my numbers and seeing where I was profitable and seeing where I wasn't profitable and seeing what sold and what not sold, the easier business became. I became a money magnet. So when you don't spend the time in putting together your financial forecast, I find that people can do one or two things. They can manage the gross number or they can manage units. It's very rare that they can do both, right? So if I say, let's put a plan together to do $1 million, some of you will look at me like deer in a headlight, like, that's too much. But if I said, Che, just sell 10 of these things a month. That's all you have to do. Don't worry about anything else. Just 10 of these things a month. Right? I was just on a call with a client right before this saying, we just need 10 people and we can hit your $200,000. So don't look at 200,000, just look at your 10. Right? And she's like, why am I making this so hard? I'm like, because you're not looking at the simple doable thing that will get us to the bigger goal. You're just looking at this huge goal and feeling like it's a burden. I believe chain math and money is fun. Like nobody likes to do the math, but I love what money provides for me. Provides my lifestyle, provides for my children, provides for my community, provides for the difference that I can make in a world. Everything takes this monetary currency called money.
It takes money to do all of that. And for folks out there like Regina, who's watching right now, Dr. Sakisha Hollick, who's watching right now, Beth, what's going on, is watching right now. You have my permission. You can share this. I know this has popped up in one of the private groups, but it's okay. Sue's okay with you paying this message forward and sharing this with your network. It's okay to do this. And don't worry, I'm going to ask her right now. She's talking about all the stuff you got to do. What does she say to the seasoned entrepreneurs that are out there? Or some of them, Susie, are dualpreneurs. They're like, oh, I've got so much going on, Susie. You mean I got to stop? Like, you don't understand what's on my plate right now. And now you want me to stop and try to plan and figure something out? Take a moment and talk about and add that to what you were already discussing, that even if you're busy and you got a lot going on and you got the kids and you got clients and you're trying to update your website and you're doing a masterclass and you got a launch and you're doing this campaign and, oh, my gosh, you got a challenge. Susie, they're like, I'm already overwhelmed. Talk to them, Susie, why sometimes you got to slow down to speed up.
Well, you're overwhelmed doing the wrong things, right? You're spending dollar time on penny jobs. I want to stop the madness and put the brakes on and go, what's the highest income producing activity only I can do? Quit chasing pennies.
Let's look at what is the most profitable thing that you offer, not the easiest thing to sell. Again, today I was talking to a client. I'm on the phone every single day talking to clients, helping them build their financial dream. And so I'm talking to them like, quit trying to sell a $497 product. Let's go sell your $2,497 product, because that we can sell less of those to cover your overhead, less of those to create profit. Profit is planned for. Profit's not what's left over, right? So if you want to build a 6, 7, 8 figure, I want you to build a 7, 8 figure business. That's the $1 Million Club. The $1 Million Club, only 1.7% of small businesses hit that club because they just don't know what to do. We're all working hard, right? I want you to work smart, not just hard. I want you to work on the things that are going to bring us the highest revenue producing activity. So I work on those things and I hire out the other things because I have the cash flow coming in to allow me the freedom to not be spinning my wheels on an event, spinning my wheels on things that aren't going to give me the highest return on investment. And a lot of times we do that because we don't know what else to do. We're like, okay, I'm doing this. I'm busy, being busy, being busy. Well, being busy is standing in your way of profitability, standing in your way from financial possibility, right? It is created. I wasn't born this way. Nobody gave me the hookup. I grew up with 9 brothers and sisters: Bobby, Ronnie, Stevie, Terry, Joni, Shelley, Susie, Kelly, Debbie. There was 9 of us. What I knew about money was there wasn't any. Don't ask. So I had to figure out, how do I create wealth for myself? How does this work? We weren't taught that. And even today in entrepreneur school, they're not really looking at what are the activities that are going to bring us that return on investment. What I find most people are doing, Che, right now, especially in this market, it's loud, it's crowded, it's noisy. There's event after event after event. We're like, what event do I need to go to? How do I need to spend my time? Here's what I want to say. You want to spend the time investing in yourself. Benjamin Franklin said, take the coins from your purse, invest them in your mind, and your mind will fill your purse overflowing. So my education is vast. My education is huge. I don't know if you know this, Chav. I don't think I've ever shared this, but I have my PhD. I worked really hard for that. That's my public high school diploma.
I was waiting for the punchline.
My degree is this, like entrepreneurial training, because I am a creative. I'm sparkle, squirrel, rainbows, butterflies. And so I need to learn it tonight, implement it tomorrow. And so that's what we do, is like, let me show you how to make this fun, right? Once you understand that you're chasing sparkle, to go, no. I need you chase the thing that's going to pay you the most. Now, a lot of us are chasing fans, right? We've got this 5,000 fans in social media. I've got 100,000 people in my Instagram. I've got, 10,000 people on my YouTube. But fans are not buyers. Somebody write that down, put that in the chat. Fans are not buyers. Fans are people that love what you do. It feels good that they like us, but fans don't pay the rent. So I want to look at, if I want to do $1 million, how many qualified prospects do I need to be in front of to close the clients I need to? Now, listen, most people, the average person, will close 1 person for every 10 qualified leads. So if you have 20 leads, but none of them are qualified, you're not going to close anybody. That's where you're going, why am I'm out there working hard, I'm speaking, or I'm doing webinars, or I'm having sales calls, but I'm not closing people. You're talking to the wrong people. You're talking to people that might like you, but they don't have the money to buy what you need to buy. I learned this the hard way, Che. I think I was in the personal development savior business. I'm gonna save you. I'm gonna save your business. I could help you, trying to convince everyone, fix everyone. And then I realized, I need to pay my mortgage. I need to pay my daycare. I need to pay my lifestyle. And so forcing me to look at, where do I find the people that are qualified for my ideal client, right? 1, I got to love and adore you, and you got to love and adore me. Like, we got to have this synergy, because I'm going to be rolling up my sleeves, working in your business. 2, you got to be coachable. If you're not coachable, I ain't got time for it. I ain't got time to push you uphill. I don't have time to convince you why you deserve to have greatness, right? The third thing is, you have to have the financial well-being to pay for me. right? I'm so tired of trying to convince people or prove my value. I can make you a millionaire. I can teach you how to leverage. I can teach you how to scale, how to grow, how to explode, and how to sell, right? That's all strategy, right? It's not luck. It's not sprinkle fairy dust. It's all strategy. So I want to look at, for you and your business, let's get really clear. What's their demographic? Like, how much money do they make? What kind of car do they drive? Are they married? Are they single? Are they looking, right? Are they a dual income? Are they a single income? Have they been an entrepreneur for a long time? Are they in a corporate environment? Right? How much do they invest in their personal development and business development every single year? I wanted you to get in the nitty gritty so that when you are looking for your clients, you can clearly see them. Who is my client? Instead of trying to make everybody your client. If we're trying to make everybody our client, we're making nobody our client. So you got to be willing to let some people go so that we can support those that want to come to what we have to offer and support them. Right? So
you know, Susie, take a moment if you would and talk about the spirit of collaboration. One of the things I love to say is that collaboration crushes competition. And I know you collaborate with other folks to be part of the best folks that are out there. So for folks out there thinking that they've got to do it themselves, you know, what should they look for when they look for attending an event? What should they look for when they're looking at working with someone like yourself? You mentioned so many characteristics, and you're so open. You're such a giving person. For those folks out there, listen with new ears right now. Watch with new eyes. And she kind of says, look, she's talking about income producing activities, tip at the end of the day, top income producing activities. Now she's going to say, hey, look, were you looking at spending your time to learn, to grow? What type of things should you look for? And why should you be involved and slow down to be a part of those type of events? Because some people are still going to attend events out there, as you know, Susie.
I think events are great. I've met some of my best business partners by me being a student at an event. Right? I want to look at what's the skill set I need and then who's the best leader to follow, right? So choose your education wisely. And the second thing, when you're looking for collaboration, I built a multi-million-dollar business with partners, right? And it's been amazing revenue share for my partners. I come bearing gifts. I come bringing solutions. I come giving resources for their clients. So one, you have to have some really juicy case studies of what results you help your clients produce. So when I come, and let's say, for instance, for Che, I say, listen, I help my clients be multimillionaires. Here's Kathy Kidd. Here's Lisa Nichols. Here's John Asseroff, right? Here's Zena Andrews. I'm giving the names of some big players and then showing how I help them double, triple, quadruple their income. And then here's what I can do for your marketplace. It's not all about money, right? And I want to make sure my partners are in complement with what I'm doing, not competition with what I'm doing, right? So if any customer of Che's comes to me, then I say, I'm going to edify him. I'm going to acknowledge what he's doing and how he's playing. I need to make sure I know what that is so I don't poke holes in his bucket. There's so many people that are just looking for the hookup. Right. I remember working with Steve Harvey. We were teaching him how to sell from the stage. Right. So I want you to listen to the big partners that we have. So Steve Harvey, someone in the audience said, Steve, I want you to give me the hookup. Oh, he got so irritated. He said, I don't get the hookup. I worked hard for everything. I respect the people I work for. I'm not giving anybody anything. So that lesson I want you to look at is, what do you come bringing versus coming with your hand out asking, gimme, 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 gimme. And I got to tell you, for me, a revenue share is not enough. I want to make sure that you are a great fit for my community. Your ethics are there. Your integrity is there, right? You love serving your customers. That's my tribe. I have an amazing tribe. I have the best tribe on the planet. Hands down. We attract some badass individuals, right, who are up to playing a big financial game. That's just who our community is. So I want to bring people that will love and adore and respect. I know that sounds weird in business, right? But there is love and adoration and respect in our community. So anybody I invite in, I'm very protective, as you should be very protective with your community, right? Our three values are wealth. I believe wealth is our birthright. It's not for some of us. It's for all of us. If I can do it, you can do it. So wealth, integrity, and results oriented are our three values as an organization. What results do we help people produce? How do I help them build their wealth? And how do we do it with integrity? And I got to say, all money's not good money. We've all had that money that's not good money because we were hustling for the dollar, right? I'm a serial entrepreneur. I've built 10 businesses. So I know we do have to do that hustle muscle, but there's a way to do it that allows you to have your integrity, that allows you to keep your life purpose, and that allows you to create wealth for yourself and for your family.
You know, I love it how you have behind you power your profits. It's very important to you not just to be in business, but to also be able to grow the business so that you can have more meaning in the world, so you can make a bigger difference in the world. And that's super important. Take a moment, if you would, and talk about, you said it briefly, maybe 2 or 3 of the core competencies that every small business owner needs, and then walk us to what's coming down the pipeline for you, and what's kind of happening for you, but kind of share a little bit some of the core competencies. Like, you know what, Shay, if I'm a business owner out there, here's some core areas that I'd be looking at improving, and then maybe you can connect that to something you got going on.
Yeah. So this is one of my favorite quotes. 15% of our financial success is based on our technical ability. So that's our vocation. That's what we do. So in our community, we have a lot of doctors, and some of them are doctors of science. Some of them are physicians, medical doctors, holistic doctors. We have a lot of speakers, author, writers. We have manufacturers. We have landscape architects, right? I've got a plethora. Because 15% of anybody's financial success is their vocation that they do. The other 85% is my job. That's the sales. What's that strategy? The marketing, the operations, and the finance. I always start with finance because finance gives me the foundation of what I need to do in all other areas. What do I need to do? So what do I need to market so that I can close the number of sales I need, right? And then how are we going to track those sales? And then how are we going to maintain the projects that we're doing? So the 85%, I can make more money quicker by working on the business side than your vocation side, right? If you're a speaker, go learn from a speaker coach. I'm a great speaker, but that's not my genius, right? I want to teach my genius, which is the money, honey, and make it rain. So we have an amazing event. We only do it 3 times a year, and we invite the who's who in our community to lead and train. These are partners that are in complement with us, not competition with us. Listen how it's in my collaboration. Collaboration is everywhere. 80% of the content is taught by our students who have succeeded, who are badass business people in themselves. So we have a training. I teach a step-by-step module of how to build a 7-figure income, because there is a strategy. You can't just go, I'm going to make $1 million. There's strategy. And then looking at timing is everything and seeing the opportunity that's around you. Some of you are so busy being busy that you're looking down and you can't see the possibility. We're going to talk about leveraging joint venture relationships. I have Brendan Kane coming, who I had to twist his arm. I had to beg him to come. He doesn't do this very often, to come and speak. He wrote 1 million followers on Instagram. That man sells, Shay, 2,000 to 5,000 books a month, and that's his lead generator. Like, I want to sit at his feet. He works with me, and I hired him to help us with our book and our book campaign, but I can't wait to listen to the diamonds that he dropped. So we have a 3-day event packed with Now Money Now. This is called the Growth Explosion, right? So we have to do the Big Money Business Summit, and everyone is a different theme. Growth Explosion, client fulfillment, capturing leads, lead generation. This one's all about growth. How do I make money and take my business? We're all recovering from the COVID, right? We're all covering from, okay, we're not repeating last year. Now we all know how to work in this environment. Now let's monetize it and make it rain. So the Big Money Business Summit, we're doing it February 26th, 27th, and 28th. And again, I will say, I know Che will fight me on this. He's going to say he has the best community around, but I'm telling you, you need to come over here and meet my people. Because they are genius, love bugs, and action takers, right? They get stuff done in the world.
So Susie, I'm going to drop a special link in there that folks can go register and be a part of this, but they might have one question on their mind in the time we have. Number one, what's the number one reason they should be there? You mentioned a whole lot. And maybe it's one of those, but you're thinking, as an entrepreneur, if I had to grab one reason, say, you know what, Susie said be here because. How would you finish that sentence, and why?
Well, we need to be there because we're a bunch of unicorns dancing with horses, right? So we have to take our little unicorn off, right? And go, okay, I got to go be with the regular people. And so you're going to meet some amazing unicorns, and you can put your little corn back on and find a tribe that is inclusive, right? Entrepreneurship is lonely. It's hard. It's brutal. And sometimes people don't tell the truth, right? Oh, it's easy. Build $1 million business. I'm going to tell you the hard news, the bad news, and the good news, right? So I don't want to set you up for failure. I want to set you up for success. I want to pave the way of when you're building a multi-million-dollar company, here's what to expect. Because a lot of us went through this learning curve doing it wrong to get it right. Doing it wrong to get it right. So every instructor, every student, every team member that I have is authentic. They're truthful. They're sharing best practices that works in their business. You'll get to see a whole crowd of unicorns, right? Just like yourself. I can't tell you the value of finding people that are like-minded like you and then really leveraging those relationships to build on something next. I've created some of the best business partners out of events like this. And it's part of my goal as an event coordinator to go, how do I get everyone to meet everyone? How do I get everyone networking with everyone? Because that's half the fun of a live event. And we've all got stuck in our homes and our offices. And so we bring that same experience in a virtual event. I promise you, this will be the best virtual event you've been to. My clients have said it over and over. They're like, Susie, I've been on so many events, and this one, impactful, life-changing, and transformational. I'm just saying. That's what my clients say.
Life-changing, impactful, and what's the last one?
Transformational.
Transformational. You know, I'm posting a special link right there in the feed right now saying join us. Click the link. Now, it doesn't matter when you see this. If the link is working, go there, okay? If you click that link and it works and you can opt in, whether you do it down, there's a future one, it's right there. Go do it now. Now, go at least click on the link. Check it out. Follow all the details, but make a way to be there. Susie, as you come down the home stretch, can you share with folks, why do you do this? Because you really don't have to. I mean, you could be right now on the beach somewhere relaxing. You could be talking on a conference call saying hi to folks. But yet, you're still in the field. You got your sleeves rolled up. You're still in the trenches. You're right there with entrepreneurs, helping them scale, build, and grow. They may be curious, what's your big why? But as she get ready to say that, look right below the video. Look right below. Now, if you listen to the podcast, come on over to comebackchampionsummit.com, and you'll see right there, Brother Livy. I think it's, I had it up here a minute ago, Susie. I lost it. What's this? Just give them the regular site. Here it is. live.susiecarter.com/invitation1, or you can give them the regular site if you want as well, Susie. It's okay. live.susiecarter.com/invitation1 is what you posted in there. My number one question, Susie, is why do you do this? And as she's talking about this, everyone, this is why you need to be there. Yeah, you're going to make some money, and that'll be cool. And yeah, you're going to meet some cool folks, and that'll be cool. But I want you to hear from Susie's heart, but why she still does this when she doesn't have to.
I think my passion is I always felt like a ding dong when it came to business. I felt like I had to keep asking the questions. I felt like people didn't stop and really explain how to build a 7-figure business. It was theory and concept. We don't teach theory and concept. We teach the real deal. And I do it because I did it wrong. I did it because I'm a little seasoned. I'm a little more older than some people in our industry. And before this kind of technology, you had to know someone that knew someone, and it was hard. And so now with technology, I get to truly make an impact. My gift from God is my life. My gift back to God is what I do with my life. And my purpose is to help entrepreneurs build a life for themselves that is financially unrecognizable, that we break the pattern of poverty, we break the pattern of not enough, and we change not only our life, but our children's life and their children's children's life. Like, I've broken the poverty pattern in my family dynamic, and I want to help people do the same. And so when I look at 88% of small businesses aren't profitable, and they fail in the first 5 years, that's unacceptable on my watch. Because I've spent 30 years in business figuring out how to do it and putting it in a systemic way. Just like when we cook, you have a recipe, right? When you build something, you get the instructions out and you build it. Business is the same way. You've just never known the formula. And so I want to give you the formula so that you can completely change your reality and never have to work for the man again, whoever the man is, that you can work for the man or women you choose.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Susie. One of the things I enjoy about you, you have a heart to give. You have a heart to serve. I appreciate you stopping by and sharing this message with our community. I love what you're doing. Can't wait. Make sure you're over at the Big Money Summit. It will not only change your life, it will change the trajectory of your family, and it will help you change your community and leave a legacy for future generations to come. Tina Torres would kill me if I didn't mention she's out there saying hello, giving you all the biggest shout outs in the world. And so many of your fans out there are like, I love Susie. I love Susie. Okay, I'm feeling some love, but I know y'all love Susie, but I'm feeling some love, someone out there. I'm just hanging out. No, thanks a lot, Susie. Looking forward to connect with you. Looking forward to seeing you over the Big Money Summit. Keep doing what you're doing. Keep doing God's work, and we'll see you soon. God bless everyone. Bye-bye.
Hey everybody, Amy Walker here. I want to start off by giving a huge shout out to Shay for putting together this amazing event. He always does a world-class job with his events, and I am just always honored to be invited. And I'm going to jump right in right now because I got 30 minutes to totally rock your world and help you close more deals. So let me pull up my screen share and let's jump right in and get going. So today I am teaching you the 7 secrets to high ticket sales. We're going to help you close more deals and close at higher price points. If you have ever failed at closing deals at higher price points in the past, I want you to just let that go. You probably did not know all of this information, and you're going to be much more equipped by the time we get done. If you've ever been inconsistent with closing high ticket deals, I want you to put those fears to rest. If you've done it once, you can do it consistently. I also want to point out that all of the experts out there that are telling you that you just need to run more ads and build another funnel are not giving you the full picture. Oftentimes, the marketing companies are not really paying attention to if you're actually closing a lot of sales and if you're being profitable. What they're paying attention to is the cost per lead. And it takes more than that to establish a high selling, high converting sales system. So when you leave this session, you are going to be more confident in closing sales. There is really only one way to create consistent higher amounts of sales. You've got to sell more units and you've got to sell more high dollar, and that's really it. It's not a magic formula, but there is a formula for getting to that point, and that's what we're going to share today. So there's 3 things that you will be more confident in when we get off. Number 1 is how to put together and what's expected with a high ticket offer. Number 2, where are the 7 different places that you close the sale? We'll go over that. And number 3, we're going to show you how to handle the pressure and overcoming sales objections. So when you get off, you're going to have a lot more knowledge and insights and information in closing high ticket deals. I encourage you to take notes. I encourage you to eliminate distractions. And also, I love the fact that Shay has provided this platform for you to meet a lot of different entrepreneurs in a short period of time, because it's kind of like you get a taste test a bunch of different people and see what they're like and see if you resonate. And so I would love for this to be a first meeting, not a last meeting. And if any of you are feeling like, yeah, I really need some help with my sales, I encourage you to reach out and let's get connected. All right, let me tell you a little bit about me before we jump into our info. I am a client acquisition specialist. I help small business owners find the simplest, most cost-effective way to consistently acquire new clients. I built my coaching business to 6 figures my first year that we launched. My second year, we quadrupled sales and did over $440,000 in sales. And we have been steady and consistent ever since. I have helped thousands of small business owners across multiple different industries and across multiple different sales platforms in order to stabilize their sales and grow their sales. My work has been featured in Fast Company, in Huffington Post, in US News and World Report, and most recently in American Express. And this is my crew. So I am a mom to 5 boys. They range in age from 7 to 18. My husband and I run our company together. We live in a tiny town where we have, more cows than people, and we absolutely love our life and our business. And it did not start out this way. So when I was a brand new entrepreneur, I was actually terrible at sales, and I really struggled in business to the point where I remember we really had to downsize. And we were living in this 200-year-old farmhouse that had not just one, but 3 different colors of green shag carpet, because the owners in the 70s were too cheap to recarpet the whole house in the same color of green shag. So we had 3 different colors, and the wallpaper was falling off the walls, and below the wallpaper, there was not even any like drywall. It was just plaster from these 200-year-old walls. And so like chunks of plaster were falling down. It was not a nice place. We did not have stairs that were up to code. It was a farmhouse, so there was lots of mice, and it was not our finest moment. And here we had these 3 little boys, and I was expecting my 4th. And I'd been an entrepreneur for a while. And I remember in this moment thinking, all right, I got to make a choice. And the choice is either I have to figure this out once and for all, or I got to just be okay with where we're at and just learn to say I'm blessed. My family is healthy. They're happy. We love each other. And that's it. This is what life holds for me, and just be okay with it. And during that time, I actually went on a youth conference trip. I was a leader. We took a bunch of teenagers down to a reservoir, and we were sitting on the edge of the water and having this conversation with these kids about what is that thing that holds them back from being great? What's that mistake or that flaw that they're holding on to, or that fear that they're holding on to? Like, what is it? Identify it. And then we encourage the kids to write it on a rock and bury it in the ground and just leave it behind. And I remember as we're having this conversation, starting to feel in my heart, I was like, you know what? I need this. I need this as much as any kid out here. So I went and found a rock, and I wrote on that rock, living below my potential, and I buried it. And there was a lot of reasons why at that point in time I had been living below my potential, but one of them was really fear, and another one was lack of skills. And I just was so tired, and I was fed up with living below my potential. And I really did not like the idea of just settling for less. It kind of made me feel a little bit nauseous. So I buried that. I went home, and over the next year, we hit 6 figures in our business. I hit 6 figures as an entrepreneur for the first time ever. It was before I had started Amy Walker Consulting, but not long after. About another year after that, we were having baby boy number 5, and I was starting my own business. And a year after that, my husband and I were able to buy our dream house and move where we wanted to move. He was able to come home and work with me full-time in the business. And so that was really a turning point for me. And I share this story with you because I want to impress upon you that you do not have to live in fear or below your potential. You really don't. You can learn to sell. It is 100% a learnable skill for the vast majority of people. There are some people who do not have the ability to connect and converse with other people. And those are the only ones that I've seen that cannot learn how to sell. Everybody else, you can learn how to sell. I want you to understand as well that it is okay if you were not passionate about sales yesterday, but my hope is that you will leave this session together committed to them. I get it. We don't start our businesses because we dream of being a salesperson. We start our businesses because we want something more in life. And I also want you to understand that your dream life might be just right around the corner. Maybe right now you're in your own version of green shag carpet. And oh, I forgot to tell you as well, this was great too. Because the house was so old, the power was like rigged around the outside of the house, and you couldn't run the toaster and the microwave at the same time. And the kitchen had been built for somebody who was like 5'5". Like, it was so short. My husband couldn't even, he had to duck to fit in there. And we blew that power all the time. And like, it was just, you might be in that version of your life right now. And your dream life might be just right around the corner. But you will have to learn to sell in order to get this business to work for you. And so that is why I'm so committed to sharing with you these skills, because I know this was the start of my transition, and I want that for you as well. So here's what results can look like. This is not just something that only works for me. I want to share with you some client wins as well. So Christine is a mental health professional, and she was charging hourly rates and running insurance. And she shifted into high ticket sales. She was really nervous about how this would work because people are not used to paying in bulk for their mental health and wellness services. So when we made this transition, she closed $12,000 in 1 week with no insurance, no hassle, more committed clients, and she was absolutely thrilled. So even if you're in an industry where you're like, how's high ticket sales going to work for me? We're going to figure it out. So here's what we're covering in our session today: how to create a high value, high return offer that will sell in 2020 and be relevant right now today. We're going to cover how to structure your sales conversation so you get the yes. There are 7 different places that you close the sale. We're going to show you what they are today. And then we're going to talk about, you don't have to pressure anyone to buy, but that doesn't mean that there's no pressure. And you've got to know how to overcome sales objections and how to handle that pressure that kind of naturally comes up. So we're going to share that with you as well. Again, I encourage you to take notes, and I'm curious, let me know in the chat, what are you most excited to learn? All right, let's talk about secret number 1, how to create a high value, high return offer that sells in 2020. So some entrepreneurs, coaches, speakers, experts might be thinking, I don't understand how high ticket sales will work for me because the economy is slow and my clients are already struggling to afford my services. So I'm going to share a story with you about Carol, one of my clients. And she was kind of having similar thoughts earlier in 2020, like, okay, everybody's struggling right now, business is hard, how am I going to make this work? And what we did was we really focused on what is going to be a high value offer first, and then we match it with high price. So there are a lot of people out there, and you guys, this is one of my pet peeves, that are selling high ticket crap programs. And I'm frankly tired of it. I'm sure you've bought them in the past as well, where you paid a lot, but you got a little in return. It's frustrating, and we are not talking about that. That is not what I mean when I say high value, high ticket offer. So what I want you to understand is you're trying to structure your offer, and we'll come back to Carol's story here in a minute. It takes the same amount of effort to close a low price sale as it does a high price sale. I'm not even joking. It's the same amount of time to get the lead on the phone. It's the same amount of effort to acquire the lead. It takes the same length of time to have the sales conversation. It takes the same amount of time. So you might as well try to sell a high value offer. Also, we are not going to try to sell high ticket products to low ticket clients. There are some clients that need a low price point offer. Sell them a low price point offer, but do it as a downsell. Instead of going after low price point offers, go after high price point offers. And if they can't do it, have a downsell. It's a great way to go. Next, people want big results with the least amount of effort to get there. So right now, stacking your offers with tons of different deliverables in them is overwhelming, more so than it is valuable. So I have a client that I said, okay, we need to put together a $10,000 offer. And she came back to me with just this list of everything she's ever learned or done that she's going to put all together in one. I was like, oh gosh, that's overwhelming. Looks like so much work, looks like so much time. Let's simplify. What is the simplest way that we can get to the outcomes that your clients want? So creating more stuff doesn't mean high value. Creating more results means high value. So let's show you Carol's before and after. So when Carol first started, her positioning was that she teaches tech to non-tech savvy entrepreneurs. So she was bringing in, clients who wanted help setting up their autoresponder and figuring out how to just do basic things like, how do I set up my Facebook page? It wasn't real high value, high return, the work that she was doing for them. So the very first thing we did was we started off and I said, okay, so what kind of outcomes have you created for clients? And then she got excited because she had helped clients do 6-figure book launches. She had helped clients launch podcasts. She had helped clients run expert summits that generated 6 figures for them. And she had done all of these things where they created really clear, really great, valuable outcomes. So what we did was we changed her positioning for who she was offering to. We changed her pricing, and we created really clear outcomes. She put together a program, and her first month she sold it for $10,000. Her next month she did $15,000 in sales, and now she is just going strong. That was a big increase for her, and we were super excited about it. And here's what Carol had to say about the experience. Just wanted to let you know, if you don't already, that you are amazing. You totally changed my life with your instruction, belief in me, loving support, and kicking the butt when needed. It's not just the money, it's the ability that I now own to strategically think about how to generate the money. I totally love the podcast I'm doing now and never thought of it as a way to bring in consistent money other than sponsors. Wow. So when you get clear on what the value is and the outcomes that you can produce for your clients, that's when we have the high value, high ticket offer. I'm not just talking about slap a higher price point on your programs. I'm talking about how can you create the most results for your clients. That's what people want to buy today. They want to buy results. Okay, you might also be thinking, I don't understand how raising my prices is going to help me make more money when I'm already struggling to close at lower price points. If you can relate to that statement, just let me know in the chat, because I get it. I remember feeling that way. I was like, I can't close $100. Why am I going to close 1,000 or 10,000? Mind-boggling. So let's talk about this. So here's the truth. Your old offers might not be selling because they're focused on deliverables instead of results. It's something that's very common that I see. Another thing is your offer might be overwhelming or confusing. Maybe you've just thought, okay, I just need to add more stuff into the offer. It's not the right thing to do. You might also be selling the wrong offer for the client's needs. Like you're trying to sell to somebody who doesn't need what you have to offer. All of those things will affect your ability to convert. So take a look at each one and see which one it might be. The other truth bomb that I want to drop for you is that it takes the exact same amount of effort for me and my team to close a $1,000 product as it does a $10,000 product. Same amount of time. You guys, I have tracked this. The sales calls last the same amount of time. The number of follow-up calls we have to do is the exact same, because a $1,000 program is the same level of commitment to a $1,000 client as a $10,000 program is to a $10,000 client. But I cannot sell a $10,000 program to a $1,000 client. So when you up-level your outcome and you up-level what you can produce for them and you up-level that price, you also need to make sure that you're working on getting the leads that match that offer. And I hope that makes sense to you, because that's a critical piece to it. All right, secret number 2, how to structure your sales conversation so you can get to that yes. We are going to cover the 7 different places that you close the sale. So you might be thinking, because I hear this a lot, I'm just not a natural born salesperson. I don't want to do high pressure sales. Sales just aren't my thing. And if you can relate to that, just let me know in the chat box, because I used to say the same things. So there are 7 different places that you close the sale, and let's kind of go through each one of them. Number 1 is in the pre-frame. So this is before they get on the sales conversation. What do they know about you? What are you sending them? What resources? Is there a video? Is there a certain email series that you send? But before they get on that sales call, you want them to be set up for success and thinking good things about this experience they're about to have. So there was a study that was done at, I believe it was Harvard Business School, where they had a guest professor come in and they had a written bio, and they gave the bio, is one big classroom. They gave half of the room one bio, half of the room the other bio. One half, the bio said things like, you know, he was very efficient and a little bit of a reserved demeanor. And it said all of these things that were not necessarily like, you're going to love this guy. And then the other half got a bio that said things like he's warm and engaging, and students love his sense of humor, and it was very positive. And the feedback from the half that had gotten the cool pre-frame was that they didn't like him. They felt like he was offensive. They didn't feel like they learned anything. They definitely didn't want to have him back. The ones who got the positive pre-frame thought he was great. They gave him really high ratings, and it was the only difference was that pre-frame. So what are you doing before they get on the call? before someone gets on a call with me, I want them to know that I genuinely care about their results. I want them to know that I am not going to give them fluff, that I'm a strategist, that I'm going to work hard with them, that they're going to walk away with a game plan. Like, I want them to know a lot of these things before they get on that call. So what are you doing there? All right. That happens before the call. The rest of them are happening in the call, and I'm going to be using some verbiage and scripting from my book. It's called the I'm Not a Salesperson sales book, How to Sell Like a Natural Even If You're Not. So the next one is your intentions. When I very first get on the call with somebody, I set expectations for the call. And so here's how that sounds for me, and you can tweak this scripting however you want to. I say, I am so excited to chat with you about your business today. So we're going to do 3 things. First, I'm going to ask a lot of questions to understand what your goals are and what some of the challenges are that you're facing. Second, I'm going to give you an action plan. So when we get off the call, you'll know exactly what's going, what you need to do. And then third, if it sounds like we could be a good fit for each other, I'd love to tell you about my mastermind. And so that's how my intro sounds. We're going to create the intention and let them know that a pitch is coming so that they're prepared for it and they're not surprised by it. All right, the next place is when we commit them to change. So in the script, this is after you have been going through discovery and you're asking some deep level assessment questions. You're finding out, what their problems are, what they want. And then we're going to ask them to commit to change. And so we're going to say to them, things like, and again, this scripting is all in the book, and I'm going to give you a chance to get the book for free. But we're going to ask questions like, how long has this been an issue? And what is it costing you? And we're going to get them to kind of go over those things. And then we'll say, well, if you were to, what would you gain by solving these challenges? And then after they say that, then we're going to say, well, it sounds like you've got a lot of reasons why you need to do this. Are you committed? And I'm not talking to them about my program. I'm just talking to them about committing to solve their problem. This is really critical because if they're not committed to solving their problem, then they're not going to be committed to my program. And we have to understand that. Okay, next thing is a problem solution story. So sometimes going at them and saying, here's all of your problems and here's what you need to do to fix it is a little bit too aggressive for people. And they start to build up their defenses. What I want is their defenses coming out, they're going down one by one. The defenses are getting lowered. And so I use a story here. This is the story where I demonstrate that I've had the problem. I share the emotions around the problem. I share with them what my experience was with finding the solution so that they can see themselves in my story and they can connect to the emotion. We make our decisions based on emotion, not based on logic. Even when we think, no, I'm a logical thinker, we're trying to logic our way to verify what we feel. That's what we're doing. So we want them in their feels. We want them in their emotions as they're making this important decision. The next thing we're going to do is ask for the sale. And this is the thing that people are always worried about. Well, how do I do that? And it's so easy. You just say, so what do you think? Would you like to work with me? Or so what do you think? Is this the right product for you? What do you think? Would you like to get started today? It's a really easy question right there. All right, next is overcoming objections, and I'm going to cover that in detail here in just a minute, so we'll go over that soon. And then the last thing is the follow-up. The number one thing that I see people making a mistake in follow-up is they're giving them too long. It does not take a week to make a decision. It doesn't take 2 weeks to make a decision. We make decisions fairly quickly. If you're giving them a week or 2 weeks, what's happening is they're avoiding making the decision for a long time. Their doubts are starting to pile up, and then they still make the decision in an hour or 2 hours. I mean, how long have you ever sat down and proactively worked on a decision for more than a couple of hours? You haven't. We don't do that. So what you want to do is get them to make a decision more quickly. So when I have somebody that says, I really think I want to do this, but I just need to think it through. I just need to make sure that this is the right timing for me. I'll say, okay, great. So let's go ahead and do this. Why don't you just kind of think it over tonight, and then let's follow up tomorrow and see what new questions you've come up with. And when I ask for a quick follow-up, it helps us get to that point of sale so much more quickly. Because they don't give themselves all that time for the doubts to creep in. They're just like, okay, let's do it. If they need more time, like they say, you know what, tomorrow's bad for me, I've got a meeting, I know I'm not gonna be able to work on this at all. Okay, great, how about the next day? But I'm trying to get that follow-up to happen quickly. Now, here's another bonus secret. I wasn't gonna throw this in, so it's not one of my 7, but here's another follow-up question that I ask that you can write down. So before we get off, I'll say, now I just want to ask one more question though, like we'll follow up in 2 days, but first impression, scale of 1 to 10, 1 being, this is definitely not for me, 10 being absolutely I'm signing up, and you can't say 5 because that's confusing. Where would you say you're at? And they'll be like, I'm like a 7.5. And I'll say, okay, great. So what's the difference between a 7.5 and a 10? Like what's standing in your way? Because I'm trying to get to the unspoken objection so that we can talk about it. All right, so that's my follow-up tips. Let's keep moving here. So be really careful about these lies. These are expensive stories, and I always tell my clients, stories are expensive, you can't afford to buy them. So listen for these. I'm not comfortable pressuring people, or I'm not outgoing enough to be successful in sales, or I'm not comfortable on video, or I'm not 100% confident in what I am, or I'm not 100% confident in what I do. You guys, welcome to the human race. Like that's everybody. We all feel that way. And yet we can learn to be successful in sales. So here's the truth. Whenever people say, well, I'm just not a natural born salesperson, I'm like, cool, because I've never met a baby that can sell. So sales is a learnable skill. There is no such thing as a person who is just born a salesperson. No babies sell. They just don't. I've had a lot. I can attest to that. Sales is a learnable skill for like 85% of the population. And the 15% that can't sell are also the 15% that cannot connect with other people. They just are not wired that way. So if you can connect with people, you can learn to sell. There is a psychological process that we make when we go through making decisions, and sales is simply making that process happen more smoothly. All right, last secret. You don't have to pressure anyone to buy, but that does not mean that there is no pressure. So some entrepreneurs, business owners, coaches say things like, Amy, I just don't know how to make people feel comfortable while I'm selling to them. Stop trying to make them feel comfortable, and let me explain why. That's not a natural part of the decision-making process. Comfort and change don't go together. And if I think about it, if I'm in my bed with my comfy PJs on and my best blankie on, and I'm watching something awesome on Netflix, and one of my kids is like, hey mom, you want to take me to the store? My answer is no, because I'm comfortable and I don't want to move. If your people are comfortable, they don't want to move. So you got to be okay with that. There's this natural process of a little bit of discomfort in the mix. The other thing I want you to understand is the sales objections that they give you have nothing to do with you, your product, your service, your program. Those are the same objections they give to everybody. So if they say, I can't afford it, they tell that to everybody for everything. If they say I'm too busy, they tell that to everybody for everything. It is not related to your product or service in any way, shape, or form. It is their story. And that story pops up for them over and over and over again. And I said this already, I'm gonna say it again, stories are expensive and you can't afford to buy them. So when someone brings up a sales objection, and I'm starting to feel like that pressure build, because it does, when they get to the point where they've committed to change and now you're showing them an offer that's gonna help them change, they're starting to feel internal pressure to cause them to move. That's the natural energy flow of the sales conversation. I didn't make it up, right? Like if somebody has no desire to move, there will be no pressure at this point in time because they don't want it, they don't need it, they're happy with where they're at. But if they want the change that you offer, they're going to feel pressure. It's kind of like, if any of you have ever had this experience, I have, of getting on the scale and seeing a number that you're like, holy cow, the last time I weighed that much, I was pregnant. And I am not okay with that number, right? Again, maybe you have not had this experience, I have. And so when that number creates so much pressure for me that I will do something different. So there's a 4-part process to overcoming these sales objections where you don't have to add more pressure to get them to say yes. You just have to know how to manage the pressure and get them to move through the objection. So this works for absolutely any sales objection that you could possibly have thrown at you. The first thing that we do is we acknowledge what they just said. Then we ask them a question. then we get permission to give them more information. And so if they say, well, Amy, I would love to work with you, but I just can't afford it, we say, okay, so it sounds like money is your concern. Is that correct? So we acknowledged it. They say yes. Well, may I ask you a question? If we set money aside for just a minute here, is this the right program for you? And if they're like, yeah, this is absolutely what I need. Okay, well then do I have permission to brainstorm with you and figure out how we might be able to get these payments to work? Because I would hate if money was the only thing that stopped you from getting what you want in your business right now. So that's that 4-step process. And again, this is all covered inside of the book. And I'm going to give you in just a second a link to be able to get it for free. But it goes over there, you know, how to overcome the time objection, the money objection, the spouse objection. So all of that is in there, but this process, what it does is it takes it from the two problem ends of the spectrum. So on one end, you have the people who they say, oh, I just can't afford it. Okay, well, but you know what? No big deal. I'm just here to serve. And you know what? When things turn around for you, I'm still going to be here and I'll work with you whenever you're ready. And they don't even try to overcome the objection. And then the other side, you got the people who don't even care that you just gave them an objection, and it's like aggressive. Like, well, I can't afford it. Well, you got on this call. You knew it was going to cost money. What were you thinking? Like, it's super aggressive. So you want to be in the zone that is not wimpy, but is not overly aggressive, but it just helps them get through that process. Because here's what I know. That story has nothing to do with me. That is the story that keeps them stuck in their life over and over and over again. My job is to help them get over their obstacles so they can be successful. My job as a salesperson is to get the client what the client wants. And that requires that we get those obstacles out of the way. All right, I want to share with you another case study here. So Aaliyah came to me because she was not enjoying her sales conversations. She was closing, but she knew she was leaving money on the table, and the closing was awkward. She didn't know how to overcome the objections, and it seemed like the calls were not ending on a high note. So here's what we found. She was using really masculine scripting with a feminine audience. The overcoming objections process that she had been taught was very confrontational. And she was so excited to realize that there was a better way to do her sales conversations. Now she's excited for her sales conversations instead of dreading them. And she is a very recent client. So we just barely started this process. So I can't tell you what her numbers are, but I can tell you that dreading your calls versus being excited for your calls makes a huge difference in how you come across on those calls. So here's the lie that you have to be high pressure to win in sales. It's absolutely not true. There is a natural pressure that it comes when you're making decisions, but you don't have to create it. It just comes because they want something different. The best closers are really great at helping people move through their obstacles. All right, you guys, I said I was going to give you this gift, and I want to give you this gift. I'd love to give all of you a copy of this book for free. In here, it has training on your mindset, how mindset plus skill set plus action is the success formula for sales. It's going to teach you how to qualify your leads. It's going to teach you how to sell to indecisive people, how to know your numbers and what you should be tracking in sales. It's going to teach you how to overcome objections with time, with money, with spouse, plus more. And also in here in the back of the book are my high converting 6-figure sales scripts. And so you get those sales scripting templates. So if you want the book, all you need to do is go to www.salesaremything.com. And I encourage you to do that now, like right now, before the next speaker comes up, salesaremything.com. Go get the book for free, and you can start working to get your high ticket sales offer and system coming together like right away. You guys, this one makes the biggest impact in the shortest amount of time. All right, back to you, Shay and team. Thank you all so much for having me.
Living in the fast lane. It used to be the alarm rings and you hop out of bed. A quick shower, grab a cup of coffee, and hightail it on the highway, and another day is off and running. It seems we all have experienced, one time or another, a full throttle sensation of doing what we enjoy. However, today, facing many challenges that you've never experienced before has created a feeling of being stuck. So wouldn't it be amazing To wake up feeling exhilarated with determination and self-motivation as you reach your destination? If your answer is yes, stop being in the pass lane when you can be in the fast lane so that you can awaken your inner champion to lead and succeed. How? As a competitive swimmer and performance expert, I'm always intrigued with new techniques and strategies that help accomplish this type of task. Recently, I was getting ready to compete for my home swimming team pool and saw something remarkable posted on the wall. It was this sign that read, "How to get better." As I looked closer at the sign, it had 3 key points: show up to practice, listen to your coach, and be a good teammate. I thought, how easy and basic are these? Until I said, well, Deborah, are you doing them? Right now, you may be asking yourself the same question: how to get better? Not easy to do, right? Well, I'm here today to share with you it's time to believe that to get better at anything important to you is possible. Nothing changes until you change. It's just a matter that we need to slow down to speed up and look at each of these 3 key points so that even during challenging times, you can live and accelerate in the fast lane. So let's drive your ambitions forward to what's important to you. Better at living the life you want. Maybe as a better friend, better at your job or your career, being a better person, or even better as a comeback champion. Show up for practice, or practice showing up. 80% of your success comes directly from showing up to practice. Champions are made in practice, not just on game day. Now, I understand just the thought of practicing may hinder many of us from showing up. I get it. The truth is, we are practicing all the time, whether consciously or unconsciously. Right now, you're probably practicing in the workplace without even being in the workplace. But the best part about practicing, you gain confidence, which in turn helps you get better. What are you practicing right now? You're going to need it in order to get control of any situation. As a young kid, I remember growing up in a small trailer, a small 16-foot aristocrat trailer with my family of 5. Okay, not as cute as this trailer, but it was this trailer. My dad, who just got out of the military, was looking for a job, and he could not afford a trailer for our family to live in. But as kids, we actually had fun living in a trailer. Sometimes we thought we were actually celebrities, and we would just say to our friends, step into our trailer. However, the longer we lived in the trailer, the harder it was for all of us. It was crowded. So crowded, our refrigerator had to be on the outside of the trailer. There were times I would even cry because I couldn't have my own bedroom or my own bathroom like a lot of my friends. But my parents would tell us, we understand how you feel. But sometimes in life, things happen for a reason. But if you reframe the situation by taking what you learn and believe things will get better, they will. And then they said, be proud of what you have accomplished. Now be proud of what you're about to accomplish. Looking back at my childhood life, living in a trailer actually turned out pretty good. A wonderful family memory that I enjoy talking about today because it helped me prepare for life. And it all came down from what I practiced every day. Discipline, self-motivation, being positive, organized, resilient, appreciative, and even being vulnerable. Life skills that awakened my inner champion to lead and succeed today. And an interesting word that continues to remind me to take practicing seriously was what my parents said. Things happen for a reason. See, having a reason is the key to help awaken your inner champion. You must have a reason to show up for practice. And if it's something new you want to do or discover, just know you're not starting from scratch. You're starting from experience. So do something different than what you expect, because champions are made in practice. So tell your friends and family, what is your reason? And what better way to get better than to listen to your coach? A coach that will share their knowledge and experiences so you can take a shortcut to lead and succeed. Coaches have the quality of thought and action to help you see what you can't. They can give you the feedback needed to help you reach your destination. And trust me, they want to tell you. They will find the little things that matter in more ways than you possibly could even expect. I experienced that firsthand back in my old college days. As a student athlete in college at Arizona State University, I didn't get a chance to have a regular job, but the athletic department did take on student athletes on campus. And my job was to actually be the PA, the public address announcer, for the games, the basketball, football, volleyball games. And the first job that I had was in the activity center on campus that sate 14,000 people. I call this my very first speaking gig. The night of the game, I walked in to this huge arena packed with fans from all sides of the world, it seemed like to me. The team, Arizona State University Sun Devils, against their rivalry, the University of Arizona Wildcats. And as I walked in, I also noticed not only was my voice going to be heard around the arena, but CBS Sports was televising it nationwide. I was so nervous. But I looked at the official in the middle of the court, and he looked at me and said, "Start the game." And that's exactly what I did. Ladies and gentlemen, now please welcome your Arizona State Wildcats. And then I just noticed I announced the wrong mascot. You could not hear a pin drop in that entire arena. And then all of a sudden, boo, boo. Pepsi cups were being thrown at me. Popcorn was being thrown at me. I was so embarrassed, completely embarrassed, to where I crawled underneath the table. And then all of a sudden, my coach actually put his hand on top of mine and said, "Deborah, it's okay. It's okay. Just keep going." Which gave me some strength and some confidence to come from the bottom of the table to the top and put my big headsets back on and continued the game. And little by little, the boos subsided. And before you know it, everyone forgot. If you don't have a coach, how about a mentor? Either way, they're there to support you in the good and the bad. And I'm not just talking about a mentor that is close to you, like your mother or your father or your boss. I'm talking about a mentor that could help you see a more objective side. If you are in the world of sales, this would apply to your client or customer. Ask yourself this question: who is your favorite client or customer? They like you, you like them. Ask them to be your mentor. Now, here's another question, but I want you to be very honest. How many of you have a nightmare of a client or customer? Yes, we all have experienced a few of those, right? We may even been one before. Well, ask them to be your mentor. Yes, think about this. How much You have learned from them. And what better way to have them on your side? If you ask your nightmare of a client to be your mentor, watch how they respond. Me? I would be delighted. Who would you like as a coach or mentor? Tell them. Allow them to show you the way but please remember, you must listen to them. And thirdly, be a good teammate. See, no matter how good you are at your craft, you need to be good and helpful to your teammates. It's great to be a leader, but you don't have to be a leader all the time. Being a good teammate plays whatever role is needed. Being flexible within that role or when it's time to change that role helps everyone win. My speaking coach, Lou Heckler, mentioned a great example the other day. Think of the comedian Jerry Seinfeld and his popular television show. Now, although Jerry was the lead actor, who happened to be the funny characters that stood out among everyone? Elaine, George, and Kramer. To be a good teammate, you don't have to have the lead role. Play a role that fits for everyone. Now, here's another great example. I'm standing here at a very highly prestigious production company called Video West. Looking around me, I see cameramen, I see set directors, I see designers, I see the assistant producer, and so much more. The magnificent creativity that I have experienced here during this virtual event that now you are experiencing right now is being accomplished before our eyes because of a dynamic team effort. Everyone knows their roles. And being a good teammate and knowing their roles makes everyone better and successful. See, to be better today, it's never just one thing. When there is something you really want, you will have to work hard for it. And when things don't work out for you, well, the first time in particular, keep trying. That's what a comeback champion does. They keep trying. And sure, failure is an option. But if you're afraid to fail, you will never know what to learn. When I was a little girl, I dreamed of being a princess or a beauty queen. My first pageant was something I've never experienced before. And you can probably notice I'm a big athletic girl. And competing against well-trained, polished, beautiful contestants, I quickly discovered being inexperienced in this type of competitive arena was an understatement. I still remember walking across the stage with people glaring at me. I froze. And at that moment, I knew I had blown it. I lost. I was devastated. I cried while telling my family that I'll never do this type of contest again. Right then, I quit. Well, until a few months ago. I posted a big birthday milestone celebration on social media because I was eager to set new goals. And I thought, I'm going to put it out there to the world to hold myself accountable to see what happens. At this time of my life, I figured there's no age limit to living in the fast lane. It was time to wear my confidence crown by believing and proving to myself that if I can compete in a pageant again, maybe, just maybe, I could become a comeback champion. And sure enough, looking at this sign, how to get better, every single day, I wanted to make that happen. I showed up for practice, and I practiced, and I practiced. I listened to my coach and held hands with the contestants who I considered my teammates. And then all of a sudden, I heard my name. Deborah Gardner. I won! Why do I share this with you? In life, things around you will change and they will challenge you. You will be fearful. You may even be completely terrified to try something you want or even what you want to become. But bottom line, if there is something truly important to you, just try. And then try again and again and again. Reflecting on my first pageant as a young girl, I felt like a complete flop. But the truth is, it was just my time to learn and grow. The hardest races are the best races. And now I consider myself a comeback champion. What about you? What can you do to become a comeback champion? Determination applies to all of us. What is your desire? I know you can do amazing things. In life, the biggest risk is standing still. Instead, keep moving. You just have to put things into action to determine what really works for you. Action equals results. No action equals results. It just depends on what kind of results you want. Today, there is no need to live in the fast lane. Live your life in the fast lane. Accelerate in the fast lane. Believe in you. If you believe, you will receive the power to make things happen. So get up and dive in with these 3 key points. Show up to practice, listen to your coach, and be a good teammate. And like my wonderful parents said to me, I'd like to say to you, be proud of what you have accomplished. And now be proud of what you're about to accomplish.
Hello, welcome to Master to Millions. My name is Lisa Lieberman Wang, and I'm going to tell you the 7 secrets to build your business in today's economy. I'm super excited that you're here, and if we were in person, I'd be giving you a handshake and saying, great to meet you. Well, this is a virtual handshake. Know that in the times we are dealing with today with COVID, the pandemic, our new normal, we need to think about things differently. It reminds me back in the day, about 20 years ago, I was in a situation where everything was great, and all of a sudden it wasn't. I'd worked for a company, MCI, which became WorldCom and later went bankrupt, and we had to start over. And kind of think of that as being the same thing that happened to a lot of us today. We had the pandemic. All of a sudden there was this fear. What are we going to do? How are we going to survive? Some people took action. Some people froze. But whatever the case, that was that inertia of, I got to do something, but I don't know what to do. And it really required thinking differently. We were in a situation where we went from prosperity to desperation overnight, and we needed to build ourselves back up and start a business to do that. We actually went from nothing to something in a very short period of time. And I'm going to give you those tools and resources that you can do that no matter where you are in your business, be able to take it to another level. But first, I want to make you understand that there are some challenges today. And one of the biggest challenges businesses have is they have great products and services, but no one's buying. Either they don't know about it, they haven't heard about it, there's so much noise out there, how do you get it seen and heard among everything else? Or you're spending money on social media and you don't know how to get a return for it. You're putting it out there and not getting the results. You think, okay, everybody says do Facebook ads, LinkedIn ads, TikTok, Instagram, whatever the case is, but you're not actually seeing the returns because you don't know how to actually convert the marketing into a returnable income. And not everybody knows how. It's a lot of work. The other is maybe you decide to go live on social media and you figured, I'm going to use the internet, the super highway, and be able to meet and greet more people. But the truth is maybe you don't have a following. Maybe you don't have an audience. So you spend hours and hours creating all this material to share on social media, but crickets, no one even knows you're there. Right? Or maybe you don't have a proven plan that works and you're just grasping at every idea out there. Somebody shows you a video, you go, I'm going to do that. Somebody else tells you to do YouTube. Somebody else tells you, okay, well, you need to go to this networking event. You need to call this one. You need to do this. And before you know it, you're like, oh my God, what do I need to do? And there's a mass confusion. If you relate to this, then I want you to be writing out to me, find me, Lisa Lieberman Wang, say, I relate, because here's what it is. It is confusion out there, and we need to be able to find a way out of it. What I'm going to share with you is Master to Millions. This is not an idea. It's not a theory. This is a proven system. I've been fortunate to be able to build multiple businesses over the last several decades that created multiple 6- and 7-figure businesses. And one day I was with some of my clients and they said to me, Lisa, what is it you did that every single business you started that I built in the last 2 decades made 6 figures the first year? 6 figures the first year. Do you realize the average business is lucky to make that in 5 years, and I did it in 1? So I started thinking about it, and I said, well, what is it that I did? Not only for me, but I've helped other people do that. And I nailed it down to something so simple as the 7 secrets you must know to build your business in today's economy, because the truth is that I built my business in this kind of economy, and I'm going to show you how to do that too. It starts with mindset. It's everything between our 2 ears. The second is going to be taking massive action. I'm going to show you specific action you're going to need to take to actually see results. The third is modeling success, because you don't have to recreate the wheel. The fourth is measuring what you're doing, managing, marketing and innovation, and masterminding. I want you to take out a piece of paper right now and draw a line in the middle. That's right. On one side, I want you to start taking notes of the things that you're going to be able to do right now to apply to your business. And on the other side, I want you to put a value to it of what it's going to be worth to you, because it was worth millions to me, and I'm sure it'll be worth millions to you. If you'd like to get a copy of this presentation, all you need to do is go to 90210, text 90210, the word find to fab, and I'll send you a copy of it. Plus, I'll be giving away some free gifts of free books and other things that you'll want to be able to be there for, because I'll be auctioning off and raffling off my little books and things that you're going to want to be part of. So go to text 90210, find to fab, and I'll be happy to give you the gifts and a copy of the presentation. So let's start with mindset. Mindset is super important because you may be the chokehold to your business. Realize that income is direct proportionate to your beliefs. Now, if you look at the word belief, there's a 3-letter word in the middle of it. What is it? That's right. It's the word lie. It's the lies you tell yourself. Know that 55% of our beliefs are formed by the time we're 5 years old, and they were given to us by well-meaning teachers, preachers, guardians, and parents. The other 45% were built on a shaky foundation, to say the least. There's not one belief that we can prove. If you ever heard the expression, money doesn't grow on trees, you have to work hard for your money. Things are hard. You know, you're not going to get it the easy way, right? All the different stuff, the things that we were told. Well, these are lies that we were told. Think about it. If your parents told you about the Easter Bunny and Santa Claus, they may have lied about other things too. The truth be told, though, is whatever you believe can become a self-fulfilling prophecy, because your mind doesn't know the difference between what is real and vividly imagined. So if you tell yourself that the economy is good and there's an opportunity for you, you're right. If you're telling yourself it's hard, you're also right. Know that success is 80% psychology and 20% mechanics. You want to make sure the most important project that you'll ever invest in is yourself. That's right. Investing in yourself is critical, but here's what ends up stopping people. They end up worrying about perfection or being perfect all the time. They're worried about failing, or even a fear of success happens for some. What if I'm successful? Then I'll have to keep topping it, right? What if I fail? Well, I'll let you know, if you never started, you already did fail. So what are some of the things you need to work on personally? And that's what you're going to do. That's the most important investment you'll ever do. The challenge is fear of loss, the past, the unknown, failure, the future, making a mistake. Here's what I can tell you. Never seek advice from your fears. They can be constructive or destructive. You want to make sure you're just moving forward in the belief of knowing that this is possible. You can have all you desire. Know that right now, with the pandemic, with COVID, we've been dealing with this for months on end. It'll be almost a year soon enough. And then what ends up happening? We need to look at what happened when all the stuff came out. There was a business crisis trend. And what happened is the first thing you see is shock. There was a startling thing. Nobody knew what to do. They froze. They just, inactivity, right? So many businesses did that. And today they're actually no longer in business. There were others that had desperation and a stampede. They made lots of wrong decisions, they didn't know what to do. Some did something, some did nothing. Lowering prices, creating price wars, putting themselves out of business with the things they did. Other stages that we ended up coming into where we evaluate what we're doing. We start making other Strategic decisions. What is it we need to be doing at this time? Still small, reoccurring wrong actions, maybe some right, putting the needle going up again. And then stage 4 is when we have deliberate action, strategic rebound. Seems like where we are right now for most people. And then stage 6 is surge and burst, preparedness and opportunity, and then continuing business. Realize that the key behaviors for success is to decide, adapt, deliver, engage, according to Harvard Business Review. When you do that, things will change. What I want to tell you right now is we are in a winter economy. And what that means is we have winter, spring, summer, and fall. Think about winter as scarcity. We're in a recession. People are afraid of spending money, and then how they spend money is different. They're still spending money. Studies show 93% of the gross domestic product is still being spent. It's just being spent differently. People want to make sure they have value. They want to have more security in their purchases. There's other decisions being made on how they're actually spending. We're in what's called a recession, but I want you to know we're no stranger to a recession. Since the 1700s, we've had over 40 recessions. And in those 40 recessions, the Fortune 500 top companies that are here from 2009, from the last one, actually are the ones thriving, like IBM, General Motors, Toll House Cookies, Apple, Microsoft, Burger King. All these companies started back years ago, and they are now part of the Fortune 500. So I'm telling you that in any economy, even this one, there's opportunity for you. So please take out your notes. Right, start taking notes, because this is going to be important. It's going to be a game changer for you. The first thing you need to know is everything is psychology, what you do, why you do it, and the need that you're filling. Stop waiting for perfection. It doesn't have to be perfect. Eliminate the excuses that are keeping you stuck and move forward. Start by being a raving fan of your own business. Here's what I want to tell you. If you're a raving fan first of your product and service and you want to share it with everyone, it makes it really easy. I consider a raving fan someone that's in an elevator with somebody, you're on the second floor, they start complaining about something that you know you can solve their problem. By the time you get to the 7th floor, you've already shared your information. That's a raving fan saying, I want to help you so badly, I want to tell you what I have. If you're not screaming about your services and how you can make a difference and help people from the rooftops, I don't know how much of a raving fan you are. Now, it doesn't mean you have to go out and scream. I'm not being literal. I'm saying be a raving fan of your own product, because if you don't believe in it, nor will anybody else. You want to avoid marketing myopia. Marketing myopia is when everyone's holding up the same sign saying ABC company, ABC company, ABC company. If you look like everybody else, what discerns you and what makes you different that somebody decides to work with you? The only way it's going to be a difference is if they see your solution versus what everybody else is doing. So you want to make sure you separate yourself. Businesses suffer from marketing myopia, focusing on the product rather than the customer. Focusing on the product rather than the customer. It's not about it's not about the product, it's about what's in it for me, for the customer. Make believe they're wearing a sign saying, what's in it for me? How are you gonna help me? How are you gonna serve me? One of the biggest mistakes is people don't understand the business they're in. I remember one day somebody asked Mr. Revlon, what business are you in? And most people would think that he's in the cosmetic business and he does makeup. But know what he answered? He said, I'm in the business of selling hope. That's right. He sells hope for women to feel beautiful. What business are you in? And that's what you want to do from the perspective of your customers' needs and wants and how you fill it. The most important thing when you do that to separate yourself from everybody else is to brand you. That's right. Brand you, become the expert. I wrote the book on it. Brand you, become the expert. I did this with a business associate. You want to be able to stand out and create your own personal, unique brand. Super important. I'm going to show you how to get the book for free. Don't worry about it. People buy you. You want to sell yourself. And that's what you want to do. Set yourself out. Here's an interesting thing. If you're out there selling a product and you're selling shovels, you said, everybody here, buy my shovel, buy my shovel, buy my shovels. Everybody's going, I don't want a shovel. Why would I want a shovel? Well, here's what I want you to do. It's December. It's snowing. There's 4 feet of snow outside. Now, do you want to buy my shovel? Right. Yes, you do. You want to buy my shovel now. Brand you, become the expert. Be the person that shovels them out and gets them out of the problem that they have. Be the solution, not the product. This will actually help you identify your ideal client. People will know that they want what you have and need what you have. You'll be the valued expert in your industry, and you'll be able to sell things for a premium. So you want to be the expert and you want to market yourself out there. Then when you're talking to people, you're not saying the same thing as everybody else. You're not a coach like everybody else. You're not a realtor like everyone else, a mortgage person, or maybe an accountant. You are unique. You need to figure out how to brand yourself uniquely so that when someone's looking for a shovel, looking to get shoveled out, you're the solution, right? How do you do that? Well, as I said to you, my name is Lisa Lieberman Wang. I am the only Jewish Chinese woman with this name, but there's something more. I am the only person out there who is actually, as a business and life strategist, helping people create multiple 6- and 7-figure businesses. And how I do that is helping people personally and professionally. And here's the key thing. Because of what I've done, I am on stages here. I'm on a stage in Maryland with 6,000 people. I'm on a stage in North Carolina with thousands of people. I'm on a stage in Miami at the Miami Arena with 25,000 people. I have them all raising their hand. Raise your hand with me. That's right. They'll follow you when you're the leader and you're proving your success. Then it got me on TV, on ABC, NBC, CBS. You want to be the expert that people come out to look for. The people will follow and do what you do and find out how you do it. People will want what you have because you're solving their problems and you're setting the solutions. Then you'll find yourself the expert on ABC, NBC, CBS, if you want to, if that's your goal. But the idea is you have to go out and prove it first. You have to go out and make a difference, help people with what you do, and the rest will follow. I've been on ABC, NBC, CBS, all these different stations. I've been doing this for years, helping people build themselves and their business. And I can't wait to be able to give you that gift. Go to brandyoubecomethexpert.com right now. I'm going to give you my book. I'm going to give it to you for free. You just cover the shipping. If you go on Amazon, it's $25. You cover the shipping. You get the book for free. And I'm going to also teach you how to be the best salesperson, outsell other people 57-1 if you want. When you get there, pay attention to that. It's a really important bonus. But here's how we're going to do it. We were talking about the 7 secrets you must know to build your business in today's economy. I told you the first thing you need to do is mindset. You have to let go of any limiting belief that's holding you back. If you think that right now it's difficult to build your business, you're right. If you think that you need to know more, then you're going to wait to know more. If you think that you don't know enough, then you're going to not take action because you don't know enough. If you feel like you have fear of people looking at you in the wrong way or anything else, all these beliefs need to be ripped up. If you were to write them all on a paper right now, I encourage you to do that. And then when you're done, take a piece of paper, rip them up and go BS, BS, BS. You can figure out what that BS stands for, right? Belief systems or something else. But rip them up and start a new day and start it fresh. Set your goals on what you want, know where you want to go, and set them as SMART specific goals. S is smart, measurable, attainable, realistic, and timely. Set your goals for what you want. You want to see the future in advance and see yourself hitting those goals. One of the things I shared with you is that when we started years ago, we went into a situation where I said I reminded of COVID, 17, 18, 19 years ago when we had to start over again. Well, I saw the future in advance. I saw us out of that situation. We ended up going from prosperity to desperation overnight, and we brought ourselves back to prosperity again. I'm going to tell you how to do that because you can do this. I am not the only one that's done this. I've helped other people do it over the years, and you can too. We were $500,000 in debt. We just put $250,000 into our backyard. We had a mortgage on our house left. We had all these other things going down and not in our favor. We had 3 months left of mortgage to pay, and then that was it. My husband gets laid off after 9/11. We are having to start all over again. I created a vision board and said, I see the future in advance. I see money under our mattress. I see endless vacations. We're going to have all the money back. We're going to be millionaires again. We do not need to be in this position. And sure enough, within 5 years, we were out of debt. Within 7 years, we were putting money back, and we were able to build our life the way we wanted, bigger and better, and be worth even more now than we were then. But we needed the mindset. We needed to see the future in advance. I want you to see your future in advance. Whatever it is you want, write down your goal right now. Write down as a monetary goal of how much money you want to make. Then write down as a goal of how many people you're going to help that will help you get to that goal. Because when you write these things down, you don't need to know how. You need to know what and why. You need to know why you're doing what gets you out of bed in the morning that will make you do things when you don't want to do. Pick up the phone, call people, people, learn something new, implement something new, all the things you need to know why you're doing it. And it may be for your family, it may be for your future, for your travel, for your wishes, your dreams, your bucket list. It may be to do more charity. Whatever the case is, see the future in advance, see it as if it already happened. And then the why will, the how will follow. And then always remember to invest in you. You are the most important investment. My friend Sharon Lechter, who wrote Think and Grow Rich for Women and Outwitting the Devil and Rich Dad, Poor Dad with Robert Kiyosaki, I asked her, where would you invest your money today with the times that's happening right now? And she said, you know what, Lisa? Where everybody should be investing is invest in you. You need to invest in yourself. Just the fact that you're here, I know you're investing in you. You're investing your time, which is priceless, to be here to learn something. Invest in you. I'm a big proponent of investing in me. I've been doing it for decades. So let's continue. When you go out there, make sure the secret to actually building your business is to, instead of saying what you do, say who you help. I help what? I help people, take care of their finances. I help people with their mindset. I help people what? What is the problem that you're solving? How do you help people? And how do you close more sales? You find people that are buying and you sell the people you're buying. One of the biggest challenges I found when I came around business owners and mindset is you have a great heart. You want to help a lot of people, but may be afraid of being rejected. I remember one day I went to a sales call and I brought my husband. He was a computer programmer. He worked for PricewaterhouseCoopers, not a salesperson. And I turn around, we go into the store, the owner wasn't there, his sister was, and she turns around, she's not interested in what we have. We get in the car and he turns around and he goes, I hate salespeople. And I look at him and I'm like, what do you mean you hate salespeople? I was like, handsome, you married a salesperson. I call him handsome. He says, I hate being rejected. I was like, they didn't reject you. They rejected chocolate chip cookies. He's like, what do you mean? I said, we offered them chocolate chip cookies and they wanted oatmeal raisin. I said, it's not us they're rejecting. They don't know us well enough not to like us. Well, time passed. I went back and I found the owner and I offered him chocolate chip cookies. And yes, they became clients. No, people are not rejecting you. They're rejecting your offer. So we need to make sure we do not take it personally. The goal is to find out what they need and what they want. And it's that sweet spot in between the need and want is when they actually make decisions. We have to understand that people buy for emotional reasons and justify on logic. We have to solve that challenge by giving them exactly what they need. Know that there are 4 defenses that every client has. The first is they have to trust you, have a real need, have a sense of urgency to do something, and they need to want help. If those things are not satisfied, then they're not making a decision. And if you're out there having a hard time selling people your product or service, know that people sell based on their needs and beliefs, not on the consumer. You need to be aware of that, because what ends up happening, if you think that you want more time, then you're going to sell people on time. If you think that things are expensive, you're going to justify price. You want to make sure you listen to your customers' needs and sell them what they want, because there's a big difference. Otherwise, you'll be justifying and working the wrong way. I'll give you an example. One of my clients came to me, Rob, and it turned out that he has this amazing gym. He's a franchisor, and it's a CrossFit gym, and there's never the same exercise twice. It's quite phenomenal. He told me all about the place, and there's a big challenge. It's like the best gym in the world, but in 4 months, they had 103 people come through their doors and only 7 people enrolled in their services. That's like less than 7% closing ratio. He said, Lisa, I need help. I said, okay, well, what's going on? When he told me all about the place, I was sold. I was like, this sounds amazing. I didn't even need to go. It was amazing. He says, come in and see what's happening. Well, I experienced the place, and the person they had at the front door didn't actually have the same mindset as Rob. They weren't telling the same story. They weren't as enthusiastic about it. And the experience was not what Rob told me it would be. So what ended up happening, I go through the whole thing. I ended up working out as a customer. It was the best workout I ever had. It was quite phenomenal. I turn around, I'm done. I say, this is the best workout I ever had. They said, did you worked out before? I said, yes. After I was done, I said, I must have lied because I never worked out this way. This was a real workout. It was incredible. And the girl comes over to me and says, you think you'll come back? And I was like, wow, she should have given me an order form at that moment to register because it was phenomenal. I said to Rob, here's the challenge. What you have and what you're portraying is not being portrayed by the other people. They don't have your mindset. They're coming from scarcity. They don't actually believe the way you believe. They don't know how great this is. We changed the way they were doing business. We changed the way they made the offers. We changed the whole process. Just with an hour's conversation, the next 11 people that walked into the facility, 10 of them enrolled in the service of becoming a member at the gym. Friggin' amazing, wouldn't you agree? Well, implementing that, they went from 7% closing ratio to 91%. They have, on average, people staying with them for 5 years. Those 10 people meant $22,000 to their bottom line. The next 100 people that come in, when they close 91%, that was over a value of $213,000 in revenue. And over the next 5 years, that's $1 million in revenue. Think about your business. What are you portraying? How are you putting things out there? What's the message you're giving? Is it being conveyed if you're not a solopreneur, if you have other people working with you? Is that mindset being portrayed throughout your organization? If not, you need to change it. Rob did, and the success is in the pudding. It's awesome. Second is taking massive action. It's about doing a little bit every day that creates true wealth. It's about taking massive directed action, knowing what to delegate, automate, and eliminate. Write that down. Delegate, automate, and eliminate. So many people have to-do lists. We have to have what not to do lists. You want to create a plan of what specifically you need to do. Put the plan together by looking at it as a 3-year plan, 2 years, 1 year, every month, every week, every day. Now you may say, well, right now I just want to get to tomorrow. I understand that, but that's not how business works. We have to project out into the future so we know where we're going to be, and then we can measure, monitor, adjust, and control on what we need to do. That's part of the 7 secrets to mastery. So you want to look out into the future, and then you want to focus on result-producing activities. Start seeing what you're doing. Write down everything you do on a daily basis. Put it in your calendar. You'll start noticing, you'll circle all the things that you do that are result-producing activities that make the register ring ka-ching, and anything that doesn't make the register ring cha-ching are things you need to delegate or automate or eliminate. Because here's what's happening. Most people are spending 80% of their time on tasks and administration and things that don't make the register ring, and 20% of the time that is. You have to reverse that order and spend 80% of your time on things that make the register ring ka-ching and 20% on administration. When you do, you'll see your business will grow. And focus on the 3 C's. The 3 C's are conversations that create cash. That's right. I love this. You know, one of the things I found years ago is that I was trained by Tom Hopkins, and he said it takes 29 no's to get a yes. So every day in my career, I started out in sales with IBM and MCI, and then I ended up having my own businesses, and I have a list of 30 names on it. And every time somebody said no, I'd say, thank you, next, thank you, next, because I knew by the end of the day, by 30, but not even the end of the day, by the time I got to 30, I'd get at least one yes, because that's what the law of average is. Well, if conversations create cash today with technology, the computer age, with all the different things we're dealing with, people have stopped building these relationships. People still buy from people. You want to make a goal to be able to connect with other people. I told this to one of my clients, and she was out there. She was, I call it in the box, on social media, posting and doing things. But first, mindset was one thing. She always had a positive mindset, but the action wasn't actually taking massive action in constructive things that would make the register ring. And I said, here, Vina, here's what I want you to do. I want you to actually make a point to reach out to people and find people who need what you have, find opportunities to get in front of those people. And that's exactly what she did. And just a couple of months ago, she started with me, and she's been coaching with me at that time over a month. And it turned out that within 3 weeks, she made over $40,000. Within 5 weeks, she made $72,000. That's right. During the pandemic, when everybody said, no one's spending money, you can't do things, you can't be making an offer. And she's a parent-child peacemaker. Think about what happened with families coming home together right now. parents becoming teachers, becoming kindergarten students now, because they're not only helping their kids, but they're sitting in with the classes, right? There are so many things happening right now where her services were needed, but she needed to take massive action to make sure she was putting herself in front of the right people to be able to be seen and heard so that they would know she's there for them. So again, conversations create cash. And then what you want to do in taking massive action is OPP, leveraging other people's people. That's right. There are people out there that already have your client in their waiting room. They're already doing business with people who you want to do business with. How are you reaching out to them? That is one of the secrets to everything in business, is other people's people. Find those people and find how you can add more value to them, and then they can add value to you. Complementary businesses, other vertical markets, joint ventures. I said this to one of my clients, Brenda. I said, she happens to be a transformative neuro Reiki master. And I said, who has your client? She said, well, yoga studios have my clients. Gyms have my clients. I said, awesome. Here's what I want you to do. I want you to reach out to those people and add value, because as a transformative neuro Reiki master, you can actually help them right now. Well, she did exactly that. And what was totally amazing is part-time, she built a business working 15 to 20 hours a week to $94,000 part-time. During the pandemic, she calls me up. She says, Lisa, everybody's giving it away for free. I said, I don't care that they're giving it away for free. You can give some things away for free, but still charge. You give it away for free, you're going to be out of business. Remember that curve for the business trend? I said, you can't. You'll be out of business. They're putting themselves out of business. So she listened to me. In July, she did $22,000 in revenue. Just a couple of weeks ago, she did a challenge online for manifestations, and it turned out that from that challenge, she did $15,000 in sales in 2.5 weeks. Wow, for energy work. I want you to hear this, because I don't care what business you're in, whatever traditional business, brick and mortar, click and order, coaching, you can be building your business now. There is no reason. People need what you have. They are spending money. It's just whether or not you're having the right conversation. So to take massive action, let's go to number 3 for the 7 secrets. So now it's modeling success. Stop recreating the wheel. There are people who already paved the path. You need to find out what they're doing. And how do you do that? Is you leverage other people's experience. That's right. The first thing I learned years ago is modeling success, what the most successful people have done. Every business I built, first year was 6 figures. And I said, I'll tell you how. I'm telling you how as we're going, but how is because I've been working with dozens and dozens of mentors over the last 3 decades. I've worked with Tony Robbins for 27 years. That's right, 27 years. I went to his events back then, and then I stayed and crewed, and I became a senior leader, and then a trainer and a platinum partner of his. I've been mentored by everybody he ever mentioned in the footnotes, from Dr. Bandler and Grinder and Robert Dilts. I learned from them. I became a licensed master NLP practitioner and trainer. Then I learned from Frank Kern, top internet marketer in the world, and Kevin Neeshans. And then I learned from Keith Cunningham, Jay Abraham. The list goes on and on and on. And why? Because I wanted to learn from other people what they did to be successful, because I didn't want to go from the school of hard knocks. I wanted to know what I needed to do and follow someone else's proven system. I'm giving you a proven system right now, because here's the deal. Nobody wants a concept. Nobody wants to say, okay, try this, do that, experiment here. We want to know, what do I need to do to get from 0 to hero, and how do I do it quickly and easily without having to hit my head against the wall, right? Well, that's what a proven system does, something that's been done. And I have done this time and time again, where I created the 6-figure plus coaches and businesses, which is the big money blueprint, creating signature programs and talks that will sell. So many people out there spreading their message, going online, social media, telling all this stuff. Great motivational speakers, right? But they don't know how to convert to make any money. So I put together a program to actually teach you from the confidence formula, creating your intellectual property, so you don't have to be like marketing myopia, and that everybody's trying to figure out how you're the same as everybody else. And knowing how to identify your ideal client avatar so you can speak directly to him or her. Creating a sensational soundbite, which I'm going to teach you to do shortly, which will help you discern the difference and delineate the fact that you're different than everybody else, how to create a signature program that is a difference, that makes a difference of what you offer that no one else offers, how to create a signature talk that is a conversation like I'm having with you that adds unbelievable value to somebody that will make them not only walk away feeling full as if you've just served them a great meal, but wanting more. And then also how to create the funnels to generate the leads so you can nurture those people until they're ready to buy, how to have landing pages that convert and enroll people, and how to promote your programs online and off. I'm going to share with you one of my clients that actually took what I'm telling you and what happened for her. So I want to share that with you.
Hi everyone, Maggie here. So about 2 years ago, I took the Tony Robbins online program called KBB, which is the Knowledge Business Broker Blueprint. And I finished, but I got stuck because I guess you're supposed to figure it out after that on your own. So I'm so fortunate that I met Lisa. I met her at the E-Woman conference in Dallas, which I was a keynote speaker there. And we connected. I'm currently taking her platinum coaching, and I also took her online business program on how to build a business course. And let me tell you, the very first week after I was done with this program, I made $23,000. Lisa really, truly cares about her clients. She wants to see results. She will hold your hand. She will walk you through and through. And I'm so blessed and so fortunate, Lisa. I am blessed by you, and I can't wait to be making more money with you. Thank you.
So happy to have that success for Maggie and also for others. You know, it turned out that Oliver came to me. He's an investor. He teaches how to create wealth through multifamily generational homes and real estate. He followed the blueprint that I put together for him. He had 50 people register for his first event. 26 showed up. 6 ended up setting strategy sessions. On his second call, he enrolled his first client for $5,000 following my $1 million close script. You know, same thing for Jasmine. Her first event didn't have as many people register. She's an efficiency expert. And she ended up having only 5 people show up, had 1 call following the $1 million script. Again, a proven system. She enrolled her first client for $13,000. A few days later, got another client. So repeating history, following a proven system. You know, wherever you are, you want to actually model success. I shared with you, I've been with Tony for 27 years. When I came out with my first book, I shared it with him, and one of my friends fortunately caught it, was so excited that they caught me when I shared with Tony. He says, "Oh, you said you were going to do it." And I feel really blessed to have had that experience and still to be able to be mentored by him and everyone else he ever mentioned to me out there. So modeling success is not about, having, taking from one to another to another. It's really about taking the information, applying it, and finding someone who's actually done it and proved it and can take you there from A to Z, so you don't have to try to figure it out yourself. And I've been mentored by some of the best people in the world and traveled around the world from learning from these people. And over the last 27 years, invested over $1 million in my education and me to figure it all out. You don't have to do that. You can invest a fraction of that and get so much more to be able to build your own business. But realize that, it's not going to happen without the work. And here in Modeling Success, I put together a sensational soundbite for you. Take a picture of the screen. You're going to want to. This is what's going to differentiate you from an elevator pitch, from somebody turning around and saying something about what do you do, and you say, "Oh, I'm a life coach. Oh, I'm a health coach. Oh, I do mortgage. I do real estate." This is going to be your differentiator. And this has been amazing for me because I'm going to show you how well it worked for me. Because when I go in a room and I'm at a Chamber of Commerce meeting or I'm at a networking event and someone says what I do, I don't turn around and say a business and life strategist. There can be another one next to me. This is how you're going to build your script. Typically, I work with and have who that ideal client is. and then who have the challenge of what's the problem that you have that you're solving for them that keeps them up at night, that they want to spend money to get fixed, right? And I help them get the advantages of working with you. And what that means is the benefit of what's in it for them. And who do you know who'd be interested in something like this? So let me give you an example of what a sensational soundbite sounds like. I went to an event recently with some friends, and it was at somebody's home. The woman happened to have been Marcy. She's a talk show host on CBS. She had some of her friends there. One person's a lawyer. One person has a networking group for women. Somebody else did myofascial massages. Somebody else was in real estate. And this is how they answered. Hi, my name is, I'm in real estate. Hi, whatever. That's not what so I'm there looking at who's there at the time as a business and life strategist. I said, I'm going to take the life strategist side. So here's what I said. I said, hi, my name is Lisa Lieberman Wang, and typically I work with women typically I work with women who are successful in some areas, but not with themselves. They feel fine, which is how I used to feel, which was effed up, insecure, neurotic, and emotional. And they so much more want to be fabulous, awesome, beautiful. And what that means is I help them avoid years of shame, blame, and therapy so they can live an authentic life, happy, healthy, and free. Who do you know who'd be interested? I kid you not, we get done, we go into the kitchen to have some coffee and tea. One of the women walks over to me and said, I'm here to meet you. And sure enough, she did, she was, and she ended up becoming my client for Find to Fab, for working with me for Find to Fab. So here's the deal. What are you saying that's getting people to make the register ring ka-ching? If I was going to a business networking event, I'd answer differently. I would say, typically I work with entrepreneurs who are frustrated and overwhelmed, thinking they should be further along with their business. I help guide them to take back control, stop guessing, use our proven system to create a multiple 6- and 7-figure business online and off. What that means is they can leave the stress behind and have fun doing what they love. Who do you know who'd be interested in something like that? When you create your sensational soundbite, make sure you test it. And what I mean by that is test it with your ideal client who would actually be the one raising their hand and saying, yes, I want what you have. And if it's not your ideal client, somebody should be able to think of somebody who'd benefit from your solution. If they don't, then you need to go back to the drawing board and keep massaging it until they do. Remember always the fortunes in the follow-up. They have shown that it takes 16 touch points before someone says yes to us today. Years ago, statistically, we had to be in front of our ideal client at least 7 times before they'd say yes. But think about all the noise we have now with social media, things online. Everywhere you go, your phones, your devices, everything around you is kind of looking to get your attention. It takes more time for somebody to get the attention. The challenge is most people put something in front of somebody once or twice, they don't bite, you say, oh, I'm not going to do it. Well, statistically, the sales are actually showing up between the 4th and the 8th touch point. 80% of them are showing up between the 8th and the 12th touch point. So if the fortune's in the follow-up, what are you doing to continue to put yourself in front of the client? Are you using social media? Are you sending emails? Are you texting? Are you calling? Are you doing webinars? Are you doing mailings? Are you meeting them at events? How are you getting in touch with your ideal client so that when the time is right and they need a shovel, because it's snowing outside, that they think of you? Remember to always show up and add value and have people pay for it after. Use social media to promote yourself, but remember to be social, not just go out and sell, sell, sell. Give, give, give. I have a give, give, give model. Give, 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 then ask. Give, 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 and ask. Just like I'm giving, 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 then I'm going to make it ask, right? You need to remember to ask. It's not enough just to give, because if you don't ask, then they don't see that you have a product or solution that can solve their problem. You need to make sure you ask. Always follow up. And remember, the fortune is in the follow-up. And implementing Mastery to Millions is about taking everything I told you of mastering the mindset and really, doing a checkup from the neck up and knowing how you're marketing and building your business, taking massive concerted effort that will actually create results that will make the register ring ka-ching, modeling success from someone that's already done it already, that you don't have to guess on how to do it, measuring what's working, measuring, monitoring, adjusting, controlling, having KPIs and knowing what you need to change, what we need to spend more time on, where we need to go further, managing it, whether it's you self-managing it or getting the right people in place to manage it and make sure things are implemented and action is being taken. And then marketing and innovation is critically important. In today's economy, more than ever before, it's all about marketing and innovation. It's how to be different, how to stand out from the crowd, and how to do something that other people may have done before, but do it in a different way that they see you as the expert. And then masterminding with like-minded people who actually are doing better than you. I always say, if you're the brightest bulb on the tree, then we're in trouble, right? You want to find other people that are brighter than you, that can lead you and lift each other up in every area you can. This is something you want to do. And when you do that around the areas of implementing what I showed you as a six-figure plus coach in businesses, is being the expert out there, creating your ideal avatar, knowing who to market to and not marketing everyone and selling to no one, having your sensational soundbite, your program, your funnels, all these things put in place and creating that. When you do, you're going to see the success. You know, Dr. Terry came to me and she was totally undervaluing her services, unbelievably talented doctor. She's a naturopathic doctor. And when we looked at what she did, we implemented the Mastery to Millions for her and the six-figure plus coach. And we took her practices that she was doing a la carte and we put it together in a program. And when we did, within just 10 days, she went out and got new patients, completely new, didn't know her before, and did $21,000 in sales. And within a month, she actually did $45,000 in sales. She increased her income by 1,000%. What would that mean to you when you increase your income by 1,000%? It's amazing, wouldn't you agree? And it's not just Dr. Terry. Lisa's a nurse. She started the Nurses Institute for Leadership. And she came to me because she had been wanting to build her business for 5 years and super successful in her career, unbelievably successful, you know, and the same token wasn't able to translate it into her own business because she didn't have the tools, resources to do that. And she needed a proven system. And literally, if you see what she said, in just 6 weeks, we were able to increase her, get a return of 400% on her business. Literally implementing this, she took her business to another level that was insane, that she didn't even do in 5 years. Literally crazy. So this is possible for you too. And if this is something that you're interested in, if you're ready to invest in yourself and your business, and you're sick and tired of being sick and tired, and you're not a tire kicker looking for something for free and not ready to do something, but you really want to take your business to the next level, to a multiple 6- and 7-figure business, I'm going to make an offer for the first 10 people that take action now to schedule a strategy session with me. Now you can apply for free and you can do that. And we're going to only connect those people that actually fill out the form, and we believe that we can help you. And if we believe we can help you, we'll have that conversation. And if you're ready to take action and take your business to the next level and support more people with your gifts, I look forward to the opportunity of doing that with you. So take the notes. All the stuff you did is things that you can apply right now. There's no reason to wait. You can start seeing results. Add up how much all those notes are worth to you and what that will be worth. And imagine applying now. I just gave you a taste. Applying the full 7 secrets in the six-figure plus coach program, what that will actually mean to your business, and the lives you'll be able to save, the people you'll be able to help, the changes you'll be able to make in the world when you take your gifts out to the world and totally do what you're meant to do. I want to thank you for being here. I look forward to the opportunity of helping you take your dreams and bring them to fruition, and have a wonderful, blessed day.
Hey, Simon, it's so cool to connect with you again, man. This is wonderful having you here today. I'm really excited. Look, let me just start off so I don't read a bio or talk through that. Let me toss it to you, man. Tell the folks, who is Simon? And more importantly, what in the heck are you up to these days with this whole concept about be brilliant?
My whole purpose is to spark brilliance in individuals, systems, and nations to create sustainable results. Today, I am in London getting ready to head to Milan. A client will pick me up in Milan and drive me into Switzerland. And my goal is to equip over 100 businesses that I'm going to have a full day with to equip them with the tips, tools, and techniques on how to create customers for life.
Wow, how to create customers for life, man. I love that. Talk about this whole concept about be brilliant and what that's about. A number of folks have had some setbacks in their lives. Some other folks have had some challenges. Other folks are on the comeback right now, and they're doing really, really well, but they still want to be brilliant no matter what level they're at. Take a moment and talk about that.
So when I talk about being brilliant, it first starts with understanding that average is over. Average is done. Average is history. And if you're going to do anything, it has to be brilliant. It has to be excellent. It has to be the best version of yourself. I reached a point professionally years ago when I was working for a Fortune 50 company, and I knew I had more potential within me than what was being released. So I happened to be talking to one of my mentors one day, and he asked me how I was doing. And I said to him, if I had white skin, blonde hair, blue eyes, it would be very easy for me to succeed here in America. And he said, you're stuck in your mind and body thinking that the pigmentation of your skin limits you from being all that you possibly can be. He said when he and his wife first got married, they adopted 2 young African-American boys. He was white. And he said, we've been telling them what they could be instead of what they couldn't be. And he says, I'm telling you, you were born to be brilliant. You weren't born to fit in. And Shay, when he said it, it was just like, boom, the 4th of July fireworks went off in me because no one had ever validated or told me that I was born to be brilliant. So literally for the next 7 years, I started on this journey of trying to understand, what does it mean that you're brilliant? What does it mean you have brilliance? And I came across some research that absolutely changed my life. And it's from Dr. Howard Gardner, a professor of education at Harvard. Dr. Gardner, he and his team of researchers did an interesting study over a 20+ year period. And what they discovered is that children up until the age of 4 are operating at the genius level. This same group of children were studying in their early 20s, and only 10% were still operating at the genius, or what I now call the brilliance level. And in their late 20s, early 30s, only 2% were still operating at the genius or brilliance level. So the question that I have, like you had, and everyone that's listening to us, is where did this genius or brilliance go? It didn't go anywhere. But it became buried by a society that says color within the lines, sit down, give it back, you can't do this. And the more a person continues to hear what they can't do, where they can't go, and who they can't become, there's a neurological path that is created in the brain that causes people to shut down. So what happens is people have this potential, they have this insight, they have this genius, and they show up at a place called work. And what I've discovered in almost 18 years of this work is that your brilliance, that thing that allows you to be your most brilliant self, is released in an environment where you're celebrated rather than tolerated. And when you're in this environment where you're celebrated rather than tolerated, that environment invites you to be a vitamin, not just an aspirin. And when you understand how to be a vitamin, not just an aspirin, you understand that I am not here to compete against you, but I'm here to complete you as I become my most brilliant self.
My most brilliant self. I love that. And as I was thinking and listening here, I was wondering about what is this whole concept that you have around build a vision? Because I like to be brilliant. You kind of started off that way, but take a moment to talk about that, build a vision around being brilliant.
So when I build a vision around being brilliant, what I recognize, the picture that I see is the picture that I aspire to be. So I cannot become something if I don't first see it. But then when I first see it, I have to write it, I have to speak it, I have to become it, and then I have to receive it. So for every person that is thinking about how do I make this vision of brilliance come alive, what do I see? Write it down. What do I now say that connects to what I see? How do I begin to act it out or believe it? Acting it out or believing it is the resources, the mentors, the coaches, the actual doing of the work is taking it from zero to where it possibly can become, and then actually receiving it as if it's going to happen.
Now, is that the part where you start to transform into your potential, or is that kind of a separate area? So I know I got to see it before I see it, or I never see it. When does this whole transformation process take place where I kind of step into it, and how does that work?
So the transformation takes place once you identify the vision, and most people teach you need to set a goal. I don't necessarily believe you just need to set a goal. Yes, goals are important, but what's more important than goals are habits. So the secret of living a brilliant life is hidden in the daily routine. Show me your habits, I'll show you your future. So habitually, what time do I get up in the morning? What is the first thing that I do when my feet hit the ground? What's the first thing I read? What's the first thing I listen to? You have to work out your potential every single day by reading, listening, and then doing. And that habit becomes hardwired. That brings you the results that you want. So what calls do I need to make today? How do I move an inch closer to what I am trying to accomplish by taking the daily steps to make it happen?
The daily steps take it happen, man. I love it. You know, you built this whole concept of helping folks maximize their potential. It's kind of what you're doing. We're going to get into that in just a few moments. But I want to ask a question from a different perspective, and it might get the same type of spin on it. But this whole concept about be inspired, be intentional, and be confident. But you're really interesting because you say you can do that at work and you can do it at home. Let me say it again. You can be inspired, you can be intentional, and you can be confident at work and at home. You don't have to live two separate lives. Take a moment to talk about that, please.
So when you're inspired, the word inspired or inspiration comes from, when you go to the dictionary, it means to breathe life into. So wherever you show up, if you're in a work environment, business environment, how do you breathe life into that environment? Through the work that you do, through the communication that you have, through the projects that you work on, through whatever you're executing. Are you the light in the midst of darkness? Are you the yes when everyone is saying no? Are you the positive when there's a negative? That's inspiring. It's coming alongside your team members who literally have been rocked by uncertainty, volatility, complexity, and ambiguity. You inspire and breathe life into that situation to begin to show them, have you thought about this? Will you consider that? Once you are inspiring, then you become intentional, and intentionality has everything to do with consistency, how you show up, what are the things that people can count on you for. And when people know that you are intentional about being consistent in making them better, making a job better, making a business better, making a situation better, then it builds your confidence, because what you begin to understand, when I have confidence in the future is created in the present. So I show up in the present inspired, intentional, confident to be the difference that makes a difference.
You know, take a moment to talk about leadership. One of the things you do in Shift Your Brilliance is you talk about the term being a leader. Obviously, you got to be a leader of one before you can be a leader of many. But in the context of leadership, which is huge, talk about leading remote teams. Talk for a moment, because folks right now, they're leading themselves, but they're also leading a team that they can no longer walk in the morning, at least where we are right now, and have a cup of coffee with, right? So take a moment, talk about one, the importance of leadership and Shift Your Brilliance, and then maybe one or two ideas they can do, because I know you work with companies that are leading remotely as well.
So let me look at this from a few different angles. The first thing that I invite leaders to recognize is that the job of a leader is to invite men and women on a journey to discover the leader within themselves while they're following you. So in other words, a leader can never take people to a place that he or she has not been themselves. All right, that's big 30,000 foot understanding of what does it mean to lead. Now, let's unpack that. Leaders leading remote teams have to be empathetic. In other words, coming alongside men and women who have been totally dislocated, displaced, sheltering in place, quarantined, working remote, kids at home, spouse or partner or significant others at home. Being empathetic simply starts with How are you doing? How's it going? What is it that I can do to serve you? Secondly, being authentic to tell them, here's where the company is on Monday. By Wednesday, it may change, if not on Tuesday. And by Friday, we might do something completely different than how we started the beginning of the week. But what I am going to do as a leader, I'm going to tell you what I know, and I'm going to be honest with you. That's the authenticity, because where there is no communication, people fill in the gap and they make things up. The third thing is a leader being intentional to bring men and women together remotely to say, what's right about us, what is working instead of what's not working. And how do we now see problems as really opportunities? And we language things in such a way where people are like, okay, we know how to shift our brilliance and begin to adapt to where the world is going, not where the world once was before COVID-19.
You know, for those folks that are listening, they're thinking to themselves, this is hot. This is really good, Shay. I know you're going to ask him in a minute what his number one key to success is. I got it, Shay. And I know you're going to ask him in a minute what his number one idea he learned from his mentor. So he'll close out and answer those two questions, his key to success and his number one idea from a mentor that he's learned he's going to pass to us. But at the same time, we're wondering, how do we connect with this guy? Like, you know, he's listening, we're listening to him, we're talking to him now. Number one, Shay, what type of folks does he work with now? Because he does work with corporate clients, he does work with organizations, he does work with entrepreneurs. So how do we connect with him, and who does he work with now? Can we stop for a moment? Can you answer that question, and I'll come back and we'll bring it down home just with the last 2 or 3 questions?
Yeah, I work with men and women who are looking to break through to the next dimension. And notice I said dimension and not level, because when you study string theory, there are 8 to 10 levels in one dimension. So I work with men and women who understand that they have a dimensional gift within them, and they want to literally catapult, quantum leap to that next level. I help cut down their learning curves by taking my 18-year journey of how I worked at Disney, and 18 years ago, I turned down 4 jobs, a senior director position with Learjet to head up all customer care for Learjet owners in the world. And for the last 18 years, I've worked with almost 2,000 companies in 49 countries. Right now, I'm in London today as we are talking. And so I help them understand, how did I go from Disney to doing this full time? But then what are the key mistakes and failures that I learned from, and build not just success, but significance. And there's a difference. So I teach them and cut down their learning curve through the 10 books that I've written and the 3 online courses we have to say, here's how you do it. But I coach them to their brilliance. And obviously they can find me at simontbailey.com, T for terrific.
The site is www.simontbailey.com. The T is for what again?
Terrific.
Of course it is. Of course it is. Why would I expect anything less? Why would I expect anything less? All right, you know, one of my favorite questions asked every time is, what's your number one key to success? Now, you've probably learned 20,000 plus ideas. You teach, I don't know how many ideas on success. But if you had to say, Shay, this is just one of the keys to my success that allows me to be successful and the folks I work with to be the most successful, what principle comes top of mind? And kind of elaborate on that, please.
The number one principle is the way up is down. When I understand the way up is down, it's never about me, but it's about we. The way up is down is simply realizing that I serve humanity through giving, not just taking. The way up is down is making it about you to understand when I serve you, it's not just about hearing you, but it's listening to you, because hearing is a courtesy, but listening is a compliment. When I understand the way up is down, it's never about the accoutrements of success, the house, the cars, the money in the bank, all of those things. Yes, they are important and they're nice, but how am I ensuring that I'm helping the least, the last, the lost to level up? When I understand the way up is down, how do I give a hand up instead of a hand out? So deep principle, critically important, that it's taken me some 50 years to really understand this, but this is something that I pass on to people when I coach them to their breakthrough.
You know, we're going to close up with one of our favorite questions, which was going to be a mentor, but I'm going to shift that because we're talking about champions. And I'd like for you to give your definition of what is a champion, number one. And number two, what is 1 or 2 principles that a champion displays, not only for themselves, but for the folks that they're around. And so the final question I have for Simon T. Bailey, who you can find over at www.simontbailey.com. You can go over to www.simontbailey.com. Follow the instructions on that website. Just follow the instructions. It'll take you directly to him or someone inside his organization who'll be able to put you in the right direction. But Simon, the word champion. We're talking about comeback champion. We're talking about champion nation. Let me spread the question and give it to you again. Number one, what's one idea did you do after you had a setback? That's number one. And then, because this is about comeback. And then number two, your definition of a champion, man, and the principles that a champion displays. Thanks a lot for being here, man. We appreciate it. You're amazing. I'm going to turn over to you so you can close out the folks with your final thoughts. Thanks a lot, my friend.
So in the words of Mike Murdoch, champions look at what they're going to, while losers look at what they're going through. Champions have the ability to see the possibility of what can become instead of what isn't currently happening. When a person has a champion mindset, they begin to recognize that the greatest time, the greatest period in history is to recognize there's never a perfect time to become the person you might have been. So they look at this time and recognize this is not a do-over. This is not a dress rehearsal. This is the moment that I've been waiting for. And they wake up every single day as if this may be the last day on earth, and they leave everything on the floor. That's a champion. So if there's one critical thing that I invite you as we close this out to really think about, am I ready to become the champion that is operating brilliantly and moving away from average living, average results to create the future in the present? Because that's what champions do. They look at what they're going to instead of looking at what they are going through.
Hi, my name is Sean Harper. Man, you know what? I played 7 years professional football, blocked for some great running backs and quarterbacks, and I was blessed to take the same concepts that I learned playing professional football to the boardroom, from the locker room to the boardroom. I've been a CEO for close to 20 years now, owning a security firm and other companies. It has been an absolute amazing ride. COVID, though, wow. That was a paradigm. And if I have time today, I'm going to talk to you about how to profit in paradigms. Welcome to my portion of the Comeback Summit. We are going to play to win. I believe each and every one of you are not just winning, but you are a born winner. That's a difference. One is action. The other is a state of being. Now, you say, we know, Sean, it's easy for you to talk about winning. You play professional football. You're a business owner, CEO, executive, motivational speaker, coach. I've heard it all, but you know what? Nothing could be further from the truth. You're looking at the results, but the come up, there's a lot of pain, adversity, pressure. The main thing about pressure is that without pressure, you can't have diamonds. Adversity can break you, but it also can make you a record breaker. I remember standing in the second grade line. First day of school in the second grade, man, I was so excited to be in the second grade. And, I had my friends, just like it was yesterday. And, we're all talking about what we're going to do this year. And, we're high-fiving. And to the left of me was my teacher. And she's talking to the principal. And they're looking at me. And after about a minute, I'm looking. She walks over and she grabs my hand and she pulls me back into the first grade line. And my friends from the second grade, they're now looking at me. They're not laughing anymore. They're frowning. When one guy, he out of nowhere, he just says, Sean, you failed. Sean, you're stupid. Sean, you're dumb. No, you can't hang out with us no more. You're a special kid. You're the dumb kid. From that day forward, I was the dumb kid. From the first, second, third, fourth, fifth grade, I was the dumb kid. One day, I'm struggling in class, and the teacher walks over. She asked me to stand up to read, and I'm stuttering because I could not complete a sentence till college. She was horrible, and I'm struggling to complete a sentence, a simple sentence, and all the kids are laughing. She silenced the kids and she went on with class. And at the end of class, she said, Sean, stay behind. And she said, you know what? I got something for you. The next day, I'm in a room with a psychologist, a sociologist, all these ologists, and they're testing me for 3 to 4 days. And at the end of the test, I remember that doctor's face. He looked at me, he took off his glasses, he put the pencil down. He said, we have to meet your mother immediately. And he said, ma'am, your son has 4 to 5 documented learning disabilities. And we have to, put together systems and special classrooms and, segregate him with tutors and the list goes on. And finally, after about a minute or so, my mom stands up, longer than a minute. She stands up and she says, no, she slams her hand down. No, you will not label my son. And she pulled me to the side. She said, baby, I didn't raise no dummy. Baby, it's in you and you have to dig deep to find it. Okay. Continue to struggle. Kicked out of not one school, but 2 schools because of disciplinary issues. You see, after that moment and other moments of abuse and physical abuse, I grew into a mad boy, not a bad boy. See, in the streets, we all look at the bad boys, but you have to be really careful of the mad boys. I went from 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th. I left high school with a 1.62 cumulative GPA, 9 on my ACT. Out of 154 seniors to graduate, my academic ranking was 154. Graduated last in my class, voted most likely to fail. Oh yeah, the athletics, right? Listen, I wasn't even honorable mention all conference. I was the guy in the back. And the guys are up front and getting all the awards with their parents. I was too embarrassed to bring my mom. This guy's all state. This guy's all Franklin County. This guy's all American. That guy's all universe, intergalactic, whatever you want to call it. And then there's me in the back, eating that nasty cordon bleu, like who made that, right? And Sean, come up and get your participation award. But underneath all of that, man, was this dream. This dream. And it was pounding, Have you ever had a desire? Have you ever had an urge that was so strong it could explode from your chest? And I had this dream of one day playing professional football, one day being, just doing great things. But all I saw was failure. I had this dream of getting to the mountaintop, but all I saw was misery. The thing about a dream is this: you can often count the number of seeds in an orange, but you can never count the number of oranges in the seed. The dream is like a seed. You have no idea what's in you or the potential that's lying within you. Never allow people to crap on your dream. Never allow circumstances to define your dream. Your dream is not the outside in, your dream is the inside out. Your dream moves in elements or situations and circumstances that produces manifestation greater than creation. I can't see it. All I see is failure. You see, it's one thing for them to say I'm stupid. It's another one I say I'm stupid. Last day of school, I'm sitting in the kitchen, the phone rings. There's a junior college calling, a 2-year school in Mason City, Iowa. Sean, come play football in Mason City, Iowa. I'm in the middle of 2 cornfields. I was like, no, I'm not going. But that dream began to speak. Nothing, I can't do nothing on the hood. Might as well go up there. First year at that junior college, you know what? I sat the bench the entire season, not one play. I would carry water for the starters, right? I would hold the dummies for the starting tackles. And guys are joking, man, why did he even come here? I'm on the bench. I'm watching the coach look for a substitute player. He makes eye contact with me and he looks past me. He looks off. He looks away. I'm like, man, now I'm getting discouraged. In the last game, I went home to the dorm and I picked up the phone and I called my mom. And I said the 2 words, man, I thought I would never say. I'm like, Mom, I quit. Mom, I give up. Mom, I want to come home. Now I'm expecting my mom to, oh, baby, come on home, you know. But my mom just, that same fire that I saw in the 5th grade rose up again. She's like, no, go back. I hung that phone up. I said, you know what? You're right. You're right. I don't have the smarts. I don't have your intelligence. I learned later I have a different level of intelligence. But at that moment, I don't have your intelligence. Yeah, you're right. I'm not starting here. Yeah, you're right. I'm one of 6 kids in the South Side, single parent. Yeah, you're right. According to what you have told me, and according to what I've read and what I've seen, you're right. I will never be successful. I said, but baby, I can win. And I created a distinction in my mind, a breach between success and winning. I know nothing about success, but I know everything about winning. See, I've been raised to play football since the 2nd grade, so I understand the concepts of winning. And so I begin to merge winning overlaying success. I said, oh, let's go, baby. But I created a separation between success and winning. You're right, yeah, I won't be successful, but I can win. I understand winning. I've been playing football since the 2nd grade. I was horrible at it. My mom made me play. I didn't want to play. She just put me out there because I needed a male role model because my father left when I was 3 years of age. But I know how to win. I studied winning, and I took the laws and the concepts of winning from the football field, and I brought it over to the success room, to the success platform, and I've been killing it. I've been killing them. I made the separation. See, we're groomed to be successful, but we're not called to be successful. We're encouraged to be successful, but our whole flesh and being doesn't move on a success model. It moves on the winning model. Draft day in the NFL, 3rd pick in the 4th round. Full ride to Indiana University, blocked for a Heisman candidate. Played the years in the NFL Europe. Retired, took the same concept. Now I put it into the business world. I applied it to life itself. And it's been sitting there and in our face the entire time. We're not called to be successful. We're called to win. The challenge is that most of us don't know how to win. It was stripped from us around the 3rd or 4th grade. By the time you realized or you were taught or told that Santa Claus is not real, they introduced another concept called success. See, before that, we were playing the win-lose games like hide and seek, race you in the street. That's based off of winning because that is who you are. It's the essence of your being. What do I mean by that? Well, I explain it to you. You're 1 to 2 or 3 million sperm cells. One of the sperm cells, which is you, fertilized the egg. Now you're born. Years later, you're playing the game. The games that you're playing is win-lose games. It's not success games. And then you get a little older. You're playing video games. Oh, I remember video games. I would go to the store in the 80s. I would take a stack of quarters like this big, right? And I'll put it on the videos, and I'm just waiting to play a game that enticed me for hours. Level after level after level. I've never seen the end of Miss Pac-Man, Defender, Tempest, Galga. Never seen the end of it. I just kept playing it over and over and over. Why? Because I am addicted to winning. I was born to win. My DNA resonates with winning. Gambling is a multi-billion-dollar industry. I fly into Vegas all the time. As soon as I get off the plane, I hear the boom, boom, boom. People at the slots, playing all day, waiting for the win. I bet you if those slots were free, they would still play because that pulls the win out of you. Football is a multi-billion-dollar industry. Think about it. Sports, multi-billion-dollar industry. Why? Win. I'll prove it to you. Take your favorite team, NBA or NFL. I'll give it to you. No, NHL. Why not? Let's throw that in there too. Let's say your favorite team lost every single game for the next 5 years. You're a fan. But are you going to the game? Are you going to wear their gear? You're not. Why? Because you can't identify with losing. You're not. Same team wins every game for the next 5 years, you can't find a ticket. Winners. You see, we talk about your why and man, listen, your why is so important, but there's something deeper than your why, and that's the win. You see, your why is your motive. The win is your perspective of who you are. You are a winner. You see, first, actions. And then if you want to go deeper, you look at the motive of your actions, and they're based off of your belief. And that's where a lot of the speakers and a lot of the trainers stop at. You have to believe, and you have to speak the affirmation. That's fine. But there's one more, there's actually two more. There's one more level deeper than believing, and that's being. That's why you can give a lottery winner millions of dollars, and 2 years later, he or she's broke. Why? Because they have it on the outside, but they don't have it on the inside. Being. And the being is the winner. So winners always manifest winnings. Before you can become, you have to be or believe. Before you believe, you have to be. And that's what I'm attacking now. Is Sean, who are you? Victim or victor? Sean, who are you? I'm a winner. If I'm on a roller coaster 300 feet in the air, right? And I'm 300 feet in the air and I'm looking down and I know that it's a ride, I mean, I'm not gonna scream. I might yell like, oh, right? Scream. But if I'm 300 feet in the air, and then there's an announcement, the brakes are broke, the ride is broke, it's a different type of scream. I know it's a game, and I know how to win the game. And since I'm a winner, and if life is a game, you play the game to win, the rule number one in winning is that there's always a way to win the game. That's very important. Because what happens is that they show you what winning is. First of all, winning is more than money, way more than money. It's the fullest expression of who you are mentally, physically, socially, economically, and most important, legacy. This ain't no race. This is a relay. The baton was handed to some of us, we got to pick it up, but we still have to run. So check it out. There's always a way to win the game. So I'm playing video games with my son. I'm trying to bond with my boy, right? A couple years back. And we're playing Star Wars Battlefront, right? And we're like, man, we got to level 12. And we're stuck at level 12. And every day I would come downstairs. Son, before dinner, 45 minutes, level 12, let's go. Get to level 12, smashed, broke down, beat up. I'm like, man, day after day, week after week, month after month. Finally, my son's like, Dad, come on, man. Let's find something else. I'm like, no, we're going to beat level 12. We're going to kill that stormtrooper. We're going to win. Every day, my son's getting frustrated. I don't care. I'm like, one day, I'm playing this game, right? And I'm running from a stormtrooper, and I hit like the B or whatever button, and I jump behind these barrels. I'm like, oh, I'm dead. I'm dead. The stormtrooper runs right past me. I'm like, he didn't see me. Oh, this is crazy. He runs the other way. They don't see me. So this time he ran across. I'm like, pow, pow, killed him. They don't see me though. I'm like, oh, son. I tell you what, you go around, you run kind of slow, whatever, and you bring them all. Let them chase you. And when they get right past me, they're going to run past me, and I'm going to pick them all off. We did it. Bam, 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 bam. I'm like, wow. Level after level, the same strategy, same barrel. I'm like, this is amazing. We beat the whole level within a couple days, right? And my son looks at me. There's a glitch. There's a glitch, Dad. And I almost break. No, it's not a glitch. In order for them to legally morally and ethically call it a game, in the program, they have to put away the win. They know all the glitches. They know all the codes. That's what they got beta testers for. They put it there so they can call it a game. So this is what they do. They introduce the game to us. They change the name of the game called CCS. Then they give you the rules. And then you watch and you'll spend the rest of your life trying to become who you are. They devalue you and try to give you what you already got. There are other rules out there. And I'm gonna share them. I gave you the first one. There's always a way to win. Rule number 2 is that once you realize the systems and how to win, then you have to go all in. Now, I watch some ESPN, right? I'm watching ESPN, and and I love the whole gambling shows, right? It's amazing gambling shows, the gambling programs on ESPN, and it always happens, right? It's this guy has a whole bunch of chips, this guy has millions of dollars in chips, and this guy got the funny glasses on, and it's always one person, and he has about maybe like 12 chips left, and they're all laughing, but then what he does is he takes 2 hands, and he doesn't yell, and he pushes it to the middle, and he says 2 words that puts fear and anxiety in every single one of those guys. They have millions of dollars. It's kind of like a badger going up against a tiger. He says, I'm all in. And those 2 words, everything stops. They are second guessing themselves now. The millions of dollars, and they're nervous. 13 chips. $13,000 is backing down $13 million. Because when you are all in, you are dangerous. And so the reconciliation process, or the reconcile process of bringing your body, your mind, and your beliefs to a point that you are all in, you're unstoppable. Most people are not all in. I study body language, right? And they'll say something. I don't listen to what they say, I watch what they say. And when I see that they're talking one thing, but their body language is saying something totally different, I know you're not all in. Waste my time, you're not ready. But when a person is all in, fully invested, spirit and soul and body, they're in agreement. There is so much power in the word agreement. There's so much power in the word agreement that when you have internal agreement, the world reacts, the universe reacts, people around you reacts, because you're all in. I love my country, right? The Declaration of Independence, think about that. These guys signed the Declaration of Independence under the penalty of treason. That's all in. You gotta have that mindset, because the atmosphere will not respond if you don't. Next is you gotta move into the 212. What do I mean by that? Water is water at 211 degrees. It's just water. It's hot water, but it's water. But at 212 degrees, water boils. It changes forms. And from there, that water can turn to gas. And so much has been done with boiling water. 212 degrees. That inch extra, 212 degrees, changed the world. The steam engine. People who are running and racing, winning 1/10 of a second. They're not huge margins between first and second place. It's not. They're both training, but one wants it more. I know basketball players who trained in the 212. What extra are you doing? My coach told me one day, he said, Sean, the only thing I'm asking you to do, after he yelled at me on practice, right? The one thing I'm asking you to do, Sean, is get this much better each day. That's all. It's much better. And over a year, it's going to turn to this much. That's it. Flow in the 212. Now, I'm going to be honest with you, okay? It's very hard for a person to operate in the 212. It is. This is why we have coaches. This is why we have mentors. This is why we have people in your face. If you don't have a coach, if if you don't have a trainer who's pushing you, whether in business or other areas of your life, you can forget it. You have to have someone on your team. It's a bonus. Your team to take you into the 212 and keep you in the 212. Next, you got to know the rules. If life's a game, play to win, okay? What are the rules? Everywhere you go, you have to know the rules. So when I want to win in a certain area or in a certain environment or a new group or a new business setting, the first thing I learn is the rules. The second thing I learn is the words. I can exist in many circles. Why? Because I know the rules or the etiquette, and I know the words and the language. You have to know the rules of the game. In the game of life, they don't have rules, they have laws. And you have to learn the laws. And if you really want to get really good at it, you stack laws on top of laws. When you see a plane fly, all that is thousands of laws working together. The law of lift, the law here, this law, the law of gravity, 32 feet per second in the vacuum, stacking laws on top of each other. Now, bend the rules, break the rules, never break the laws. Know the laws of the game. Man, I tell you what, we fight so hard and you can just wear us out. It can wear you out. Because the laws don't care. The laws don't care if you know them or not. If you break them, it's gonna spank you. Period. Know the laws. I talk about that. I share laws. I live by laws. Speaking of laws, my last point is very important. I talked about becoming, being, believing, reversed order. Excuse my ADD. By the way, I'm not disabled. I'm uniquely enabled. But the last point is that I belong. This is where you have to get to. That we are all a part of a community. Yeah, before you can become, you have to believe. Before you believe, you have to be. But in order to really be, you have to belong. It's deep. You belong to a community, whether you acknowledge it or not. You belong to a spiritual community, whether you acknowledge it or not. See, when you belong, it tempers your successes, or your wins. It tempers your wins. It gives perspective to your wins. See, if you walk around and you're living life and it's about me and my wins and my wins and my wins, then it sets you up for a fall, because pride will destroy you. Arrogance will crush you. Self-centeredness and myopic thinking will just derail you. But when you belong and you're attached to something greater than you, I belong to God. And that's who I am. I'm not ashamed of it. And that gives me the balance, and that's my core. And that makes up my core. And when you have a strong core, it balances your muscles. When you have a strong core, it allows your muscles to transfer from your legs to your chest when you play football. I have a core, and my core is Christ. Period. And if you don't like it, cut it off. I don't care. I'm gonna give you a bonus though. And the bonus is, winners know how to prosper in paradigms. Paradigm. That's where you win. Let me explain this to you. Hold on. I need to explain this to you. The paradigm is where winners prosper. In 1983, a bunch of guys stood up and they made a rap video. In 1983, it was called the Super Bowl Shuffle. They made the rap video before training camp. They made the rap video before any game was played. Do you know what are the odds of a team predicting that they are going to win the Super Bowl, go to the Super Bowl, and win the Super Bowl? Think about that. And they're putting it on national TV. They're speaking it in the atmosphere on national TV. It's called the Super Bowl Shuffle. Look it up. Now, how is it that they were able to announce, declare, and predict a game that they were going to win at the beginning of the season? Well, Sean, it was positive thinking, yeah. Well, Sean, they were all in agreement. The law of agreement. It's true. But there was something deeper. They had a secret. And the secret was that the year prior, they invented a defense. It was called the 46 Bear. Up until that moment, last season or 1982 a little, but up until those 2 years, that defense was never introduced. Before the beginning of football, no one knew about the 46 Bear. Rex Ryan, Tolbert, they created a defense, a brand new defense the NFL has never seen. They created a paradigm shift. And they were going to profit from the paradigm shift. Well, Mr. Harper, what's the difference between 1982 and 83? Well, they had to add on one more player, and that was the refrigerator. He was a rookie. And once you put it in there, the 46 was complete, unstoppable. They created a paradigm in the NFL, and they went to the Super Bowl. You profit in paradigms. 1990, the internet was used for the first time for public use. That was a paradigm. Look at the companies that went up. Look at the companies that went down. 9/11, it's a paradigm. Why am I saying this? It's because COVID is a paradigm. COVID is probably the greatest paradigm shift in the history of America, of the world almost. And in that moment, unbeknownst to some companies, they were given a termination certificate. Companies are going to go away, but other companies are going to explode. Winners don't look at the circumstances and say, oh me, oh my. Winners look at the circumstances and the changing paradigms and say, how do I win? How can I win? There are some stocks that are going through the roof right now. And there are some stocks that are going to file for, or companies are going to file for bankruptcy. Paradigms. You're in the midst of one of the greatest paradigms in the history of the world. And if you have a winning mindset, you'll kill it. You will kill it right now. You will kill it right now. I'm glad you're watching this summit. We have 60 to 70 speakers, and they're all bringing all types of nuggets. Lock in. Chew on the meat, spit out the bone. Be teachable. I'm gonna bless you again on my way out the door. I'm gonna give you access to my book, free book. You go to Sean Harper, ShawnHarper.co. There's a book right there, man. You can just log in. It's yours for free. ShawnHarper.co talks about the winning strategies and the winning laws. The winning strategies, laws like the 212, laws like capacity. These laws you have to understand and capitalize on if you're going to win. Bless you. Thank you. You guys are amazing. God bless you. And listen, you will get knocked down in life. But if you can look up, baby, you can get up. That's what we do. We play to win all day.
Okay, success is for suckers. You know that I am out to win. No holding back, I'm giving my all and going in. With Sean Harper, it's time to get up off the bench. You got the potential, it's time to rise to greatness. Go for what you want, there is not a comfort zone. Dream big and never stop till you get it done. Eradicate the negative and keep on climbing. You are a winner, remember, if no pressure, no diamond. Yeah, get off the bench and play to win with Sean Harper.
Hello, everyone. How are you? This is Dr. Cheryl Wood, and I am so excited to be here as a participant of the Comeback Champion Summit. I am so honored that Shay Brown asked me to come and share my expertise with you because I have a lot of really juicy stuff that I want to share about my own journey. I want to tell you more about where I am now in my journey and where I started. And I want to give you some really key strategies and tools that you can implement immediately. Can you say immediately? Immediately, so that you can start experiencing some of the results that I'm promising you that you can experience. I'm going to share with you 5 proven steps that I personally incorporated in my own journey so that I could turn public speaking into unlimited profit. And can I just say this? If I can do it, so can you. So it's not something that I'm going to share that's super hard or super in-depth that you can't grasp. This is going to be something so powerful. The takeaways are going to be so fundamental that you feel not only inspired and empowered that you can do it, but you're actually equipped to get started generating more profits simply by unleashing the power of your voice. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to share my screen, because I want to make sure that what I share with you is something that if you feel like there's something that resonates and you want to take a quick screenshot, you can do that. If you want to pull out your phone and you want to snapshot something that you see on the screen, I want you to be able to do that. This is going to be a really robust, content-rich presentation where I'm going to share who I am, what I do, why I do it, why I'm so passionate about it. But then most importantly, I want you to be able to take something powerful away. All right. So we're going to jump right in. We're going to get started. So the first thing that I want to invite you to do is to stay connected with me. And I'm giving you this now because I know myself and I love what I do, which means I love talking. I love speaking into the lives of others. And I get really excited and energized. So you're going to see me doing a couple of things. I'm going to be serving you well, pouring into you, keeping an eye on my timer so that I'm honoring the time frame that has been given to me. And potentially every once in a while, you'll see me sipping on my hot tea in my NASA cup. That's twofold. Number one, because as speakers, we need to take care of our vocal cords, and anything warm or hot is great for vocal cords. And number two, just because that's a little bit of me marketing the fact that I spoke for NASA. You like that? Do you like that? We got to self-promote, right? So I want you to stay connected with me. So I want to give you those opportunities right now. Let's just get that out of the way. You can follow me all across social media at Cheryl Empowers. I hang out on IG, Facebook, LinkedIn, and Twitter. I don't have Twitter listed, but it's Cheryl Empowers on all of those platforms, as well as YouTube. So just look me up, Cheryl Empowers, and you'll be able to stay connected even beyond this presentation. And my mother told me, Cheryl, don't ever go anywhere not bearing gifts. So I'm also coming bearing gifts. So 2 gifts I'm offering you today. Since I'm talking about public speaking, of course, it's going to be related to public speaking. The first gift is at my website at CherylEmpowers.com. You see how everything is connected. It's easy for you to know who I am because everything is consistent. That's a golden nugget, by the way. There might be some golden nuggets that I drop in the midst of everything else that I'm going to teach you. And I want you to make sure that you're listening carefully, which means you got to be fully tuned in with your notepad and your pen, turn off all distractions so that you can catch all the golden nuggets I'm going to drop in between the fundamental content that I share. So number one, I make it easy for people to find me by being consistent on all social media platforms. I'm Cheryl Empowers on every platform, and my website is CherylEmpowers.com. So if you go to the website, you're going to be able to grab my signature speech template. That's a template that will allow you to start walking through what your signature story is as an entrepreneur, a speaker, an author, a coach, because that's going to be connected directly to your brand identity. That is crucial. You must have a signature story that connects to the hearts of the people that you're going to serve, and that is connected to your brand identity. It's going to be the story that you're going to be telling 30 years from now, because that is your signature life story. That's number one. Number two, I am gifting to you, if you just type the word webinars to 313131 via text, I am giving to you a beautiful step-by-step checklist, if you will, that you will be able to go through, or of 28 ways on how you can create a seamless webinar. Why? Because we're in the virtual marketplace. Everything's virtual. All our conferences are virtual. Our summits are virtual. Everything, pretty much everything is virtual. There are very few live events that even I'm doing as a full-time professional speaker. And so you got to make sure that you're on point when you're showing up to serve people in the virtual marketplace. So text the word webinars with an S on the end to 313131. And again, feel free to take a screenshot of any of these slides that you're going to see over our next 40 minutes or so together. All right. So we got that out of the way. So now let me just share a little bit more with you about who I am. If you have been living under a rock, have never heard of Dr. Cheryl Wood and my journey, oh, I'm so excited to share it with you because I'm so grateful and I feel so blessed for how far God has brought me in my life and in my journey as a business person, a business owner, a businesswoman who's also a wife and a mother of 3. So when I tell you that public speaking literally shifted the trajectory of my life, I am not over exaggerating. And to prove it to you, I said, well, let me spell it out, what it looked like before and now. So public speaking took me from working a full-time legal secretary job, a 9-to-5 gig, building somebody else's dream just in 2009, 11 years ago, to a full-time speaker and CEO who is traveling the world, speaking into the lives of others. What a blessing. Public speaking took me from the woman, the mom, the wife who was building somebody else's dream and earning $80,000 a year to generating well over $600,000 a year in my business simply through speaking and coaching. Wow. You can go ahead and type that in the feed. Wow. And just so you know, and I'll give you a little bit more about my background, I am not the woman who came with a whole bunch of money in my bank account. I didn't have a whole lot of degrees and letters behind my name. I didn't feel qualified or equipped even to serve the world in this big of a way, but that's the power of you just getting started. And we'll talk about that in a few moments, is that you can go from the level of impact that you're making right now and legacy that you're creating and revenue to a completely different place that, as my coach Lisa Nichols says, is barely recognizable. And that's how I feel about my own journey. Speaking took me from the mean streets of Baltimore. I grew up in Lafayette Projects in Baltimore, Maryland, and is now taking me all across the world to speak, including South Africa, India, France, the United Kingdom, the Bahamas, Canada, just to name a few. And the beautiful thing is that my husband and my 3 kids have been on the journey with me. So every time I take an international trip and I get to speak for some big company or corporation or conference, guess what? My 13-year-old, my 14-year-old, my 16-year-old, they get to accompany me and my husband. So it's a family event. It's a family experience. And that, again, has shifted the trajectory of not only my life, but of their lives as well. Speaking took me from quietly sitting behind a desk to coming to the front of the room and being confident enough to speak on stages with my coach and mentor, Lisa Nichols, as well as speaking on stage with Ayanna Van Zant, Gloria Mayfield Banks, Dr. George Fraser, Mickey Taylor of Essence Magazine, Les Brown, and the list continues to grow. It has been a phenomenal journey, and I want to teach you how you can create a journey that's similar. And last but not least, speaking took me from building somebody else's dream and working on their team to building my own team and helping to usher thousands of other women primarily into their own dreams. Again, you can go ahead and say, wow, right? But it has not been without intention and it has not been without strategy. And that's what I'm going to share with you, some of those things that I implemented. So here's me smiling. You see in every picture, you just see teeth. That lets you know I am so excited and energized about the work that I get to do. And I feel so blessed that I get to share my voice and unleash my voice in the world. I've spoken for some amazing, phenomenal organizations. Can I pull the cup out again, y'all? NASA, that was just this year. Verizon, Blacks in Government, NOAA, Federally Employed Women, the Department of Justice, the FBI, the Congressional Black Caucus, the United Nations, and the list goes on and on. It has been a blessing. But, did you see the big but? But what I need you all to understand is that sounds so sexy, doesn't it? You're like, oh, that was a sexy start to her presentation. That sounds so sexy, but it did not start there. Nobody starts at the top. Everybody starts somewhere. And I started at the bottom, just like anybody else who has ever become successful. So I love putting this picture in this presentation because I need you to understand that what you see right now has been 11 years of grit and grind, hard work, persistence, consistency, showing up, perseverance, getting knocked down, but making sure I get back up. So when we talk about being a comeback champion, oh, I can tell you some stories of times where I thought I was out for the count, not just down, but out. But I have always had a spirit of resiliency that causes me to jump back up and get back into action just as quickly as I was initially. So that's why I'm so passionate about this topic of really coming back from everything that was intended to set you back, from everything that was intended to break you down. You have the potential to break through and to come out on the other side as a victor. And then, check this out, and then to use your voice, to maximize your voice, to be able to help someone else to come out of the very thing that has knocked them down, the very thing that they think they're not going to make it through. Now you become their voice of reason. You become their voice of inspiration to remind them that you cannot stay down. You might get knocked down, but you have got to get back up and come back stronger than you've ever done before. We all have that potential. So my journey didn't start with a silver spoon. My journey started at the bottom, where I was determined that I was going to shift my life in some way. And what I know, as we all have heard that quote before, that the definition of doing the same thing over and over and over again and not getting any different results is what? Insanity. So for 15 years, I was basically in a space of insanity, where I was doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results, but I wasn't getting them. And I was never going to get them or experience them until I was willing to be bold enough and courageous enough to disrupt what was normal for me, to get comfortable being uncomfortable, and to going out and seeking out spaces that would scare me, but also that would grow me. So I want y'all to type that in the chat, type that in the feed. If it don't scare me, it can't grow me. If it don't scare me, it can't grow me. So wherever you are right now on the realm of being an entrepreneur, a coach, an author, a speaker who is ready to share your voice and what you know, wherever you are right now, number one, you are enough just as you are. But number two, if it scares you, the idea, the thought of playing bigger, playing full out, if it scares you, the thought of doing things that you've never done before, then you are on the right path. Because if it don't scare you, it can't grow you. So I started in 2009 selling t-shirts. I was still working my full-time job as a legal secretary. Told you I did that for 15 years. And on the weekends, I would go out and I would sell t-shirts. Why? Because I just wanted to get my feet wet as an entrepreneur. I didn't know how. And that's what I want you all to take away. Don't be so consumed with how. Just get started and stay on the path. And doors of opportunity will open. Relationships with new people will open that you never expected. But once you are in movement, I believe that God conspires, the universe conspires, whatever you believe, some higher force or energy conspires to give you everything that you are deserving of because you are showing up and doing the work. And that is my testimony, is that I showed up to do the work. And 18 months into doing this t-shirt business, while still working the full-time job, while still nurturing my marriage, my husband and I are about to celebrate 21 years together, while still raising my 3 young kids who at the time were 3, 4, and 6. While doing all of that, I started this t-shirt business. And this is the very thing that detoured me into speaking. One day, I remember, I'll never forget it. One day I got a phone call from someone at Morgan State University, and the person said, Miss Wood, I wasn't even Dr. Wood yet, y'all. I was just Miss Wood. Miss Wood, we heard about your t-shirt business, your mommy t-shirt business. We would love to have you to come into our women's conference, our annual women's conference. We sometimes get upwards of 300 women, and share your message, share your story, and teach other moms in the community how to start their own businesses. And I said, well, I think you have clearly dialed a wrong number because I had never been a speaker. I didn't have any speaker experience. I felt so unqualified. Have you ever felt unqualified to share your voice? If you can relate to that, if this is resonating with you, just say, yeah, that's me. Yeah, that's me. Because we got to call a thing. We got to call it out for what it is. And too often we are diminishing our voices because we don't feel that we can check off all of the lists of qualifications to accept that opportunity. But jot this down in your notes and put this in the feed. I owe it to myself to say yes more than I say no. Ooh, that is good and juicy right there, y'all. I owe it to myself to say yes more than I say no, because every time you say yes, it is a new opportunity for you to begin to explore what else is possible for you, what else you can do to create legacy, what else you can do to impact other people's lives and to monetize it simultaneously. So that was my journey. So I went to that speaking engagement. I said yes to myself. I gave myself permission to explore this opportunity. And it was September 18th, 2010. You guys, that was my very first speaking engagement. The first time I picked up a microphone and realized, oh my God, this is my gift. oh my God, this is what I was born to do. It made me feel so alive. Now, I was nervous too. My palms were sweaty. My heart was racing. My stomach was in knots. But when I got on that stage and took that microphone and I started speaking into the lives of the women who were there and just sharing my story and from a space of transparency, being raw and authentic, I had never felt that level of fulfillment, internal fulfillment ever before. It was like that was the void that was missing. And I know some of you, maybe there's a few tears trickling down your face right now, or maybe you're just saying amen, hallelujah, because maybe that's exactly how you feel. And I believe that every time we give a presentation, that it is meant for someone specifically. I believe everybody who stays and listens will receive some level of benefit. But then there are some people that it's going to speak to and resonate with at a completely different level. I'm speaking to you right now. I do not want you to give up. I do not want you to believe that your voice is not valuable in the marketplace, because it is. I need you to hear me loud and clear that your voice is necessary. And it is time to come to the front of the room and to share with the world everything that you know that will add value to someone else. So September 18, 2010 was the beginning of my journey. I just celebrated 10 years as a speaker, literally last month. But what I need you to understand is that speaker success, like any other success, never just happens overnight. It is a process. So here's my best advice. As a speaker who has been from one end of the spectrum all the way to the other end of the spectrum, meaning I'm the speaker who was hired and I was free for free. Y'all, hashtag I'm all out of free. Can we just type that in the chat? I am all out of free. I am all out of free, right? I started at free for free. And people would pay me, as I like to say, with a ham sandwich and a thank you. And that was okay to start there, because I gained two powerful things through that experience, which was experience and exposure as a speaker. So I needed that, but I couldn't stay there. So even if you are the speaker who is currently free for everything, it was okay to stay there. And that was okay for a season. But I need you now to understand the value of your voice and your story and your knowledge and expertise, and understand that we can't stay at free. So my best advice, number one, is for you to acknowledge that there is profit potential in what you already know. Without another degree, without another certification, you already are sitting on what somebody else is waiting on. Can y'all type that in the chat? I know I'm giving you a lot. I know you're like, well, I didn't know I was gonna have to type this much in the chat. Yeah, because I need to engage with you. I need to know that you're feeling this and it's resonating in a deep space. Type that in the chat. I am sitting on what somebody is waiting on. That's powerful to know that you have the potential to shift and transform someone else's life by showing up and making a decision to share your voice and share what you know. There is a quote that I live by Tony Robbins, and it says, a real decision is measured by the fact that you've taken a new action. And if there is no new action, you have not truly decided. Woo, I know I'm stepping all on people's toes. You've got to make a decision, and your actions have got to show and demonstrate that you have decided. So that means no more keeping quiet, no more keeping your voice on mute. It means you're going to speak up, you're going to speak out, you're going to share what you know, and you are not going to diminish, devalue, or discredit your knowledge another moment from this moment forward. Everything you have, all of you matters. All of you counts when you are bringing your knowledge to the marketplace. All of you, type that in the chat. I will bring all of me into the marketplace. I will bring all of me. And that means your firsthand life experiences. That means the mistakes that you've made, the failures that you've had, the lessons you've learned, the external knowledge that you've acquired, the relationships that you've embarked upon. All of you matters, and all of you will become a part of a blueprint or a master plan that someone else will be able to implement so that their life improves. You talk about legacy. Now that's legacy. When you are taking what you know and not hoarding it to yourself. Do you know how many people hoard their hurt instead of using it for healing for someone else? Did y'all catch that? Like, too many of us are hoarding our own hurt, our past hurt, the stuff we've been through, the stuff that we consider our mess, the stuff that some of us are running in shame from and hiding from. We are hoarding our past hurt instead of using it as healing for someone else. So please acknowledge this. And if you didn't type anything else that I asked you to type, please type this one, because I need you to affirm it for yourself. Not for me, not for Shay, not for anybody else who's a part of this platform, but for you. That you are the prescription for somebody else's pain. And please personalize that. I am the prescription for somebody else's pain. I am the prescription for somebody else's pain. Just imagine that you went to a physician's office and you said, "Doc, you know, my shoulder's been bothering me for quite a while now. I didn't even want to come in. I've been so busy. I live such a busy life, but I had to come in because the pain is just that excruciating now. And I knew I had to come and get some help." And the physician comes in and that doc looks at your shoulder and assesses it and does his little triage and says, "Okay, you know what? I know exactly what the problem is. And guess what? Even better yet, I know exactly what the solution is. I know how to get you out of the pain that you're currently in that shoulder." And you're excited and you're like, "Yes, finally, I'm going to get some relief." But then the doctor says, "You know what? But I'm not going to give you that prescription today. I think you'll be okay for another couple weeks. I think you'll be okay for another couple months. Just work it out. Just see if you can work it out on your own." How would you feel? First of all, you would think the physician was crazy, cray, right? And you would just question, why would this physician be in this business if he doesn't want to help people get out of pain? Ooh! Are y'all hearing me? Are you hearing me, entrepreneurs, coaches, authors, speakers? Why would you even sign up for this thing called entrepreneurship if you're okay letting people that you know are in pain stay in pain? See, when you know better, you do better. And when you know that your voice, your experiences, your message is the solution for somebody else's pain, you wouldn't dare keep quiet. You will be trying to share that solution every time you can, given that prescription, writing another prescription and another prescription and another prescription as much as you can, as often as you can. That's why I wake up so energized. That's why I'm always smiling and happy and excited, because I'm like, wow, the moment I open my eyes any given day, I'm like, wow, and I take a deep breath, I inhale and exhale. I'm like, thank you, God, I get another opportunity to write a prescription for somebody else's pain, because I don't ever want anybody to stay in pain. You know why? Because I know what it's like to be in pain. In 2009, when I was still going to a job that I didn't love, when I was dropping my kids off at 6 in the morning, not picking them up until 6 p.m., when I brought home the worst parts of me to the people I said I loved the most, my husband and my children, I was in pain. When I wasn't walking in my gifting and my calling, I was in pain. And I wanted out. So I was looking for who's the solution? Who can write me the prescription to this? And so when you have the prescription for someone else's pain, it's your responsibility and it's your obligation to show up and to share that prescription. Now, here's the other side of that. As you're sharing those prescriptions, please understand that you deserve to be highly compensated for how well you serve others with your gifts. So say that to yourself repeatedly, over and over and over again. It's okay to serve and to sell. It is okay to be able to help people to walk into purpose and profit at the same time. I deserve to be highly compensated for how well I serve others with my gifts. And this one, which I know is going to floor a lot of you, and this is going to be the takeaway, the aha for so many of you, always remember there's no transformation without a transaction. Ooh, this is some good stuff, and we're just getting started. We're just getting started, y'all. There's no transformation without a transaction. There is no transformation without a transaction. Why? Well, I always give the example. If I go to my local gym, which is only about 5 minutes from me, and I ask to go and meet with a personal trainer because I want to get certain parts of my body really, really ripped up and in shape. And I say, you know, look, I want to have Michelle Obama arms, and I want my stomach to be tight. I want my abs to be this way and that way. I want a 6-pack or 8-pack or whatever kind of pack you want, right? And I have this amazing conversation with this personal trainer, and the personal trainer is inspiring, and it's like, we can do this and we can do that, and we can put you on this regimen and that regimen, and before you know it, in 3 months or 6 months or 12 months or whatever it might be, you can look exactly the way you want to. And I could be fired up and excited and energized. However, if there is no transaction, my transformation does not begin. All it was a dream. All it was a hope or a wish or an idea that never manifests. So until I swipe the credit card to start working with that trainer, or until I sign the paperwork, the contract that says I'm going to produce a transaction so that I can experience the transformation that I want, I will stay stuck in the pain that I am, whatever that pain is, or I will lack being able to achieve the desire that I have. Make sense, everybody? So there is no transformation without a transaction, which should put you at ease to understand that it is your responsibility to sell. It is your responsibility to transform lives, and that's only going to happen through transaction. So let me give you the 5 steps, because I promised I was going to give you 5 steps. I'm going to make sure I get through this and give you all 5 steps. So what are the 5 steps? How do you turn public speaking into unlimited profit potential? Are you ready? You got your notepads ready? Are y'all ready? I hope you're ready. I always say be ready so you ain't got to get ready, right? Number one, set yourself up for profit. What does that mean? Setting yourself up for profit. Well, you can't just say, I want to be profitable. You have to set yourself up for what profit looks like. And the first thing that includes is having your speaker assets in place. Because see, you can't show up and say, oh, I want to be taken seriously as a speaker. I want people to view my speaking business as a real business and to hire me and to pay me money for me to come and share my voice. But you don't look the part. You're not walking the walk or talking the talk. You're not showing up the way you want to be viewed. That's not okay. And that's not going to get you from where you are to where you want to be as a speaker. So here are just a few assets that you need to make sure you have in place. One of the ones that is it is literally the thorn in my side that I see so often that just, it just hurts my heart, is when an entrepreneur doesn't have a professional high resolution headshot. That is the first thing that you're ever going to be asked for if anyone ever wants to feature you, to spotlight you, to put you on the cover of their magazine, to feature you on their podcast or their radio show, and yes, to have you come and speak for their community or their group or their conference or organization or corporation. Is that professional headshot? So do you have that in place? Or if someone called you today and said, hey, I'd love to have you come and speak on this platform and share your message, would you be scrounging trying to find a photographer who can take a quick photo? Or would you be taking a selfie with your iPhone or your Android device trying to take something that is adequate enough to send? That is no longer acceptable. That is playing in a space of mediocrity. We are playing in a space of excellence, exceptional, right? And when you're going to be exceptional, it means you are ready. Be ready so you don't have to get ready. So have your professional headshots. And you see, I said plural with an S on the end. Headshots, a number of professional high resolution headshots that you can send when someone wants to book you or hire you to speak. Have your speaker one sheet or media kit, or you'll often hear it also interchangeably described as an EPK. So your electronic press kit, same thing as a media kit, right? So you'll hear it interchangeably used, but that's important. And in that speaker one sheet, you're going to have some fundamentals. You're going to have your bio. You're going to have typically either a headshot or a full body shot of yourself. You're going to have your most frequently requested topics, speaking topics. Some people, if they don't have more than one topic, or if they have more than one topic, will typically list the topic, and they may even include a little overview of what each topic is about. Some people even include who it is best suited for, what audience it's best suited for. Another thing that you can include in your speaker one sheet are testimonials of individuals who have heard you speak. And if you're able to, get someone who's at a high level in that organization or for that conference. So the organizer, the visionary of the conference, the host, or if it's a corporation, the senior VP or the national director, anyone who's in that senior level, that's going to look great on your speaker one sheet. So that's just a few little quick nuggets of what should be on your speaker one sheet. And of course, you have to have information on how they can book you. How can they book or hire you? If you have a book that supports what your speaking topic is, you want to include a little snippet about that book and a picture of that book on your speaker one sheet. Those are just some things that are fundamentals. All right, your speaker reel or demo. So do you have some small snippets of you speaking in front of audiences? That's critical, because if I'm a decision maker and I'm going to consider hiring you, I want to know what's your delivery style like. Are you monotone? Are you a high energy speaker? Because that's also going to determine where I place you at on my schedule, whether it's a virtual conference or a live event. But I have to know that you can pronunciate and enunciate. I want to see what's your level of engagement with an audience. That's important. I can't say yes to you and I don't have some demonstration of what you can do as a speaker. Now I'm going to skip down to the bottom of this where it says customized YouTube channel. And then I'll go back to the others. The reason that I say have a customized YouTube channel is because some of you may be new. You may be just starting out in the speaker industry, right? And you may say, well, Dr. Cheryl, I don't have a speaker demo or a speaker reel, and that's okay. That's why you want to have a customized YouTube channel. because that customized YouTube channel is an opportunity for you to demonstrate who you are as a speaker. What is your delivery style? What is your level of eye-to-eye contact? You have great eye contact. You know you can have great eye contact even through a video, right? I hope you guys feel like I'm looking directly at you, and I'm doing that intentionally by looking directly into my webcam, because that's going to make you feel like I'm looking directly at you. That's how I want you to feel. Again, the person is checking for, are you able to enunciate and pronunciate? What's your level of pace with your delivery? All of those things. What are your gestures like? What are your nonverbal and verbal? Like, what are some of the things that you've noticed just in the first 20 to 30 minutes that we've been talking about my nonverbal? Have you noticed that I have a huge smile on my face? That's nonverbal. Have you noticed my hand gestures? Have you noticed what my eyebrows do when I'm excited and energized? All of those things matter, not just the words that I'm saying, but also everything that comes with the full package. Speaking is a skill set that really must be mastered. Please don't just get on any stage and just wing it. Please don't just think, oh, I'm just going to let the Lord move me. Well, you got to give the Lord something to work with, right? That means you need to plan, prepare, and practice as you're speaking into more people's lives. Plan, prepare, and practice. So if you don't have the speaker reel, you need to have the customized YouTube channel, definitely. You could literally do a 1 minute or a 2 minute video clip of you speaking about something that you're an expert on once a week. And that gives decision makers an opportunity to really see you firsthand and what your delivery style is like. Now, even if you have the speaker reel or demo, I still highly encourage you having also the customized YouTube channel. All right, you also need, of course, your professional website, because that's going to solidify that you are indeed a legitimate business owner. I don't want you to send me to a Facebook page. I want you to give me a website. That's your digital footprint. A customer relationship management system where you're housing people who want to stay connected with you, their information. So it might be Constant Contact, it might be MailChimp or Aweber. For me, I'm on Infusionsoft. That's kind of like the Bentley of CRMs, but it also comes with a Bentley price. So when I started, I didn't start there. When I started, I was on Constant Contact. And I think I paid like $30 a month for literally for the first 5 years of my business, or maybe first 4 years of my business. And then these last 6 to 7 years, I moved over to Infusionsoft because my list grew so big. And also I needed to get a merchant account, which we'll talk about a little bit later, a merchant account so that I could handle the voluminous amount of sales, and the amount of those sales, I needed that to be connected as well. So all of that for me is connected through my CRM, which is Infusionsoft. So start where you are. It is okay to start where you are. Don't try to play bigger than you are. So again, for me, Constant Contact was $30 a month. My Infusionsoft account is $500 a month. See the difference? So start where you are. You need an active social media presence. That's very important. And you need, at a minimum, you need a keynote or a signature speech with a clear overview about what it's about, which typically we want to be about 150 words, and clear takeaways. Why is that important? As a speaker asset, that's important because one of the things that's going to allow you to profit from speaking is by speaking on more stages. So you're going to be submitting speaker proposals. And this is one of the things they're going to ask for on every speaker proposal. So again, continuing that conversation of treating your speaking as a business. Are you clear on what your subject matter expertise is? Do you know very specifically what speaking opportunities you're seeking? Are there certain organizations? Do you want to speak for Fortune 500 companies? Do you want to speak for associations? Do you want to speak for Rotary clubs? Do you want to speak for big conferences, national or international conferences? Just have an idea so that you are intentional as you're seeking out these opportunities. Are you very clear about who your avatar is, your target audience? Who do you want to serve with your voice? Are you marketing your speaking consistently, not sporadically? Because a lot of entrepreneurs will show up sporadically, and sporadic does not lead to profit. Consistency leads to profit. Do you have a set speaker fee? This is so important. This is one of the things that I teach in my Vocalized Women Speaker Certification Program, is that every speaker must have a set speaker fee that you know and you own it. And when I say own it, meaning you cannot fumble over your own fee, because then I don't have confidence that you believe you're worth that fee. So for myself, now that I am an influential speaker who has spoken for amazing organizations, my speaker fee for a keynote presentation is $10,000 per opportunity. Well, when I'm in a conference call or a video call with a decision maker, and we get to that place where they're like, okay, well, this sounds good. We really do. We would like to work with you. What is your speaker fee? Here's what a lot of speakers do. Oh, well, can you just tell me what your budget is? That speaks volumes. It says you are not confident about your fee. It says you are apprehensive about talking about money. And it says that you are unsure, that you're even the expert who is willing to articulate what your speaker fee is. So don't put yourself in that bucket. Practice whatever your speaker fee is. Say it over and over and over and over again, so that when you are finally in that conversation with a decision maker, it rolls off your tongue and you're confident. So now I can confidently, when I'm asked that question and someone says, well, what is your speaker fee? I can say, well, my keynote speaker fee is $10,000. And guess what? Then I have to be okay with silence, because that used to scare me when I first started speaking, because I was like, oh my God, I'm making up a story in my own mind, saying to myself, wow, they're not going to pay me that. But that's because I didn't already believe I was worth it. And when that doubt is internalized, that's going to show up when you articulate it. You're going to fumble it. You're going to be nervous. It's not going to be, or you're going to interrupt someone during that silence because you're afraid that they're thinking, oh, you're not worth it. So that's what I used to do. And then I would backpedal out of my own speaker fee. And I would say, but, if you don't have that, I understand. Don't do that to yourself. Learn from my mistakes. That's a big part of unleashing your voice, sharing your mistakes with others so they don't make the same mistakes that you made. So set your speaker fee, own that speaker fee, practice it until you are comfortable with it. Where do I suggest that people start? At a minimum, start at $1,500. And that might scare you a little bit, and that's okay. But here's what you can do. The rule of thumb is that you can negotiate, which is something that you need to consider. Are you willing to negotiate your speaker fee? So you may be in a conversation with someone who wants to hire you, and they say, what's your speaker fee? You say, oh, my speaker fee for a keynote is $1,500. And they may say, oh man, wow, we really want you, but we don't have that in our budget. And that's when you get to make the decision. Do you want to continue the conversation, or do you want to discontinue the conversation because they can't match your budget? I would highly encourage you to negotiate, because they might say, well, we only have $1,000. And then you can fill in what we call monetary concessions, other things that will allow them to help make up for the remainder of the fee that they're not able to pay you in money. How can they do that? Well, it might be through allowing you to sell something from the stage, so sell something to their audience. It might be through you requesting that if they have a professional photographer on site, of course, once we're out of COVID, that they have that photographer to take photos of you during your speaking. So, and to provide those to you so that you can use it as a part of your marketing materials, right? Because if you had to hire a photographer and pay a photographer, that could be anywhere from $500 to $1,000. So that's added value and money that you don't have to spend. Then you might request that they have, if they have a professional videographer on site, that they have that videographer to video your presentation and to provide a final fully cut video of your presentation at that event that you can also use as a part of your marketing or a part of your speaker reel or your demo. You see that? Now, there's so many things I could teach you, but again, I only have limited time, so I want to get through as much information as possible, but I'm hoping y'all are getting the nuggets that I'm dropping. I hope you're catching them and picking them up. All right, what else? Talking about treating the speaking as a business. And again, let me just go back to make sure you know where we're at. Number one, which is setting yourself up for profit. So it's having things in place and functioning as a business. So do you have professional equipment for virtual speaking? Because right now that's the world that we're in. I have a green screen that is retractable. I can take it up, I can put it down. I'm speaking for the Power Networking Conference in a couple weeks, and it's required that we have a green screen. Well, I have a green screen because they're going to drop in a certain backdrop. So you got to make sure that you're ready, right? Be ready so you don't have to get ready. Another thing is your lighting and your microphone. So let me see if I can, without messing up my setup here, because I got a lot of plugs going on. But this is the microphone that I use. This is what you hear me speaking through. This is a Blue Yeti microphone. I know it's not blue, it's white, but this is a Yeti microphone. It has the popper on it so that you won't hear as much of my and my S's, my P's and my S's, but that's my Yeti microphone. So that's connected, and that's how you're hearing me, so that I'm not just speaking directly into the microphone in my internal laptop, okay? So that projects it a lot better so that you hear me clearly. And then let me see, I don't want to mess this up, but I like to show people stuff. And then I have this 3-ring light. It's about a 10-inch. You guys see that? It's very small. I have that set up directly behind my laptop. Told you I was going to mess stuff up, right? Directly behind my laptop so that you guys can see me. And then I can't turn it because I'm going to mess everything up for real. But I have an 18-inch, a huge 3-ring light so that I get the best lighting possible for every virtual presentation that I do. So let me show you what it looks like when I turn it off. So this is my 18-inch. You guys see how dark I got? That's being prepared, treating speaking as a business. Now let me turn off my other one. This is what you would see if I didn't have my 10-inch, here's a 10-inch ring light that's directly behind my laptop. And then here's my 18-inch, which brightens me completely up. So just make sure that you have things in place. And then of course, number 7, do you have an NSI for customers after they hear you speak? That's a part of treating your speaking as a business. An NSI stands for a next step invitation. What is the invitation you're going to extend them so that they can work with you after they hear you speak, so that they can get some of the things that you promised them during the presentation? Do you have a speaker agreement or contract? Do you have your business EIN number? Do you have a business checking account set up so that you can accept corporate checks if you happen to get booked for corporate opportunities? Do you have a merchant account so that you can accept corporate credit cards or any big credit card payment? I've accepted credit card payments up to $10,000 from a corporate card because I have an account set up for that. Do you have a DUNS number if you're considering corporate speaking opportunities? All these things are being set up for profit. Okay, not waiting until the opportunity is there, hoping that it comes, but setting yourself up for it. And then this pyramid, which I love to share anytime I get to do a presentation on public speaking, I believe is also a big part of setting yourself up for unlimited profits, making sure that you have these 8 fundamental steps as a speaker, that you've mastered a subject matter, that you have clarity about who you're serving and what your deliverables are, that you are visible, that you have credibility, meaning people that you've helped who can speak for the work that you do and why you should be on stages and why you should be speaking into people's lives and why people should work with you even beyond the stage. Authenticity, meaning showing up as the authentic you. You are enough just as you are. You are capable and you are worthy just as you are, without having to try to walk like, talk like, look like any other speaker. So owning that. Being transparent, meaning sharing your mess and your success as a speaker. You can't just share one or the other. You just can't share the successful you without sharing with people, but this is where I started. Did you see me do that at the beginning of this presentation? But this is where I started because I need you to be able to see yourselves in me. If I only tell you about the big me, the successful me, then some of you will check out because you won't even be able to relate to that. But once I say, but this is where I came from. I came from scarcity and poverty. I grew up in the inner city housing project of Baltimore, Maryland, and Lafayette projects. I worked as a legal secretary for 15 years. I punched a time clock. I felt disconnected from life. I felt a void. Some of you are going to hear that and say, oh my God, she is just like me. And then your eyes will be opened up to the possibility that you also can become this amazing influential speaker who also profits as you serve. Consistency. There's nothing you can do once and expect results. You got to consistently show up, consistently educate and inform, consistently share your voice, and then you get to the top, which is profitability. All right, we good? We good? Are you with me? All right, we got 4 more steps. Step number 2, you have to increase visibility and awareness of who you are in the marketplace. If you're really going to turn public speaking into unlimited profit, you must be visible, and you must allow people to see that you are not only visible, but necessary in the marketplace. How do you do that? Well, you'll hear me say this all the time. Visibility will always trump ability. Visibility will always trump ability because visibility gets your foot in the door. Ability keeps you there. So are you sharing quality content that people can consume? Are you showing up consistently, not sporadically? Are you making your social media presence and posts share worthy where other people want to share it with others because it's that juicy? Are you incentivizing people to engage with you when you are out here in the marketplace, giving them exclusive deals and promotions? Are you perhaps sponsoring events so that you get in front of new potential customers and even incorporating mobile strategies as a part of your speaking? All of these things are critical. The 3-part formula that I follow, and I've followed for the past 11 years, is to show up, speak up, and follow up. When you want to be visible, you can't just do one of these. You got to do all 3 consistently. You must show up so that people know that you exist, or otherwise, what are you? Your best kept secret. Then you got to speak up. You have to let people know, hey, this is what I have to say, and it's of importance, and it can help to change your life and transform who you're becoming. And then follow up. Even if a person doesn't purchase today, it doesn't mean that they're not going to purchase later. It doesn't mean that they're not going to purchase 6 months from today. It doesn't mean that they're not going to become a customer a year from now. So you always want to do the 3 so that that visibility leads to profitability and unlimited profits. Number 3, we're moving on through. Number 3, explore the top 6 ways to get on stage and the profit potential of each. We're under this whole concept of how do I turn public speaking into unlimited profit? Well, you got to figure out, how do I get on stage so I can share my voice more so that I can profit? Well, I'm going to give you the 6 ways. And you might want to take a screenshot of this screen right here. It's juicy. These are the 6 types of stage opportunities. This is where your money is, right? Primarily. Now, there are other things outside of this, but this is where your stage money is. Paid speaking. Number 2, speak to sell opportunities. Number 3, revenue share opportunities. Number 4, lead generation opportunities. Number 5, speaker sponsorships. And number 6, creating your own stage. This is where you want to analyze and assess, am I playing in all 6 of these spaces, or am I playing in one? Am I the speaker or the entrepreneur or coach or author who just says, well, I just want to get paid to speak, and you're just staying stuck there, which means you're putting all of your eggs in one basket. You can never, just as a business owner, just a savvy business owner, ever put all of your eggs in one basket. You must have a menu of opportunities of how you can pull in revenue, right? We've all heard it, multiple streams of revenue. So this is just in terms of speaking on stage. So let's go through each one of those quickly. Paid speaking. Again, what has to be the case with paid speaking? Well, you got to know what your fee is, own that fee, and be able to clearly and confidently articulate it whenever you're in talks with a decision maker who wants to hire you. And then be ready to negotiate if that's your choice, or be ready to walk away. Either way, be ready to make an informed decision about what works for you. Number 2, speak to sell. So speak to sell means a company might say, well, we can't pay you your full speaker fee. We can only pay you a portion of it, or we can't pay you at all, but you can come and you can sell to our audience. And the biggest question for any speak to sell opportunity is, well, who's in the audience? Is it my avatar? Is it my target audience? Because I want to set myself up for success. So for me, if someone calls and says, well, Dr. Cheryl Wood, we'd love to have you speak. Unfortunately, we don't have a budget. We can't pay you. Then we're going to go into negotiation. But we would love to have you come and you can sell your program or your package to our people. And so I'm going to start asking questions. Who are your people? Tell me more about the demographic. And if someone says, well, oh, it's 500 new and emerging speakers. Hello, ding, 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 ding. What's happening? I'm like, oh, that's my people. That's who I serve. Okay, now I have more of an interest in potentially finding a way to make this a yes versus turning it down as a speaker opportunity. Because for me, it doesn't matter who's writing me the check. I don't care if the company is writing me the $10,000 check, or if the audience is going to end up being the people who write me that $10,000 check. I just want to be able to earn my speaker fee every time I show up to serve. Does that make sense? So if you're going to speak to sell, the important thing to have is a program or a package ready to sell and to know who you're speaking to. All right. And then you want to create sales projections, and you're going to do that based on the numbers. So you want to know, is this a first time event? Have you hosted this event before? What's your expected numbers? How are you marketing the event? When will you know the final numbers? Because most speakers will sell 10 to 20% or close 10 to 20% of a room. So let's just say a virtual conference has 100 people in the room, and you're going to close, let's just say 20% of the room. That means 20 people are going to say yes to what you're selling. And if you're selling something that's $500, that's a $10,000 speaker event, even though the company didn't pay you the money, but that speak to sell opportunity allowed you to earn your full speaker fee. Make sense? All right, let's keep it going. Number 3, revenue share. You'll typically hear these just referenced as rev share. And a rev share is when a company or organization says, hey, we want you to come and speak. We're not going to pay you, we're not going to, even if it's live or virtual, we're not going to pay for your expenses or anything like that. We're going to put the butts in the seat for the event. And you just have to show up, be brilliant in your lane of brilliance, do what you do, but whatever you sell, we're going to get a percentage. Now, most rev shares that I've participated in have been 60-40 or 70-30. That means if I sell $20,000 of services or products or whatever it is, I'm going to keep 60% of that. And that company who booked me, who put those people in that room, virtually or live, they're going to get 40% of it. Or I'm going to get 70, they're going to get 30. And they'll specify that beforehand so that you can make an informed decision about whether or not you want to do that. But it can pay off because a percentage, 60% of something is better than 0% of nothing. And again, it's putting you in front of potentially a new audience who doesn't already know you. Number 4, lead generation. Lead generation, you'll hear that interchangeably used with list building. That can equally be profitable because you never want to just have a one and done anyway, meaning somebody heard you speak and that was it, and they went home and you went home. No, you want to be able to have a way to capture people's information, whether it's through text message marketing or some other form that you choose of marketing, or whether it's, I don't care if it's passing a sheet of paper around and people literally fill in whatever they want to fill in, or if you have them go to a specific landing page and they're able to get a free gift there, or if they're coming to your website to get a free gift. So for me, lead generation as a part of this was at the very beginning of this session. What did I say? I said, go to www.cherylempowers.com. You're going to get a free gift there, which is my signature speech template. That's still lead generation because you're going to go into my VIP mailing list, which means now I get to stay connected with you. I also gave you a second gift. I said, text the word webinars with the S on the end to 313131. You're going to get that, but that's also going to make sure that you are in my database, my VIP mailing list, so that we can stay connected, so that it's not a one and done. Well, the higher the number of people who are in my database through lead generation, the higher typically my percentage of conversion. The more people you have, the higher the percentage of people who will potentially say yes. So that becomes a major part of your profits. So after you show up on stage and speak, then you have to follow up with those people that you lead to your list, your mailing list. Number 5, speaker sponsorships or pay to play. So there may be opportunities where, yes, you pay to speak on someone's stage, or you can use a sponsorship opportunity and say, hey, as a part of this sponsorship, can we add in the opportunity for me to speak on your stage to your full audience for 15 minutes or 20 minutes? That can still lead to sales on the back end. Understand this, that with speaking, the return on that investment of your time, your energy, your effort, you serving may not always come in that moment, but it does not mean that it won't happen. Please know, I could give you 12 stories, 13 stories, more stories of opportunities where I served in that moment, but the return, the monetary return came later. Okay, so just remember that. And then if you're going to do a sponsorship, just craft a sponsorship where it works best for you. And then last but not least, 6 is to create your own stage. And I took the privilege of listing out some virtual stages that you can create. Virtual conferences and summits, training courses, webinars, podcasts, video recordings, boot camps, all of these are considered stages. So do not diminish the value of any of them in terms of being able to convert people who are fans into paying customers. Number 4, last 2, number 4, create your DPO in order to serve a diverse range of customers. You want to turn speaking into money? You want to turn speaking into unlimited profit? You must have a DPO. Well, what is a DPO, Dr. Cheryl? It is a diversified portfolio of offerings. Woo! I know y'all are full already. I know you are, because I'm just pouring and pouring and pouring. But this is what you want. And these are things that you can implement, start implementing immediately. You can chew on and digest this over time and pick the one that you're going to start doing immediately. So what's an example of a diversified portfolio of offerings or a DPO? It's all of the different ways that people can take apart or partake of what you offer. It's like going into a restaurant and asking to see the menu. There should always be a menu of options. It never should be, oh, you can only come here and get chicken. That's it. We just have chicken. We don't have nothing else on the menu. No, you got to meet people where they are based on what they want, what they're craving for, what they're yearning, what their pain is, or what desire they want to fill, how much time they have to commit to the solution of that pain, or how much of an investment they're able to make. So take a picture of this. Take a screenshot. A DPO and include, and this is going to be 3 screens back to back. Are you ready? So conferences and downloadable guides, training courses and ebooks, individual coaching, group coaching, book anthology projects, certification programs, all are ways for you to be able to share what you know and bring people in so that you are meeting them where they are. All of these are ways that you share what you already know, right? As a speaker. And remember, being a speaker doesn't mean that you only speak in terms of verbally expressing what you know. You're going to also take what you know, that knowledge, and you're going to put it in writing. So you are going to have ebooks and downloadable guides. That's still a part of your speaker house. Let's call it that. That's a part of your speaker house. Here's the next screen. Memberships, exclusive masterminds, webinars, video recordings, affiliates, bundle packages, audio recordings, merchandise. We're not done. Take a deep breath. Woo, books, referral programs, rev share opportunities, pick my brain strategy sessions. Stop telling people they can't pick your brain. Yes, you can absolutely pick my brain. Let me send you the invoice for that. Repurpose content, brand ads, spotlights and features, reseller programs. Stop cheating yourself out of the profit that you can earn because you're not leveraging every opportunity and menu of options to meet people where they are. And last but not least, number 5. Create spinoffs from every speaking opportunity that you do get. So your question should always be, what's next? Every time you get to share your voice, how can I turn this speaking opportunity into more business? So it might be through a podcast or a webinar. It might be through a virtual conference or a summit. But can I get repeat business with this same client? Can I get referrals for new business with new clients from this client? Or can I get business with new individual clients from this company, this organization, this association, or this group, or this community? Remember this. People will always remember how you made them feel, not necessarily your words, what you say, but how you made them feel. So when you get these opportunities, these speaking opportunities, that's what we said, to create spinoffs from every speaking opportunity. So you ask yourself, how do I maximize this and create another opportunity? But also it means taking responsibility for what you do with every opportunity that you receive. So every time you do get an opportunity, make sure that you're demonstrating the 3 core things on stage, virtual stages and live stages: confidence, competence, and credibility. Make sure that every presentation that you give, it informs, it educates, it inspires and engages, it impacts, and it influences. You are only as good as your last performance. Do not take any presentation for granted. I don't care if there are 2 people who are on that webinar, 2 people who are on that virtual event. Sometimes the numbers aren't going to be exactly where you want them to be, but you still have an obligation to pour into the people who show up for what you have to serve them. Few rules of thumb as you're, again, solidifying yourself to be able to get booked again, or to be referred to others, or even to get new individual clients from organizations you speak for, is to always present valuable content that's well organized in structures. Give people bite-sized chunks of content that they can chew and digest. Incorporate your signature story in every presentation so that you make a heart-to-heart connection with them. I shared with you how I was working a full-time job that I didn't love. I was dropping the kids off at 6, picking them up at 6 p.m. and giving them the worst parts of me. That was my heart-to-heart connection. That's my signature story of why I decided to pursue this thing called speaking, because I wanted a different reality. I even talked to you about how I got started. I said I didn't just jump in and start speaking. I started a t-shirt business while I was still working my full-time job as a legal secretary. And then that detoured me into this opportunity that allowed me to become a speaker. That is the connection, right? Your story, the struggle that you went through, the journey that you were on is a part of your connection. You got to share that so that it becomes an unforgettable presentation every time. Make sure you're always identifying clearly that you know the problem they're experiencing and that you can help them with the solution. Share some low risk, low commitment, immediate action steps that they can take now. I've shared that with you, an overwhelming amount of information of things that you can start doing immediately to get results of as being a speaker who is creating unlimited profit potential for yourself. And then always share the clear benefits and results that the person gains by stepping into action. Remember, the world needs your voice right now more than ever before, but oh, this is my favorite quote of all time. You never get what you deserve. You only get what you demand. You want me to say it again? Y'all want to hear it again? I know you do. You never get what you deserve. You only get what you demand. And so it's up to you to show up in the marketplace and demand that people hear your voice, demand that they hear your story and everything that you've been through, everything you pressed through to get to where you are right now. Look, even if you haven't acknowledged it before, I need you to acknowledge it right now. You are a victor. Can y'all type that in the feed? I am a victor. I am a victor. There is something, some story that you're a victor over that was intended to break you, but it didn't break you. You pressed through and you broke through. And now you are on the other side and you are still standing. So when you are still standing, that means you have a message to share. That means you have something unique to share about your perspective and your experience. And what that means, I believe, is that now you are on divine assignment. Please type that in the feed as we close out. I am on divine assignment and I will not stay quiet. I am on divine assignment and I will not stay quiet. Please stay connected with me. Thank you so much again to my friend Shay Brown. I admire you. I respect this amazing platform you've created. Thank you for having me here as a part of the Comeback Champions Summit. It was my honor to serve you. Please stay connected with me all across social media at Cheryl Empowers. And make sure you go over and grab the free gifts that I have brought here with me today as my love offering at CherylEmpowers.com and by texting the word webinars to 313131. Keep getting back up. Keep getting back up over and over and over again because the world needs you. Thank you.
Hey, this is Dr. Willie Jolly, and I want to welcome you to my office, to my studio, and I want to welcome you to this special session on how to grow your speaking business, your speaking enterprise, and how to grow and go to the next level. How many of you are ready to go and grow to the next level? If you're answering yes to that, then I want to say you've come to the right place, and I've got a special session for you today to help you to do that. For those who don't know, I'm Dr. Willie Jolly. I'm host of the Willie Jolly Wealthy Ways show on Sirius XM, which I'm proud to say is the #1 self-help show on that network, as well as the Willie Jolly Wealthy Ways podcast on iHeartRadio and C-Suite and Spotify and TuneIn and Stitcher. And then I'm the author of a number of books. It only takes a minute to change your life. A setback is a setup for a comeback. Turn setbacks into greenbacks. An attitude of excellence. Make love, make money, make it last. And I am grateful that I have been able to be a professional speaker. A professional speaker. What does that mean? That means I get paid to speak. And I've been able to be a professional speaker for over 30 years. And so I am grateful for this opportunity to kind of share some tidbits, some tips of what I like to call techniques, ideas, principles, strategies, TIPS, techniques, ideas, principles, strategies to help you to grow your business. Why is that? Well, because somebody helped me. Somebody helped me when I was a new speaker. I was struggling. Somebody blessed me, gave me insights. Somebody gave me opportunities and taught me how to grow a business. And so I want to return the favor. And I've learned that you must have an abundance mindset, abundance mentality. My dear friend Les Brown always said, Willie, always remember there's more than enough for everybody. And I have learned that over the years with Les as we've traveled on the Get Motivated tour. I replaced Zig Ziglar. He replaced General Colin Powell on the tour. And we would open and close for many years all over America. And so I am in complete agreement with Les that there's more than enough for everybody. So if I can share something with you today that will bless you or help you grow your business, I will be very excited about that. Well, let me start with this, that the speaking business is an incredible business, has blessed me tremendously. Tremendously. I have done things and been places I never dreamed I would be. The opportunity is incredible for the speaking business. There have been millions of dollars generated through my office, millions of dollars that we have been able to generate right through this office to come into our office and to come into our operation and our organization. Millions of dollars from clients and customers all over the world. We've been able to travel. My wife and I have been able to travel to places we never dreamed we would ever get to. We were able to go to South Africa for Coca-Cola South Africa, and while there, go on a safari and get to go to where Mandela was in a prison cell, to get to many cities around South Africa. We've been able to go to Dubai for Johnson & Johnson, Middle East, and to be able to fly first class to Dubai and to have an experience like I've never had in an air flight, and then to get there and stay in the tallest hotel in the world and to speak 1 hour speech, but yet to be able to be feted and taken care of for a week on their dime. And they were grateful. They said, we are so grateful. Do you want to stay longer? I said, no, I got to go back. And to be able to go to Japan and the Caribbean and Paris and to see and experience things that I could not believe. And to be able to generate more money in 1 hour than I used to make in 1 year. Wow. See, I used to be a nightclub singer. These are some of the awards I won as a nightclub singer, best jazz singer, best entertainer. And to be able to make now as a speaker more money in 1 hour than I used to make in a year. It's mind-boggling. But this is from a guy who showed you that I did not come from a place where I had a golden, silver, bronze spoon in my mouth, but someone who learned how to grow a business from some wise mentors. And that's what I want to talk to you about. And it almost didn't happen to be. It didn't happen. It almost didn't happen to come to be because I almost messed up. See, when I was a new speaker, I kept hearing about this guy who was helping speakers become millionaires. I kept hearing about him, I'm making $150 a speech at that point, speaking to schools and a couple education groups. $150 a speech. And I kept hearing about this guy who was making millionaires, and I kept hearing about it over and over. And I called his office, and the lady said, yes, it's true. And she named some of the people who had been through his course. I said, what? And she said, they weren't millionaires when they came, but they're millionaires now. I said, wow. I said, you know what? I got to come to that course. And I said, ma'am, when is the next event? She said, we got one coming up in about 3 weeks. In fact, it's the last one of the year he's going to do. And we got 2 seats left. I said, what? I said, one of those seats is mine. One of those seats is mine. How much is it? And I'm thinking it's going to be $500, $700, $1,000 maybe. She said, it's $10,000. I said, what did you say? She said, $10,000 for a couple of days. $10,000. Yes, sir. And I was getting ready to hang up and say, forget that. I learned it on my own. I don't need it. But something inside of me said, don't do it. Don't mess up. This is not the time to make that decision. I said, ma'am, tell me a little more. She told me a little more about what I would be involved in and what he would teach me and how he would mentor me. And I said, ma'am, I'm coming. I'm going to send you a deposit. Now, I only had $200 in my bank account at that point. I'm going to send you a deposit. I'm going to send you a check, and I'll send you the rest shortly. And I sent the $200 check, and then I went to work. I begged, I borrowed, I didn't steal. I almost stole, but no, I didn't steal. I begged her to borrow, but I didn't steal. But I got that $10,000 up. And I went to that event. And I came back with a new mindset. And I quickly made my first $100,000. And then from there, I was off to the races. And the next year when he had the seminar, I not only went, but I took my wife and I wrote a check for 2 of us. You hear I say I wrote a check for 2 of us and sent it. And when it went up to $15,000, I wrote a check for 2 of us and sent it. Because I learned in that process that I almost hurt my own future. I almost killed my own possibilities by being small-minded and cheap, to be honest with you. And I was able to make a wise decision. What I learned in that is this: there's a price for success. There's a price to go to school, price to go to college, price to go to any kind of trade program. There's a price for success, learning how to be a success. And then there's a cost for not being willing to pay the price. The cost of staying the same, being in the same place next year as you are this year, wasting time. Let me tell you something I know about everybody who's watching right now. I know about you. I know that you can make more money. You can make more money, but let me tell you what I also know. You cannot make more time. You cannot make more time. You cannot make 1 more second per day. There are 1,440 minutes per day. You can't make 1 more minute, 1 more second. So when your time is up, your time is up. And so you got to make the most of this time that you've been given, every moment, because you don't know how long you're going to be here. And you can make money, but you can't make time. So you got to make the most of it. And I'm grateful that I had a wise moment where I said yes, and I went to that seminar. And so today I want to give you some basics, some of the basics that I teach in my Speaker Basics program that will help you. Now, I'm going to start with this. This is a football. This is a football from Florida State University. My son was a Florida State fan, and Coach Bobby Bowden signed it, and my son has kept it. And I want to tell you about this football because this is a football. Now, Vince Lombardi, the great coach of the Green Bay Packers, who the Super Bowl trophy is named after, the Vince Lombardi trophy, he did something very odd after winning the first Super Bowl. The next year, at the first day of training camp, when these guys come in there, they just won the first Super Bowl. They were all pumped up. They all excited, ready for a new season. And he started with the first thing out of his mouth that he came to the guys and said, "Gentlemen, this is a football." They said, "We know it's a football. We won the championship." He said, "I know, but we're going to start at the basics like I did last season. I started with the basics that I want you to know this is a football and we are football players. And let me tell you how the game is played and the bylaws and the rules and the regulations." And how, they said, the basics. Because if you don't have the basics and you don't remember the basics and you're not clear on the basics and you're not sound in the fundamentals, you'll never win a championship. And so today I want to give you some of the basics, the foundational points that will help you grow your success and your possibilities and understand how powerful it is. One of the basics that I've learned, and I told you the story about the guy who became my mentor, is that you are in a place right now where you could be the next big multi-million-dollar earning speaker. But there are a lot of people who can give a great talk, who got a gift for gab, who can just spin a message, but don't know how to monetize it, don't know how to make money from it. And that's where I want to talk to you, because you need mentors. 2 ways to get to any goal. Write this one down. 2 good ways to get to any goal: mentors and mistakes. Now, both will probably get you there eventually, but one gets you there quicker, faster, with less heartaches and headaches, and that's a mentor. And that's why I'm grateful that I have had great mentors over these 30 plus years who have empowered me, inspired me, and taught me, and showed me where the potholes were, where the bumps in the road were. So you got to get good mentors. So remember, mentors versus mistakes. Another thing you must understand is that where there's an opportunity, you understand that there will be some challenges. Now, here's some of the challenges. Now, I told you the opportunity that you can make millions of dollars in this business. You don't have to be the brightest bulb in the pack. I was a nightclub singer, but I was willing to learn from wise mentors. But then there's the problems that will come as a result of the opportunities. One of the problems is that most people who start out in the speaking business fail. Yeah. Statistics show, as I said, I'm a leadership position with the National Speakers Association, and I'm with the Speakers Association. Let's look at what I've been able to accomplish in these 30 years. I've been named one of the top 5 speakers in the world by Toastmasters International, 175,000 members of Toastmasters. Only 50 people have been given that award. Colin Powell, Norman Schwarzkopf, Nelson Mandela, Margaret Thatcher, Christopher Reeve, Les Brown, Zig Ziglar. I've been inducted in the Speaker Hall of Fame. I've been named one of the legends of the speaking industry. I've been named one of the top 5 leadership speakers in the world. I've been grateful for all those things. And now I'm the chair of the NSA CPAE Hall of Fame Leadership Council, first African-American to be able to get that honor. Okay, so we got that. Now, here's what I've learned. That of the speakers who come into this business, 30% fail in the first year. Give up, done. 30% more fail in the second year. Give up, done, can't sustain it. And we find that in getting to the 6-figure, 7-figure level, less than 10% are able to do that. And that is what I want to talk to you about today. I want to talk to you about the basics and the ABCs of speaking. First, I want to talk about the ABCs. A stands for attitude and action. Yes, it's critical about your attitude. There'll be some setbacks, but I've written it. A setback is set up for a comeback. You got to understand wherever there's an adversity, there's an equal and greater opportunity. So there'll be adversities, there'll be challenges, but you got to have a positive attitude, critical. Now, most people who start speaking typically have a positive attitude. It's the action that goes with that attitude, a positive action, what I call faithful courage, a action that says, I believe in what I'm doing and I'm willing to take action on those steps. So there got to be consistent action. Number 2 is B. B is for belief and behavior. You got to have a positive belief that you will make it, that you will sustain yourself. When I remember when I was just getting started and I was talking to a friend and he said, "What are you going to do now?" I said, "Well, I'm quitting my job." He said, "What are you going to do?" I said, "I'm going to become a full-time speaker." A speaker? You think people are going to pay you? I said, "Yeah." He said, "I don't know if that's going to work." I said, "Let me tell you something." I said it with such a belief that within a decade, I'm going to be one of the best. I spoke it before it became a reality. I spoke it into being. I spoke it into existence in my mind, in my spirit. That was 1991. In 1999, I was named one of the top 5 speakers in the world by Toastmasters. Within a decade. So you must believe it. But then you must have behaviors that go along with your belief, which is different than the action. It's the behaviors you do every day. Every day I would get up at a certain time. Every day I would make a number of calls. I would make a number of sales calls. I would check it out. Even when I was tired, I'd always make that number. Oh, I got to hit that number. I'm tired. Keep going, because these are the behaviors you got to get to that will make you successful. You've got to market. You got to network. You got to get the word out. You got to write the books. You got to do the television and radio. You might be tired. Got to do it. These are behaviors you got to do over and over again until they become habit. So A is for attitude and actions. B is for belief and behaviors. And C is for your content and your character. Content, the content that you're developing, that you may be able to give a funny story or a great message, but can you sustain it? Can you create more great messaging? Can you create more content? And then what about your character? Your character can either lift you or kill you. We've seen people who were superstars who had a character flaw, and that character flaw ruined them. So you got to have a consistent character. In other words, I cannot be talking to you about high-level thinking on the stage and then backstage tell you these dirty, nasty, racist or homophobic or any kind of those kind of jokes. That's not character. No, it has to be consistent. I can't be one way out there and one way in here. No. You got to be consistent with your character. And that's one thing I've always talked to everybody I know. I try and make sure they know that if you hear from me, you hear from my mouth, you can take it to the bank. Because I want people to know that I'm a man of character and a man of integrity. And I'm going to treat people, no matter where they come from, no matter where they're stationed in life, I'm going to treat them with dignity and respect. About your character. So content, what you're going to talk about, and your character, what you bring with that talk. And so you're going to have the ABCs. You're going to have some understanding about what it's going to take to understand the basics. And then you're going to need to know about how important it is to speak, not to impress, but to speak to inspire. Oh, that's one of my catchphrases. I've had speakers who've come up to me who've been speaking 20, 30 years and said that one line changed it. That was worth it when I came to hear you speak at a chapter for the speakers or for events for speakers. Speak not to impress, speak to inspire. You know, when you're speaking, often you'll have some nervousness. You'll have those butterflies flying around. You know what I'm talking about, the butterflies. And what I've learned is many people are nervous and they're trying to impress the audience, to make people like them. And there'll be some person over in the corner who doesn't like them, or they'll be working hard and they're trying to impress them, make them like them. And what I learned is that my career exploded. It shot up like a rocket when I learned this principle. Speak not to impress, speak to them, inspire them. Because see, if my goal is to impress them, I might give them a lot of fluff, but nothing of value. But I speak to inspire them. They'll leave with a confidence that they can do some of the things that I've told them that they could do. And that they'll do it with a spirit and a commitment to excellence. See, those butterflies, when you speak to impress, the butterflies will fly. But when you speak to inspire, the butterflies will fly in formation. And then when you do that, you won't be worried about impressing. Let me tell you something, in fact, about impressing people that my friend Les Brown, this is something that all speakers should know. And many young speakers don't know. They see that one person over in the corner, arms folded. You tell them their jokes and then nothing happens. I'm giving them and they take all their energy trying to make this one person or these group of people who are not feeling them, love them, and ignore the rest of the group. Well, let me tell you what I've learned over the years. That if you speak to 10 people, 3 of them are going to like you because you showed up. 3 of them are going to like you because of what you say. 3 of them are going to like you for the way you say what you say. And 1 of them is not going to like you no matter what you do or say. So with that in mind, speak to the ones who are already in your camp. Focus on them. Don't dwell on the one who, no matter what you do or say, they're not going to like you. That 1%. That 1%. 10% or 10% actually. 1% is 1 person out of 10, but 10% of that audience. So 10%, 30% are going to love you. Well, no matter what, 30% are going to love you for what you say. 30% are going to love you by the way you say what you say, and 10% are not going to love you no matter what you say or do. So just go forward and have a mindset. I remember speaking one time, and I was in a room, and a lady was, and I kept that in mind, and I kept on speaking and inspiring other people. And at the end of my speech, when it was time to sign books, this lady was the first one in line. She said, "That was the best speech I ever heard." I said to myself, "Why didn't you tell your face?" So don't dwell. You never know. So finally, I want to talk to you about the fact that, as I started with, impact. Because wherever you have impact, you'll create income. Write that one down. If you ever have impact, you will create income. And I've been trying to impact people, but not just my audiences on television and radio in my speaking, but also I've been trying to impact people who are doing this industry, who want to be great speakers. And I'm very grateful. I've had the influence on a number of great speakers who were not speakers when they started with me, who came to me, or I mentored, or came to my speaker boot camp, or took one of the programs I recommended from my office and get that, do that. And they did it. And then they came to my boot camp and they did that. And they came and maybe got some personal coaching and they did that. Well, let's look at a few of them. Simon T. Bailey, met him at Disney. I was speaking at an event. He was working for Disney. He said, "I want to do what you're doing." I told him what to do. And he listened. And he did it. Today, he's in the Speaker Hall of Fame. Walter Bond was a former basketball player with the Timberwolves, who called me on the phone one day and said, "I want to do what you do. I've heard nothing but great things about you. Everybody says you're willing to help. What should I do?" And I told him what to do. He did it. He's in the Speaker Hall of Fame. Delatoro McNeil. Y'all know Delatoro McNeil. Delatoro was a student at University of South Florida, and USF. And he came to my event when I was in Tampa speaking for the Martin Luther King City program. He saw it in the paper and he called my office and said, "Can I come and meet him?" And he said, "I'll help at the table." And my assistant who was with me said, "Oh, sure, we'll happy have." And we developed a friendship. I told him what to do. He came to boot camp. He's gone to programs. He's done everything I've told him to do. He now is the youngest certified CSP, certified speaking professional ever. And I believe he's on his way to the Speakers Hall of Fame really soon. And he has spoken all over the world for the $1 Million Roundtable, the highest level speaking opportunity that many speakers try for years to get on that stage. He's done it not only in America, but in Korea and Japan. He's one of the top speakers around the globe. Bernice Armour, former military lady who was a Marine helicopter pilot, called me and said, "I want to do what you do." I told her what to do. She's now one of the top female speakers in America on the corporate circuit, making $20,000 per speech. I'm loving these stories, and that's what I want to say to you. I want to help others. I want to help others who are really ready to grow and go to the next level. So here are 2 things I want to give you. 2 things. I was in Los Angeles with Les Brown. We were doing an event, and we're backstage, and he said, "Willie, look at this." And he saw an email of this guy who was charging speakers this outrageous amount of money to learn how to be paid 5 figures. Now, the guy might have been sincere. He might have had written some books or read some books or learned about it somewhere, but he hadn't done it. See, that's the difference between a coach and a mentor. Now, coaches are good. Coaches, Tiger Woods has a coach who has never won a Masters, who coached him through it. There'll be some good coaches, but a mentor is someone who's done what you want to do and can tell you what to do, how to do it, and how to get there quickly. And so he said, Willie, and they're charging like 50 grand to teach him just the basics. I said, wow, I know if I had tried to learn the basics that way, I would have never been able to do this. Initially, I needed help. I said, I'm gonna do something about it. So I went back home and I did a training, a 3-hour training, and we recorded it called Speaking Basics, 3 hours on the basics of speaking, marketing, media, books, publishing, all the things I've been able to do, basics. And I said, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna take all of that stuff that others might be charging $50,000 for. I'm gonna charge $100, $97 actually, $97, because that's all I would have been able to afford. So if you go to youcanspeaknow.com, youcanspeaknow.com, go there and get that training, $97, and bless somebody else after you've done it. Turn somebody else onto it. Tell them, hey, look, go get Willie Jolly's training. Others charge $50,000. He said he understands the pain, the challenge, the hurt, the difficulty getting up and going and growing your business. He just charges $97. Go get it. The other thing is that some of you want a little more time with me. So you might want to come to my boot camp. Now this year, we might have to do it virtually. But if you will reach out to my office, then we'll tell you how to register for the upcoming programs we're going to do. And you can do that if you send us an email at info@williejolly.com. info@williejolly.com. Info, I-N-F as in Frank, O at WILLIEJOLLEY.com. And say, hey, I want information on the boot camp that's going to happen, whether it's virtual, real, or live or not, or when it's going to happen or whatever. And then some people say, I want coaching. I had a guy who saw one of my television programs, just sent me a LinkedIn message. He watches me on LinkedIn every day. He said, I want coaching from you. I want personal coaching. I want it, and I'm willing to pay for it because I know that that's how I'm going to get to the next level. I want one of the best to teach me how to be the best. So we have that option as well. So again, that's info@williejolly.com, and my team will let you know about that. So, but you know what? Those are all options. My recommendation, just start with youcanspeaknow.com. Just go there, youcanspeaknow.com, and get started. And if I can be of more help, if I can be of more service, if you need more from that, we got options. But I want you to just get up and growing and going and do it at a reasonable rate so that you can then help somebody else along the way and along the path. And that you will be part of that 10% that gets to the 6-figure, 7-figure incomes from speaking. So I want to thank you for your time. I want to thank you for this opportunity to share some ideas with you. I want to let you know that I'm confident that if you do these things, these techniques, ideas, principles, and strategies, and you take full advantage and believe in yourself, the ABCs, I will see you doing great things like those others who I mentioned. So I will close like I began. You have only just a minute, only 60 seconds in it. It's forced upon you. You can't refuse it. You didn't seek it. You didn't choose it. But it's up to you to use it. You must suffer if you lose it. Give account if you abuse it. Just a tiny little minute, but your eternities are wrapped up in it. This is Dr. Willie Jolly. Thank you for your time. Hope you enjoyed this, and may God continue to richly bless you. And remember, for sure, as I say at the end of my XM show, for sure, your best is yet to come. God bless you.
Hello, comeback champions. I'm going to talk to you today about something you've been desiring to know about for a long time, whether you know it or not, and that is how to make big profits from a small business. And, you know, that's one of the things I think that all of us should desire to do, not just in business, but in life. How do we get a lot of output with the minimal input? Maximum output, minimal input. And making big profits from a small business is something that you can do. Our business does millions of dollars a year in revenue, hundreds of thousands of dollars a month, sometimes 7 figures in a month. And we do that with a very small team. We've got 5 employees in our company, 5 subcontractors, and a couple of companies that we outsource to, and that's it. And we generate a massive amount of revenue, and nothing compared to where we're headed. But you can do that too. I can remember when I first got started in business, I was like so many other people. I did so many creative avoidance activities because I thought having a business meant having business cards. I thought having a business meant having stationery. I thought having a business meant renting an office. I remember we used to spend all this money on office space and stationery and business cards and all this stuff that doesn't do anything to affect the bottom line. And there are a couple things that you can do that will change your life forever if you'll learn how to focus on making big profits from your small business. First thing that and so interesting, when I do consulting or coaching, I recommend that most of the people that I'm serving, that I'm coaching and consulting with, one of the first things I recommend that they all do is to raise their prices, because most people undercharge in the marketplace. And why do they undercharge the marketplace? They undercharge the marketplace because their competition undercharges in the marketplace. And now I am effectively one of the highest priced service providers in my space, and yet we sell out our events not week after week, month after month, because we don't do them every week, but month after month after month. Our events are always full, our trainings are always full, we've always got plenty of coaching clients, and you can do the same thing regardless of whether you have a business, whether an agency where you do marketing for other businesses, whether you're an author, a speaker, a coach, a consultant, some other high-level entrepreneur. Do you have a video agency? There are so many different ways you can start a small business and make big profits from it. There are even ways that you can do that in network marketing. I know some of you are probably involved in network marketing. The traditional way of doing network marketing, I think, is pretty outdated, but there are some ways that you can even use these principles that I'm going to share with you to even build a network marketing business if that's what you desire to do. So the first thing I want to share with you about how to make big profits from small business is this. You have to operate at the higher levels. You've heard me teach the 4 levels of value, and if you haven't, you're going to hear it right now, right? In the marketplace, there are 4 levels of value. Income is always the result of value. Income does not exist in a vacuum. Revenue does not exist in a vacuum. If you want to make a lot of money, you're going to get that money in exchange for something, right? Because everything is energy. Energy is neither created nor destroyed. It just changes form. And so you've got to figure out what value you're going to create for the marketplace that's going to change into the form of revenue for your business or income for your family. And so what you've got to do is you've got to operate at higher value. Now, what most people do when they want to make more money, they want to get more income, they want to get more revenue, what they do is they work harder at the lower levels. Working harder at the lower levels does not produce more revenue. Working harder at the lower levels does not produce more income. You can work harder at doing something that the marketplace doesn't value, and you still don't make any more money. What you have to learn how to do is you have to learn how to level up and start operating from higher levels of value. So what's the lowest level of value? The lowest level of value is called implementation. And implementation means you are the person who does the thing. And the resource you use down here on this level, this is the lowest level of value, the resource that you use down here, you use your muscles over time. So you usually get paid by the hour, and you're moving something, you're lifting something, you're driving something, you're cleaning something, you're painting something, you're hammering something. You are using your muscles over time. Your income is going to be limited if this is you. You are an implementer. You are the person who does the thing. And as long as you are the person who does the thing, the amount of money that you will make will be limited. Don't really have time to go into why that is, but it's just the way it is. If you go stay at a hotel, the housekeeping staff at the hotel are absolutely essential to renting hotel rooms. Absolutely essential. But guess what? They can't rent a hotel room to anybody unless the room is clean. But even though the housekeeping staff are the ones that keep the hotel rooms clean, and their job is absolutely essential, they still make less money than anybody else that works at the hotel. And more than likely, they're the hardest working personnel in the hotel. Can you imagine going in every day and looking forward to the same thing over and over? Cleaning the bathroom, cleaning the toilets, changing the sheets, and vacuuming the floor and wiping up all of other people's germs for whatever they make? Can you imagine just doing that all day, every day? It's hard work. But guess what? The marketplace doesn't value implementation as much as it values the other levels. The next level is called unification. Unification means that you are no longer the person who does the thing, you are now the person who manages the people who do the thing, and the resource you use here is you use your management skills. So you're managing other people. You're going to make more money. If you're operating down here at the lowest level of value, you make somewhere between minimum wage and $80,000 a year. You make minimum wage if you're working at McDonald's or Taco Bell. You make $80,000 a year if you're a mechanic and you work on a Bentley or a Rolls Royce or a Mercedes, right? You might make up to $80,000 a year, but that's a ceiling. When it comes to your income, when it comes to your business revenue, you want floors but no ceilings. Does that make sense? So the next thing you want to do is you want to figure out, how can I level up? Well, you could become a manager, and you could manage the people who do the thing. Well, guess what? On this level, using management skills, you might make, on the low end, you might make $40,000 a year, right? And on the high end, you might make, what, $250,000 a year? If you're a middle manager for Lockheed Martin or Boeing or John Deere or one of those Fortune 100 companies, you might make $250,000 a year on the unification level. But what you really want to do is you want to learn to level up to the next level, which is, this is where the fortunes start to be made. Top two level, this is the fortune threshold right there. What is this? Well, this is the communication level. And on the communication level, the resource you use is you use your mouth to make money. This is where on the low end you might make $100,000 a year as a car salesman, or if you're an A-list actor, you might make $100 million a year. But you're using your mouth. You're creating a message that moves the masses, right? It's interesting that movies are called movies, isn't it? They're called movies because they move people. So you're using your mouth to move the masses. And so communication, that's an A-list singer, A-list actor, it could be a car salesman, it could be somebody who sells insurance, it could be somebody who's an author, somebody who's a speaker, somebody who's a consultant or a coach. You use your mouth to make money, and because you use your mouth to make money, you're going to make somewhere between $100,000 a year and $100 million a year. On the low end, it's $100 grand. On the high end, it could be $100 million. And anywhere in that, based on where you are right now, I mean, seriously, wouldn't you be okay leveling up to the next level? Well, the highest level of value is called imagination. This is where you use your mind to make money. And the reality is, this is the highest level of value because people who come up with the best ideas, you're going to make on the low end $1 million. And on the high end, you might make billions because you come up with ideas. And you come up with those ideas, and you find people to communicate those ideas, or better yet, you're an Imagineer and a communicator, and you're really good at coming up with ideas and conveying those ideas to other people. When you master these two top levels, you can make big profits from your small business. So that's the first thing you've got to do. You've got to level up and operate in the top two levels of value. Stop starting service-based businesses. Start a business. Start focusing on your business selling products. And then when you're selling those products in your business, raise your prices so you can sell those products for high profit. I like the word profit. I love what Jim Rohn used to say. Profits are better than wages. If you make wages, you can make a living. If you earn wages, you can make a living. But if you earn profits, you can design a life. So that's the first thing you got to do. You've got to operate at the highest levels of value. The next thing you have to do is you have to make sure you are in the right business market. You say, Myron, what is the right business market? Well, the right business market is, before I tell you what the right business market is, I'm going to tell you there are three different kinds of markets, right? So you got three different markets. You got CMs, you got MMs, and you got PVMs. Okay, so those are the three types of markets. So CM stands for commodity markets. What's a commodity market? It's where you sell something that it's a commodity. It just does the thing it does. Got this pack of screws right here, right? So screws, right? And so let's say you have a hardware store, I have a hardware store, this pack of screws, I sell mine for $5. You say, well, I'm going to show you, I'll sell mine for $4.99 or $4.95. I'll show you, I'll sell mine for $4.90. And then you say, I'll show you, I'll sell mine for $4.85. And then we keep on lowering our price until one of us goes out of business. And we get in this race to the bottom because a screw is a screw is a screw, a nail is a nail is a nail, a battery is a battery is a battery. And eventually, if we're in the commodity market, we're going to price ourselves out of business and nobody wins. So commodity markets are not the best market to be a part of. When you are in a commodity market, the things that I don't like about it for a business is, number one, your competition sets your price. Why would I want to be in a business where somebody else sets my price? That doesn't make any sense. Like, if I'm going to be in business, doesn't it make sense for me to set my own prices? That's why you're better off being in a business where you have no competition, and the only way you can be in a business where you have no competition is to come up with a better idea than everybody else who thinks they're in the same business as you, and then communicate that idea better. More on that in a minute. So the competition sets the price. Another thing that I don't like about it is a race to the bottom. Nobody wins that race, right? It's a race to the bottom. Another thing I don't like about this, no conversation, zero conversation happens with your customers until the point of sale. That's maybe the worst thing about it. You don't have any conversation with your customer until they get ready to buy. They come and say, hey, how much are these screws? And you say they're $4. You say, okay, here's your $4. Like, this is a terrible market to be in. It's not fun. The margins are very low. I mean, you'd be doing good in a commodity market if you can make 15% on your cost of goods. That's, oh man, that made my soul hurt just saying that, right? So the next one is main markets. What are main markets? These are things like houses, cars, things that you have to have, but I don't like this business because the price is set by the cost of goods. The cost of goods establishes the price. Again, why would I want to be in a business where someone or something other than me sets the price? I want to be the one who sets the price for what I sell. For instance, I'll give you a specific. So, if I were to go into the main market and I were to publish a book, which I did publish a book, but I published it myself. I didn't go to Random House. I didn't go to Simon & Schuster. I didn't go to one of the big publishing houses and ask them to publish my book, because this book is 150 pages, 150-page book. It's a 150-page book, and it sells for $20. Now, if I would have gone to a publishing house, they said 120-page book, you can sell that for anywhere from $12.99 to maybe $14.95, right? Well, that's because they're basing it on the cost of goods. I'm basing my price on something else, which I'll share with you in a minute. So cost of goods sets the price. Another thing I don't like about it is the margins are so small. You might make 15 to 30% margins. If you're 30% margins on a car, on a house, oh my goodness, if somebody could build a house and make a 30% margin selling the house they just built, like 15% is good. 30% is, oh my goodness, this is great. Like, can you imagine building $1 million house and selling it and only making $300,000? Oh, that's so painful, right? Hey, this book right here cost me 75 cents to make, and it sells for $20. That's like a 2,000% margin on this book. 2,000%. I could literally give them away and still make money on them. So 15 to 30% margin, which I don't like that. The other thing I don't like is the conversation about your product happens away from you. This is terrible. What do I mean by that? Well, when you sell a house or you sell a car, what people do when they're getting ready to buy a house or a car, they're getting ready to buy a house, they go on Zillow. They look up all the houses in your neighborhood, they compare prices, and then they come into you, you own the house, and they come and say, will you sell me your house? And this is all I'm willing to pay for it. Whoa, baby, wait a minute, slow down. You're going to tell me how much I'm going to sell my house for? This is my house. Well, that's how it works, because they already had the conversation about price before they knew anything about value with Zillow. If you're going to sell a car, they go to Kelley Blue Book or Carfax.com. They look up the value of the car on some other service that happens away from you. And when they do that, they come back and tell you how much they're willing to pay you for your car. I hate these markets. You can't make big profits from a small business if you're operating over here. The only place I know of that you can make big profits from a small business is if you operate in PVMs. What's PVM stand for? Premium value markets. What's a premium value market? Premium value market is a market where the result sets the price. For instance, we have a lady who just bought my $55,000 coaching program yesterday. $55,000, right? She bought it 2 days ago. So she bought this 2 days ago. Why? Because she fully expects to be able to 10x her results over the next 12 months from that $55,000 program. Well, she's so good, she might be able to 100x her result, right? So I've had people who've bought that program and gone out literally and done $1 million for $55,000, have gone out and bought and done $1 million in sales, like in a day. And I know that sounds ridiculous, but it is what it is. $100,000, $200,000, $400,000, $1.8 million, $1.9 million, $5 million. Like literally, these are the kinds of results that my clients are getting. So if I said to you, hey, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll sell you this $50 bill for $5. Who would take it? Well, if your hand's not raised right now, and you say, well, I wouldn't buy a $50 bill for $5, then you are either confused in math or confused in logic, because that is a great deal for you. If somebody can give you 10 times the value for the price you're paying, well then, obviously, you'll take that deal. Nobody ever buys anything because they feel like it's worth the money. People only buy something because they believe it's worth more than the money. The thing they're buying is worth more than the money to them. That's why people buy. So, your result sets the price. Well, I've got students who are producing all kinds of crazy, amazing results, and those results are setting the price. Next thing that happens is the conversation, the margins. The margins are, at worst case scenario, margins, 10 times markup. 10 times markup. Worst case scenario. You create a home study course, you mark it up at least 10 times. That's 1,000% markup. You write a book, 2,000% profit on a book. What? So I love the margins. The margins on premium value markets are the best margins in the world. Why? Because they want the result so badly that the price becomes nebulous. Well, what's the next thing? The number one reason that I think premium value markets are the best and they work so well is because the conversation about the value, which, by the way, is the result, happens long before you ask them to buy. That is what makes premium value markets work. You have a long conversation with your customer. You give them value upon value upon value upon value upon value, and then you say, hey, by the way, if you want some more value, I'll sell it to you. That is how you operate in premium value markets. I've got, for instance, my Instagram page, at Myron Golden, right? I post, I could literally, in fact, I'm probably going to do this. I could literally take all of my Instagram posts with the image and the Instagram, the content under the post. I could literally take my Instagram post and turn it into a book. And people would buy it. Why? Because when I do an Instagram post, it's not just, hey guys, I'm here at the beach. No, when I do an Instagram post, it's an image, it's a quote, and then it's a couple of paragraphs. Why? Because I want to give so much value in the marketplace that when I ask for something, people feel like, man, he's giving me so much for free already. I got to have this next thing. I've got a Bible study group on Facebook called Bible Success Secrets. What do I do in there? Well, I go there. I show up in there every Wednesday. When I'm in town, I show up in there every Wednesday, and what do? I teach people some mind-blowing success principles from the Bible, and they join that, and then they begin to seek me out. I get interviewed on podcasts. I have my own podcast. And so what I'm doing is I'm making myself findable by creating value in the marketplace. And so I'm having long-tail conversations with people long before I ever ask them to buy anything. In fact, a lot of times I'll have a long-tail conversation with somebody, and they'll come ask me if they can buy something. See how powerful that is? So you got to have the right market. The next thing that you want to do is you want to make sure that you have the right business model. And so you want to have the right business model. And what is the right business model? I would go into a big dissertation about all the different business models, about the entrepreneur business model. I'll tell you what they are. I'm not going to write them all up here. I'm only going to spend time writing on the one that is most important. So there's the entrepreneur business model. What's that? LP times LV. That's LV times LP. That's a entrepreneur business model. LP stands for low profits. LV stands for low volume. So you get low profit times low volume. That's a entrepreneur business model. That is a person who wants to be an entrepreneur, but they don't know how to be one. So they go around selling low price products, low profit products, and they only sell a handful of them every now and then. And so they want to be an entrepreneur, but they're really a entrepreneur. Stay away from the entrepreneur business model. Okay. Then you have an actual entrepreneur business model. And that is high profit, low volume. High profit, low volume. Okay, so you have something that sells. Maybe you have a $997 webinar product. And maybe you do your webinar every now and then. And maybe you do your webinar 3 times a month and you make 3 sales every time you do a webinar. And so you make $9,000 a month. You're a real entrepreneur. You're making money. And you're making $9,000 a month. But guess what? You're not going to get wealthy on $9,000 a month, and maybe where you are right now, $9,000 feels like wealth, but you will find out in short order that it's really not that wealthy. So you say, okay, so the entrepreneur is okay. The entrepreneur is like stay away from it. Then you have a business model called the Waltrepreneur. What's the Waltrepreneur business model? The Waltrepreneur business model is the Sam Walton business model. What's that? That's LV times LP. That's HV times LP. HV is high volume times a low profit equals Waltrepreneur. This is what people who are e-commerce sellers on Amazon and on Shopify and all these other sites, Etsy, they sell a lot of a low profit product, but they sell so many of them, they make up in volume what they lack in profit, and so they get rich. Sam Walton on what I call the Waltrepreneur business model, right? Because Sam Walton, Waltrepreneur. So Sam Walton, the Waltrepreneur business model, Sam Walton became the richest man in the world. He was 3 times richer than Bill Gates before he died. He was so rich when he died that when he died and he split up his wealth between his heirs, his wife and his children became the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th wealthiest people in the world. That's how rich Sam Walton was. Bill Gates moved into number 1. Sam Walton's family moved into 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's crazy town, right? So why? Because he had a good business model that he understood. And Sam Walton said, I never want to make more than 30% of my customers. But he had customers all over the world. He would go into rural areas and he would put up these discount stores and he would bring these people these great deals and he'd shop around for the best value and then for the lowest price, and then he'd bring that low price into a rural area, and then he built the Walmart chain, which is was for a long time the largest retailer in the world until Amazon came along, right? So that's the Waltrepreneur business model. And then you have my favorite business model, which is the Wealthtrepreneur business model, and that is this. High profits times high volume. Let's say you've got a program. Let's say you've got a program that makes you $20,000 profit. Let's just say. And let's say with that $20,000 profit, let's say you sell 1 a week. So you sell 52. Well, take 2 weeks off. You sell 50 a year. Guess what that is? That's right. That is $1 million per year because you have the right business model. This is the Wealthtrepreneur business model. The road to wealth is paved with high profits and high volume. High profits times high volume equals Wealthtrepreneur. If you have a $20,000 profit program and you sell 50 of them a year, 1 a week, you sell 1 of those a week, it's going to give you $1 million a year. Well, if you sell 2 a week, it's going to give you $2 million a year. You sell 4 a week, it's going to give you $4 million a year. See how powerful this is? This is the concept that can take your life to the next level. But there's one caveat, and that's this. You have to have the right message to market match. You got to learn how to say what your deal is, what your value is, what the result is. You got to learn how to say it so well that when people hear you say it, they say, I have to have it. What is your value proposition in the marketplace? See, most people who got a bad message, they think their prices are too high, but the reality is it's not that their prices are too high, it's just that their value is too unclear. And so what they do is they keep lowering their price, and then they finally start making some sales, but they can't provide good enough support for the amount of money they sold it for, so they end up pricing themselves out of business, all because they didn't have the right message to market match. What you've got to get good at is you've got to get good at using your mouth. We're going back now to what? We're going back to the highest levels of value, coming up with a great idea, but what? You got to be able to say it well. It's not enough to conceive it. You got to be able to say it well. I love the fact Steve Jobs is like the ultimate example of this. Why? Because Steve Wozniak invented the Apple computer, but I go around the world and I ask people, I'm going to name a company. You tell me who's the first person who comes to your mind. I say Apple Corporation. Everybody says Steve Jobs. He's been dead, I think, for 11 years. That's kind of mind-blowing. He's been dead for at least 8 years, but people still say Steve Jobs. Nobody says Tim Cook. Nobody says Steve Wozniak. People say Steve Jobs. Why? Because he was the guy who imagined what Apple could be. But not only that, he knew how to say it. Do you remember what he said in 2007 when they came up with the iPhone? He said, it's a browser. It's a browser. It's a music player. It's a telephone. It's a phone. It's a browser. It's a music player. It's a phone. It's a browser. It's a music player. It's a phone. It's a browser. It's a music player. And he said that over and over again. He had a message that matched his market, and it was a simple message. It's a phone. It's a browser. It's a music player. Do you remember what he said when he showed that it had no buttons? He said, yeah, we got rid of the lower third. The guy was brilliant at crafting messages that moved the marketplace. Maybe the biggest problem you have is you haven't put enough effort into making sure your message matches your market in a way that causes them to move. Like people ask me, so Myron, what do you do? Well, I teach people how to sell high ticket from the stage. For instance, teach people how to sell high ticket. I teach people how to sell high price products because you have to convey the message of a $30,000 offer differently than you do a $3,000 offer. A $30,000 offer is not harder to sell. You just have to use different messaging. In fact, a $30,000 offer is easier to sell than a $3,000 offer. And it's way easier to sell than a $300 offer, and you get a better clientele. But that only happens when you craft your messaging properly. And see, I know what my clients want. You don't know what your clients want. I know what my clients want. See, people who are broke, they sell price, right? Because they think everybody cares about price because they care about price, right? But the reality is, people who are wealthy, they don't want more price. They don't want a lower price. They want more time. They want more time. More time. They want greater value. They want less hassle. I think I spelled that right. No, I didn't spell that right. Less hassle. I think I spelled it right. They want less hassle. This is what people who have money want. So when I'm talking to people about a high price program, the price becomes nebulous. In fact, I was talking to this lady who just bought this program. She said, you know, you just said $55,000 like it was $55, didn't you? I said, well, what's the difference between $55,000 and $55? A couple zeros, right? Right? And so I de-emphasize the price, and I emphasize that they're going to get a fast result. I emphasize the fact that they're going to get great value. I emphasize the fact that it's not going to be hassle. And when you do that, then you can make big profits from your small business. You don't have to spend a lot of money to make a lot of money. You just have to figure out how to be profitable fast, early, and over a long period of time. And when you do that, you can make big profits from your small business. I hope this helps.